Let's see if we have audio now. And let me double check on my other screen and see if I can hear anything. So let's check. Okay, so we're using a little bit of hybrid technology here today. As you know, I normally do this from my computer using OBS. It's all locally hosted, so I have my own little system of doing it. But I have been teaming up with Jonathan. I've been using his StreamYard to be able to stream this, and this will allow me to have additional people pop in and join a panel. So not only will we have the usual Rick doing his comment marathon, but we will also have the opportunity, just like we did last week, where you can join in. I don't think that Jonathan will be able to join us because my understanding is it's his birthday today. And hopefully he's having a good time with friends and family, and he can celebrate it in the way that he sees fit. And I will put a link. He had requested me to put a link if you would like to send something to Jonathan. I know that we all pretty much know who Jonathan is, and we know the benefit that he has provided to the carnivore community as being, as my opinion, the longest. Well, I have a friend that's been doing it longer, but the original YouTube carnivore bodybuilder who, despite having a lot of challenges, has been able to be quite successful. And I'm glad that he is still with us and that he continues on just like we all do. We all have our problems. We all have our issues, some more than others. Mine are pretty minor compared to some of the things that I've seen in the carnivore community. But let me go ahead and let me do this. Now, again, I'm not a birthday person, but I was very appreciative of all of the wonderful gifts that I got a couple of weeks ago, even though I didn't ask for them. And again, it's always nice when you can show kindness and appreciation. So I'm looking at the comments, and I don't know what YouTube deleted or YouTube kept. Let me go to my YouTube channel here, and I believe, yes, the StreamYard and YouTube lists are the same. Let me scroll down to the bottom, make sure that there are no disasters that are happening right now, and it looks pretty good. So let me hit the comments like I always do. And Sandy Blythe is the first on the list with a happy Saturday, and I appreciate that from a fellow Floridian. And Manda, the carnivore. Good morning, Rick and Milton. Hello, everyone. Sunny, happy Saturday. Yes, I agree. And we have a happy birthday to Jonathan. Excellent. And there is Mike Seeley Jr. Greetings from Tampa Bay. We have a good morning there. And there's Mike Seeley Sr. Good morning, Rick, and everyone from Melbourne, Florida. Again, another Floridian. And by the way, we have another very famous carnivore, another long term carnivore, and a doctor. And you know who that is, who is moved to Florida, just like everybody else in the world is moving to Florida. Let me adjust my camera. Milton did not mess with my camera today, which I find amazing. Milton has actually been extra lovable. Usually he sleeps on the bed at my feet. He's been sleeping next to my head and rubbing against me. And I think a lot of it is because my schedule's been turned upside down by trying to help a friend of mine. But on the good side, it's going to mean a few different things coming to the Charger Mopar channel. For the very first time, all you've seen are Charger emblems and a few Charger parts. But you're going to actually witness me cutting up a 1969 Charger that has been completely rusted out. It was my dad's old car, and it is totally destroyed. But instead of scrapping it, it's going to be used as a part source for some of my other cars. And I have a rule ever since I've had Chargers, I never discard any good Charger part. The only thing I ever threw away was rusty parts or parts that were too damaged to be recovered. And hopefully next week, we'll be towing this thing over here on my friend's trailer. It'll be sitting in my front yard, covered up with a tarp to keep the code enforcement away. And I'm going to put, I guess you call it a shade cloth barrier. And I'm going to go out there and I'm going to cut that thing up into the components, just like I did the station wagon. Except unlike the station wagon, we're keeping everything. I also have my dad's old van, which is down there at the lot. And that's a 1970, I think it is, Ford van. It's totally rusted out. There's a rusted out stuff inside. The old jukebox my friend gave me, that is in there deteriorating. So all that stuff is going to be stripped down, and I'm going to try to use whatever components I can salvage. That's going to be upcoming in the videos. As you know, although I am a carnivore, my channel is not a carnivore channel. And I wish that some of the companies out there that sell products would reach out to me, but they never do, because I could definitely use a new MIG welder, TIG, I have a TIG, but hey, any of that welding stuff, plasma cutter, there's different things that I need. And I can make videos of cutting up these old vehicles. And also some of my stuff, I have a couple of Bobcats down there for parts. I have mine. I want to cut out the rust spots, weld in new metal, and do some repairs. I still need to finish my truck. My plate is full. Let's put it that way. I have a lot that'll be going on. But anyway, let me continue with the comments here, and I'll explain what's been going on. I haven't been doing as many videos. Okay, I had a little difficulty with the live stream, but I restarted it, and there's Chuck. Good morning, Rick, and all the quackers. Well, good morning. I think you're going to appreciate what I have coming on this channel. So let's see. We have more good mornings, and I said good morning. We have another good morning. And there's Liz. See you guys at 9 a.m. I believe you must be having a live right now. And I was on a live with her as well. I had sort of a live stream marathon going on for a couple days there. As you know, on Tuesday, Monday night, I dropped into Carnivore Talk. Tuesday morning, I was Wednesday? Might have been Wednesday. It was Wednesday, I think. Tuesday, I was with Liz, with Russ. Then Wednesday morning, Dr. Kiltz. And then after that, I haven't really been online, but I was there quite a bit. And Robbie Autry says, good morning, Rick, Milton, Miss Kitty, any kittens that are left, and the rest of you quackers. Well, I did make a couple of videos of the Calico and Garfield kitten, and there's Miss Kitty. The problem is the ducks. They are aggressive, and they steal all the food I give to the cats. So I've had to feed the cats up on the chair to keep the ducks away. Because the ducks, they're bigger than the cats. And the cats don't mess with the ducks. Let's put it that way. Happy birthday to Jonathan. Yes, hope your day is amazing. I hope so, too. And let's see. Bride's Biscuit. Good morning, Rick. What's up, Duck family? If I knew you were coming, I would have baked and I'm not sure what that is. Let's see. Well, whatever it is, I appreciate that. Let's see. Good morning to Julia. And Good Saturday morning, Rick and Jonathan, the Rescue Quackers from Smoothie 420. Loud and clear, Rick. I appreciate that. It is working. I always like to double check because technical issues here can definitely sneak up on you. Yes. My Carnivore Chronicles. Morning, Rick. Hope your day is equally amazing. Well, thank you. I hope so too. It's nice to be able to sit down in air conditioning instead of being outside in the hot sun, dealing with the heat and humidity and insects and all the other wonderful things that I have to deal with, plus my friend being sick, plus everything else. So, all right. And I see that Pete has dropped in before work. Good morning, Quackers. Well, good morning. I am glad to have you here. And let's see, we have another good morning here. And I would like to send a coffee to Jonathan. I will put Jonathan's, he has a Give, Send, Go link. He did send it to me in email, and I will post that in the chat as soon as I get caught up. And I appreciate that. Jonathan has a lot of challenges, and I believe his latest challenge is the hot weather that they're having over there in Europe. And I don't think his air conditioner can keep up with it. I told Jonathan, if you were in my area, we'd find you an air conditioner. I'd stick at least a 12,000 BTU in there like I did in my bedroom, and you would be very comfortable. And it's not that expensive. It's just the installation that people charge for, but, that's one thing I do all the time. I'm very used to air conditioning installation and repairs. Yes, happy birthday, you too. Okay. I'm not a bodybuilder. I'm just a quack like Rick. I'm Quack Jr. Well, there you go. Not everybody can be a bodybuilder, or not everybody wants to be a bodybuilder. In my case, when I was younger, I wanted to have the big muscles so I could show off, Mr. Rick is strong. But at this point, being 58, my chance of being some muscle dude is about as close to zero as possible. However, I do believe that being functionally strong, for example, when I'm using my Bobcat, I have to pick up the trailer hitch attachment. I actually tilt the bucket up by hand. I pick up the forks attachment. I pick up items that are 200 pounds or more with my hands. And I've got a strong grip for a skinny guy. I work all the time. In fact, I don't go a day without doing some kind of physical work. I don't do any exercise, but I do ride my bike around, and I do a lot of walking. And unlike most of the people I work with, I don't breathe hard when I'm working. So I think I'm doing pretty good. But I think for somebody who works in an office, for example, who's sedentary, joining a gym might be a lifesaver. And learning from those who are experts in progressive training, like Jonathan, is always a good thing. And my belief is this: when I see somebody around my age, they got a big gut sticking out, they're weak, and they're sick, I think there's no excuse for that. I really don't. If a skinny quack like me can be strong and functional, or someone with as many challenges as Jonathan can do what he does, what is the excuse for everybody else? Is it really that great to sit in front of a TV and watch sports or movies, eat a bunch of duck food and get fat? Not only is it unhealthy, but it's unattractive. Some of these guys are always thinking, oh, I'm God's gift to the world, and they wonder why their wife's not attracted to them anymore. And of course, their wives know better because she's eating the duck food too. It's really, if a poor guy like me can live on the carnivore diet, everybody should do it. Everybody I know wastes money in some way. I'm one of the few people that doesn't waste money because I don't have any. In fact, I went the entire week without earning a single dollar. So, you know how that goes. All right. Yeah, we got a lot of happy birthdays for Jonathan. You have several fans out there. And speaking of our great carnivore people, we have Kelly, Missouri Carnivore. Good morning, Rick, and everyone from Higbee, Missouri. Well, good morning, man. And I guess tomorrow we will see you at 4 Eastern Standard Time. I may not be here. I'll probably be down at my friend's lot again doing the work we've been doing. But if you don't see me online, it's only a temporary thing. Eventually, I'll be back to my normal routine. That's one of the reasons I'm going to bring my cars here to strip them. It's because I don't want to be at the lot. I want to be here. I can actually chat while I work here. There's no internet out there, so I'm out of communication. And Maria Kelly, good morning, Rick and everyone. Good morning. And we have a hello to Sandy. A good morning to Kelly and Jerry Voitish. Good morning from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. EFM. That is correct. You had to eat fatty meat Or on my channel, you can eat a fatty duck, EFD. And EFD on the HAD, heart attack diet. Everybody talks about PHD, proper human diet. I call that BS. We call it the heart attack diet. Remember, having fun is going to keep you in this lifestyle. If you feel like you're torturing yourself, you go, oh man, I got to do so much sacrifice. Oh, I can't eat the duck food. Oh, you're going to fail. You're going to fall right back. You're going to slip on the duck poop and fall in the duck food. I don't want to do prison exercises like Tana. Okay. Well, there you go. Ah, I haven't seen you in a long time. See Big New there. Well, hi, gents. Hit the like button. I guess you're here, Jonathan's channel. Well, thank you so much for being here. Who else likes Milton's message scrolling at the bottom? I do. Jonathan put that there. He also made the cool graphic with the Miami Vice vibe and the Dodge Charger. So we want to thank Jonathan for the efforts that he's taken. I never ask him to help me out. He just offers, like everyone in the carnivore community. There's such good people here. They see a need and they offer to help. And Rick is not too proud to accept help because, you know that scripture that says there's more happiness in giving than receiving. I have my own reason, my own view of why that's the case, because if you have the ability to give, it makes you a happy person because you're not struggling. When you're struggling and you can't really give, that's not so happy. And then of course you have the greedy people that just want everything and they're just mentally off. All right, Donna is amazing. Yes. I have to check that out. And we have our Nightbot automated comments from Jonathan's channel. I don't do lots of bodybuilding exercises. I eat lots of fatty meat, eggs, butter, and seafood, and walk a lot. Lift light weights and do push-ups and sit-ups. And that's all you need. You don't have to be a bodybuilder. That's an option. That's for people who really want to maximize their physical potential. But it's not for everybody. Some people just don't. They got too many other things going on. Or they don't have the desire for it. See, there's two types of body types that I really do like. One is the muscular type, and two is the tall, lean type. Those are the two types that I think are the most attractive, whether it's females or males for that matter. Now, when you're built like Humpty Dumpty, I don't think anyone finds that attractive, although there are the so-called chubby chasers out there. But in my opinion, proportional, you got that height to weight ratio. Your waist should be at least half of your height, maybe less. But if it's half your height, then you're good. If it's more than that, you're not so good. Let's see what else we have here. Yes, good morning from Larry Ryan to Sandy. And Rexford, 1128. Good morning. Well, good morning. Glad you are here. And we have a hello to Peter and lots of hellos and good mornings. And let's see if we have any that are directed. Today is my ex-girlfriend's birthday. It's been almost a year since that we broke up. She didn't contact me on my birthday, so I'm not going to contact her either, but it's sad. You would think it'd be a common courtesy, but I don't know. I guess they just don't want to deal with it anymore. Good morning, Heart Attack Quack and the Quack Addicts. Well, good morning. And I'm working on that heart attack. It'll be around. Although the way I'm going, it seems like I'm the least likely one to get a heart attack out of everybody I know. I worry about my friends, the way they breathe hard, just doing nothing. They're like, and then what really gets me is when they eat that duck food. They drink sodas, eat duck food, Gatorade. For example, they brought some food. They had some chicken, but they had a bunch of rice and beans. And then the chicken was rotisserie chicken, which is barely edible. And then there's always the pizza and the snacks. And I don't get it. I don't understand why anybody would eat that stuff. But Rick's a caveman, so Rick doesn't know. And let's see. Yes. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. I'm tall and skinny like Stick, and we're both strong. Yes, Rick is super strong. That is correct. Rick is surprisingly strong for being built like a vegan. Vegans have skinny arms. I always laugh about it, how skinny I am. But I'm not that skinny. My face and I don't have any ribs showing. I'm just lean. But, there's definitely improvement that could be made. but I think we're doing pretty good. Are you going to use one or both the new bikes you picked up as your daily rider? You keep using your current bike? I'm going to keep using the current bike. Those bikes are kind of rusty, but I did put air in the tires and I poured some motor oil on them. So we'll see what happens. But I'll strip them for parts one way or the other. It's not like any of these companies are sending me bikes because they're not going to do that. But I do hit the trash pile, the dumpster, sometimes at the dump. When I go with my friend to dump stuff, we can catch a bike. So that's where I get all my bicycles from. And as you know, I don't cycle for my health. I don't cycle for cardio. I cycle to get around. I'd rather ride a bike than walk. And there is Carnivore Talk. And we are so glad to see you, Bob. And again, Bob is on Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully, I don't know if I'll be here or not, but we'll see. Probably not. Probably doing desperate work at my friend's place because they're supposed to have a county inspection on Tuesday. So my time is pretty much tied up. I Googled it. Very strange. Okay. And a good morning to Bob. And Coach Angela Mullins. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Well, good morning. Glad to see you here. Excellent. Linda Flanagan. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Well, good morning. We have another good morning there and another one. And Telly, yes. Okay. So everybody is, let's see, I just give and give and give until there's no more to give. Well, there you go. That's a good thing. And there's Venetian Cat. Good morning, cat lady. Good to have you here. I'm the cat man too, so you know how that is. Not even her. Okay. Have a lovely day, and we have good mornings. And Rough Carnivore says hello, Rick and everyone, and Rick says hello in return. And Josephine Beefwoman, 22 thumbs up, sweet 22 little ducks. Howdy, beautiful people. Yummo lasagna tonight. Remember to take pics. Oh, that must be that bacon lasagna. That stuff's pretty good, honestly. Bacon and cheese, and meat, absolutely delicious. That's the only lasagna I like. The pasta one, and I've had some pasta that I had in the refrigerator for a while. It's been there for months. And as you know, I gave it to a good source. I had rice. I gave that to the ducks. The ducks are waiting outside right now. So when I get a chance, I'll go ahead and feed them. We got some more good mornings. All right. So let's see. Yes, count on it. I'd like to give what I like. Okay. I have to work this weekend, like every weekend. The best of it. Sell like, there you go. Keep selling. We know you're a good salesman. If you haven't met Peter Papa Carnivore, you'll see why he's a good salesman. The bodybuilding way of training doesn't mean you're trying to get buff. It's actually the best and most convenient method. 4-day split, medium weight, 1 hour tops. Rest recovery is as important. Yes, especially when you're older, the rest and recovery is more important. And I'm experiencing that working with my friend because my schedule's all messed up. Our extreme Florida heat and humidity makes working in the middle of the day impossible. So we generally start working there between 3 and 4 o'clock, and we work there till 10 or 11 at night. By the time I get home, it's between 11 and 11:30. I have to eat dinner and then have to take a shower and all that, and I don't get to bed till 1. And I still get up around 6 to 6:30. So I'm in a sleep deficit. So hopefully, after a couple of more days of this madness, I can slip back into my original schedule and get control of my life back again. Sell, sell, sell. There's too much. Yeah, no more to sell. That's it. And the real Dr. Nelson. Hey, haven't seen you in a long time. Hello, Rick, Charger Mopar. Glad to have you here. I hope that you can stay a while. And we'll have our little panel if anybody wants to drop in. See, somebody else is going to Presidente. I bought a 5-pound bag of chicken wings on sale for 88 cents a pound at Presidente. And I'm going to have them with some cold shrimp for dinner tonight. Well, that is good. Sounds like something that Rick would eat. Yes. Bodybuilder Month's right is also avoiding injury and it's cardio in itself. That is very true. I don't think you need cardio, especially if you're a skinny guy like us. I don't see the point of the cardio other than just, because you're going to be getting circulation anyway from your resistance exercise. And we have a good morning, Dr. Nelson. Was selling mattress about to be to line with a potential buyer. Hold hands with her while we discuss the mattress superior quality. Yes, just be careful that nothing pops up outside of the mattress. And nice to see you. Yes, hope you are feeling better. Absolutely. Okay, we'll be coming to Orlando for the Healing Humanity event. That's a good question for him. Nice to see you. Yes, I'm glad that you decided to drop in to my live stream. I don't get too many celebrity guests, but I am glad you are here. And we have a hello from Dr. Nelson to Amanda, Peter, Brian, and everyone. That's great. And Mike Sr. says hello. Edward Renner, good morning, Rick and everyone. Well, good morning. I'm glad that you're here. Okay, and he's asking the question again. I saw 1.5 Dr. Nelsons in his picture. I saw 2.5 Dr. Nelsons in his picture. And Rick has caught up. 4-day split, meaning 4 days per week and off in between. Don't work the same muscle group every day. And don't lift to failure. Failure is risk of injury plus a lot of junk volume in your sets. Yes. Okay, so we are great to see Dr. Nelson. That is correct. Now, let's talk a little bit about what's been going on during the week and what we have that is upcoming. First of all, let me go to my other screen and let's see how many viewers we have. It looks like I have 56 viewers right now. That is not even 9 o'clock. I think that our live stream popularity is increasing as time goes on. Now, because I'm using Jonathan's StreamYard today, let me go ahead and post the link that he sent me. Let's see. Okay. Oh, we have Aaron here. Good morning, everyone. Well, good morning, Aaron. Glad that you have dropped in. Let me see if I can find Jonathan's email. And let's see. Where is that? I'm usually pretty bad about this. There we go. So we'll go ahead and we will copy this here. All right. And we'll put this into, let's see, paste that. All right. Okay. And there we go. So let me go ahead and, okay. All right. Well, that's interesting. It should be on my channel. Okay. There it is. I'm going to link it on my channel. I can't seem to do it here through the StreamYard, but, and again, I'm not that familiar with it. But I'll get it eventually. It's like anything else. Use it long enough, you'll figure it out. Okay, so let's see who else we have here. Amy is here. Oh, hi, Rick and friends. Well, hello, Amy. And as you know, it's Jonathan's birthday, so I don't think he will be online here, but I hope he's having a really good day. And let's see. And there's Tammy. Good morning, Rick, Milton, Kitties, and all you quackers. Well, good morning. And our viewership has gone up to 62 right now. So everybody is coming in. That is awesome. Let's see how many people we can get. Of course, every one of us, in my opinion, is a celebrity because anyone that openly communicates on my channel is very, very, very special. Using StreamYard. Yes, I'm doing it through Jonathan's StreamYard. As you know, I don't have the money for StreamYard. In fact, like I said, this entire week, I'd earned $0 from anything. So I'm just trying to help my friend clean up his mess. And then I'm going to try to divest myself from the stuff that we put in his lot. I want to get away from that because when I move out of here, I don't want to have any of my stuff laying around in any of my friends' places. I got rid of everything else except what he had because his lot was so full of stuff and so overgrown that I couldn't get to anything. But I'm going to be cutting up. I got 2 Chargers I got to cut up. My old car that I used to drive around in, and then the one that was at the lot. There's another Charger down there, which I think is salvageable. So we're not cutting that one up yet. So I'll be cutting those 2 up. I'll be cutting up the old Ford van that my dad had. Not my van. My van's not getting cut up. My van's hopefully going to get restored. And once I get my hands on a decent plasma cutter and MIG welder, I'm going to start doing repairs, starting hopefully with my van and my Bobcat. My Bobcat, as you know, is full of rust, and I'm going to go ahead and just try to fabricate and replace the bad parts. I also have my pressure washer, and I have a wet blasting attachment. So I'm going to be getting a bunch of sand and then sandblasting the Bobcat and doing some repairs. But again, if any of these companies, if any of you guys out there sell these products and you're not a scam, why not send me some paint coatings or maybe tools that I can use for the things that I'm going to build? Now, unlike the other carnivore channels, I am never, and I mean never, going to monetize carnivore products, carnivore services, or anything related to the carnivore space. Even though I'm a carnivore, that is not why I went on YouTube. I did not start YouTube to sell diet crap, to sell overpriced soap, to sell overpriced protein bars, overpriced deodorant, whatever these people sell. I'm not a coach. I'm not going to sell coaching services. We have a large number of far more qualified people right here that can provide you with those services. And the thing is, here's my opinion. Because I've never been unhealthy in terms of chronic illness, I've never been overweight, I've always been the exact same shape. I don't consider myself to be in a position to counsel other people, because to me, it's all duck food. If you have a serious addiction to certain foods or your lifestyle, I mean, it would be like someone asking me, what if you have an alcohol addiction, could you help me? No, because I hate alcohol. The only time I've drank is a few sips to make my friends feel good. Then I dump the rest of it on a plant, which probably died a few days later. But it's like donuts and cake and cookies and chips. Yeah, stuff makes me sick. And then blueberries. Blueberries are disgusting. It's like eating cat turds. They're nasty. Why would anybody eat a blueberry? But, some people are just addicted to that stuff. So you're not going to find me in that space. But you will find me doing the car stuff. I'm going to build a house eventually, unless I can find a place that I like, which is very difficult because everything here has either been demolished or remodeled. So when I move, most likely I'll be building a house. It's almost like homesteading. You know how everybody loves Homestead How? Well, this is sort of like the Florida version. Fixing the truck. Alternative energy. All the things that I started YouTube in 2007 are coming out in the future. And I think after almost 20 years, the only reason I can still do it is because the carnivore diet, the lifestyle that goes with it, has kept me strong enough and without any chronic illness that I probably do have the time to still do that before I get my heart attack. When my heart attack comes, then all the vegans can have a block party and they can celebrate. Okay, so we have Carnivore Karen P saying hello to Dr. Nelson. And again, we are so glad to have you here. I appreciate that. Everyone that comments is a good thing for this channel. And there's Robbie Autry saying good morning to Aaron. Amy Hughes Jonathan's. Yes. I'm a poor man. I'm not going to spend money on something that doesn't make me money. That's like I tell my friends. I don't drive my van unless I'm working. I'm not going to pour diesel into a vehicle to do something for free. I'll get on the bicycle and go to the store. My rule is simple. It's all a matter of investment. If it makes me money, I'll spend money on it. But it has to make me more money than I spend on it. If I was to sign up for something like StreamYard, I'd already be in the hole, because my outstanding amount of money I've made in YouTube is still less than this. This is more money than I've made in YouTube in 19 years. Well, almost 19 years. It'll be 19 years, July 12th. Thank you, John. Yeah, Jonathan is very helpful, and I hate to ask anyone for help, but if he offers it, I will accept it. I'm not going to tell somebody no. And I know people that they're like proud. Oh, I don't want any help. Like, no, I'll accept the help, because the reason I'm here is not for me. I'm not trying to bring attention to myself. That's not the goal. And I don't do that. I'm just trying to get people together so that we can discuss different things and we can figure this out together. I've used it long enough and haven't figured it out. And happy birthday to Jonathan. Yes. And again, I included a link. If you want to send Jonathan something, you can feel free to do so. But there is no obligation to send anybody anything here. Please hit like, leave a comment. Yes, the automated Nightbot is reminding us of that. And let's see. Booby Goats has a morning to Robbie. So, Michael Pregler has returned. Haven't seen you in a long time. I guess you've been busy hunting or working. But we're glad to have you here. I like seeing all the regulars. And the great thing about my channel is that we acknowledge everybody. I don't have the money for StreamYard either. That's for rich YouTubers. Well, there you go. Amy's like me. You're doing it through OBS or alternative streaming methods. Happy birthday, Jonathan. And again, probably in about half an hour or so, or when we get over the subjects that I want to cover, I'm going to include a link. Now, the trolls, I'm sure, are waiting to pounce in there and put some kind of vulgar video. So I'll have the finger ready for the remove button to remove you. If I don't recognize your name, I may or may not admit you in. But for those people that I recognize, you're always welcome, and you can stay as long as you want. Okay. I wonder, they have a more affordable software called Stream Porch with no yard. I'm kidding. Well, there you go. Or I can stream from... I have to make a video. You know, what was it? Was it Barry Simon made a video about the possum van? Well, since I'm bringing back Dad's old van, the one that is rusted out and falling apart, I'm going to have to make some kind of redneck parody video where I got the van. Oh, this is going to be good. I'm going to take something that was otherwise bad, try to make a video out. I go rusted out Charger. I just have to keep everything covered so code enforcement doesn't harass me. But I got plenty of tree cover, and I will use the weed blocker shade cloth and just cover everything up. So I'll figure it out. I think it's going to be fun. So instead of AI, get ready for RI or Rick's intelligence or something like that. I want to see inside of your brain. Well, there you go. You can sell your expertise for fixing and building things. Yes, and I think that a lot of companies are missing out by chasing these sort of arrogant, crazy, the YouTubers, the fake alphas, the ones that act like they're real smart, but they're probably dumber than a coral rock. And they ignore people like me, which is kind of simple. They can sell his expertise for Kim against. Yes, that is true. And there's Lance. Good morning, Rick. Well, good morning. And I know you have a live at 11. So keep that in mind. If this live stream gets too boring, you can drop into that one. Rick doesn't like coffee. I don't like coffee, but the coffee money is good. And he could teach classes on how to be MacGyver. I'm pretty good at that. I have to admit, like yesterday, my friend was pulling his trailer. The tire blew out. We had a spare, but the oil ran out of his jack. The little plug fell out, and the thing was on its side, and the oil ran out. He had another jack, but it wouldn't reach it. So I said, we'll use it as a jack stand. And I loosened it up until it was up there, jacked it up with the other jack, shoved it underneath. I put a couple of rocks under there and lowered it down, then slipped the other jack under the axle and jacked it up. And we got that done. But with all the junky stuff my friend has, a breakdown is normal. Buy me a coffee link, though. Instead of coffee, you can buy meat. That is correct. They should change that. Or Bobcat parts, for that matter. For Stream Acre, then make it more affordable deals like Stream Half Acre, Stream Patch of Grass. Well, everybody's out there for the money. There's work out there for everyone that wants it. It depends on where you're at and if they let you work. But yes. Hi, Smoothie, and hey to Dr. Nelson. That's great. I do not like it. You're watching some video and then a freaking commercial comes on. Yes. But I can spot those. And what I do, I usually skip ahead a couple of minutes. I'm watching the video and they're changing something. I go, pick. And if they do it a second time, I shut it off. I don't care. Rick doesn't like coffee, but definitely use the money from the Buy Me Coffee link to buy meat and eggs. That is correct. You'll see me on the bicycle going to the store. Yeah, favorite commercial, Stream Pasture. How about Stream Swamp? I think you have to purchase paid YouTube for that. I don't have commercials turned on, and I still see them when watching my videos. Yeah. And there's Barry Simon. Good morning, Rick and all. Good morning. I was talking about the video you made of the possum van. Well, the real Rust Bucket van, it's coming here to the house probably in the next few days. So I'll be making a video on that. That is the ultimate El Dumpo van with a broken down jukebox inside of it. Rick, your great Saturday morning show is one of the highlights of my entire week. I really look forward to it. I only wish I could watch the whole show, but I work on weekends. Well, Peter, I appreciate any time that you watch it, and you see me enough times on other live streams, so we're good. One of these days we'll hang out when I move to my rural retreat. No, not at all, DS111. Good morning to you. 19 years on YouTube and not making money is pure dedication. That is correct, although I did take a 10-year break. I was off of YouTube from 2010 when they deleted my channel and most of my videos. They restored the channel. I didn't come back till 2021, so I guess it was an 11-year break. And my very first video I put when I got back was about a duck. It was about preparing a duck, and then YouTube deleted that. And I think the only video they didn't delete was me fixing the bobcat. And then after that, it went to, I think I was, what else did I do? I showed my yard, my hydraulic hoses. I just started making a few videos. It wasn't until I discovered Carnivore community and got invited to be interviewed, then I had my subscriber count really jump up, and it took me another year before I decided to make carnivore related videos. And I didn't do a live. It was actually Jonathan was the very first person that had me on live. And then I saw Mitch and a couple other people, and I'm like, well, I guess Rick can do a live, and we'll do it Saturday morning when Rick is off of work. Coffee tastes extra good today. Well, I'm glad that you did a good job making your coffee. I just restreamed, which is for middle class YouTubers. Yes. And we have a howdy from Josephine to Jonathan. There we go. My Fatty Coffee Deluxe takes extra special good this morning. Yes. All right. And my favorite commercial are the ones where they release a starving cat so it can gobble up the cat food they are promoting. Okay. What is this channel about? It's about a lot of things. Carnivore, cars, and quacks. I like leftovers. We never have any since going carnivore. That's the same thing here. Leftovers don't exist. People need to split licenses for StreamYard to keep costs down. Yeah, no kidding. Where can I send you cat treats? I have some treats my cat doesn't eat. I have to make some way that we can send people can send me goodies. I'll have to figure that one out. You can call my number after the live stream and we'll figure something out. I can take dog commercials, but that's about it. Okay. It's like $600 a year now. See? For that, I could buy some meat. I like leftovers too. Only have leftovers when I cook up a big chuck or pork roast or a whole rack of ribs. Otherwise, I eat the whole meal. Nothing left over. Yes, it's hard to resist delicious carnivore foods rather than duck food, which is always leftovers. Sandy, it's a problem. I'm sitting down. Need to be up doing something. Yes. Yes, I agree. 14 days coffee free. Well, that's interesting. Did you go coffee free for health reasons or to save money or maybe for some other reason? And speaking of carnivore celebrities, here's Gary, the T-shirt king. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Good morning. And if you haven't seen his shirts, you need to check out, I think it is called Bonfire or whatever, but he's given a link. Watch Mitch's channel, and you see that Mitch wears a lot of those shirts. He even sent me one, which is, Miami Quack or whatever it is. I have it in my room. I generally don't wear shirts because I'm always working. I'm always dirty. And when I do my live streams, I usually wear the collars. But I've had it on a couple of times. And let's see. You should start again. Yes. But you don't have to drink. Coffee's optional. Not everybody's addicted to it. Some people just like it. I can't stand the smell or taste of it, but some people do like it. I'm going to receive my vintage Griswold number 10 cast iron Dutch oven, big pot and lid. This week, I'm going to use it to make roast stews, my oven on a stovetop. You can also do heart attack chicken or heart attack thing. Buy me a burger link. I'd have to start my own payment process. I don't think it's an issue. I don't get that much money. I mean, I get a little bit, but not a lot. And the only money I've ever gotten is the goodies that people send me and the occasional buy me a coffee, which is good. And there's Robert Ellenson. Good morning, Rick. Well, good morning. Glad that you have dropped in. Click the link and premiere your new t-shirt if it came. Well, there you go. I'll probably, I think at 9 o'clock, maybe I will set up a link where you can log in. Let me see if I can catch up with these comments, which I will. I was having a pain in my wrist 3 days with no coffee, and that pain is gone. Oh, so right now is worth not drinking coffee. Well, there you go. See, some people are affected badly by the coffee. Don't think you can teach MacGyverisms and improvise fixes. Well, it's a mindset, I think. Van possibilities, yes. Wait till you see the old 1970 Econoline van. It looks like it was at the bottom of the ocean. It's totally rusted out, and it's upcoming in the videos. It's going to be stripped right here in my front yard. You need a second channel, you monetize. Yeah, dual stream for a while. Well, I'm going to do that once things settle down, and I'm not spending half of my life helping my friend out. I'm going to start another YouTube channel. It's going to be very specific, and we're going to do this all over again. My wrist hurts too. I wonder if it could be the coffee. Well, you can try that. Some people, it works to get rid of it. Some people, it doesn't make any difference. Those carnivores are pretty neat people. Yes, they are. They are. It's almost impossible to teach being a guy who takes years of repairing that or being poor. When you're poor, I think you definitely develop those skills. Somebody actually made a meme video like that. How do you know how to do this or that? Oh, I'm poor. I grew up poor. Yep. And I'm still poor. I'll always be poor when it comes to money until I get out of this place. When I go to another location, I will be a lot more successful. My biggest problem is here in Miami. We have a steady stream of desperate people coming from all over the world, from other states, other countries, and they're willing to tolerate a dysfunctional place like Miami-Dade County in the hopes that they can make money. But they never do. Eventually, there's two options. One is to become corrupt. And then that way, you can get a lot of money for doing nothing. And the other way is simply to give up and go somewhere else, which is what all the good people seem to do. Okay, memberships for private. Yeah, people would pay memberships for private community even for the simple stuff. Well, I'm not going to charge memberships, so that's not happening. I don't discriminate. But we'll see. They should design a performance car in the shape of a duck head. Well, ducks are aerodynamic. You could probably do that. He was a professor. Yes, I taught at Miami-Dade College for 13 years, from 2000 to 2013. Uh-oh, I heard the door open. You know what that means. Dun, 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 dun. Pause. You see the tail going across. You hear that music. And then all of a sudden, he attacks. I got my eye on him. That's one of the great things about, I think this is the only channel that has a crazy cat on it that loves to attack. I'm cooking beef tripe today. Nice. The best thing Rick could do is create a company helping people repair things they're having issues with. Yep. And, there's several YouTubers that have done that. I know the Louis Rossman guy was really popular because of his electronic repairs and the right to repair thing. Coffee helps me save money on food. I can fast if I'm drinking coffee. Well, there you go. I got one of the new shirts yesterday. It's purple. Well, that's good. You like Barney the dinosaur? With the junkyard in back. My whole house is basically a warehouse and a junkyard. Good morning, Cigar Gary. Good morning, yes. And Amy, and let's see. He already does house calls. My neighbors think I'm crazy because I do everything myself. I've never hired anyone to do anything. Never a plumber, electrician, roofer, landscaper. You name the profession, I haven't hired him. I had duct tape. And that's the one thing we don't have here. Duct tape, to me, is worthless. It's a very expensive way to fix something. I know people that have used a roll of duct tape to fix something. It would have been cheaper just to get the correct part. But I guess redneck mentality, it's convenient. All right, let's see. Hey, there's Dan. Hey, brother, hope you're having a great. I just want to apologize. I couldn't get my guest on earlier. I may have to go live at 9. I hate going on when your cause. Well, don't worry. Anyone can go on live at any time they want. And I think what I'll do after 9, I may post a link and I'll keep talking. And if anybody wants to join in, you can join in. But no, I appreciate that. I'm glad you're here to say hello. If you don't know who Dan is, you're missing out. Not only is he interesting to listen to, but he's also pretty good looking. He's in good shape. So we like seeing people that are in good shape, especially when they were overweight and unhealthy before. And again, there are 2 shapes that I consider to be optimal, the muscular shape and the lean shape. Those are the 2. All right. Now, is it bad to have a little extra body fat? No, it's not. And here's my theory. And think about this. What would you rather see? Someone who's so anorexic they look like they came out of a concentration camp, or someone who's basically strong and muscular but has belly fat, maybe some facial fat or whatever? You'd rather see somebody like that, because if they're strong and they're able to do what they need to do, that extra body fat doesn't hurt them. But when you see somebody who looks anorexic and then they have a big stomach sticking out, that is extremely unattractive. And that's something you want to avoid. And those people are never healthy. Everyone that I've ever seen, they get tired easily and they just don't have the strength. And they say, especially when you get older, losing strength is a recipe for disaster. A person who is weak can easily fall. Now, if you live in a house like I do, that is full of stuff, a yard that is full of obstacles, you have kittens running at your feet, you have ducks all over the place, you have dead branches that fall down, and rocks. There are so many places where you could trip and fall, and yet I never trip and fall, ever. If I do slip on something, I recover and I don't fall. And it's just because when you're able to move quickly and you're strong enough to stand up without having to hold on to something, you're doing really well. You can see that one of the exercises that Mitch does is sitting up and without holding on to anything, and then sitting down. It's a great way to go. But anyway, Venetian Cat says she's addicted to pure stevia. Friend was dying in January, 3rd day off of it. Well, I guess you could get addicted to anything, right? I'll call you when I get a chance. Getting ready to head off for the day. Well, that's great. Wait until after the show is over. And speaking of carnivore friends here, we have Meathead, Kurt. We are glad that you have dropped in with your usual greeting. And let's see, we have Venetian Cat. Hello, good morning, Kurt. Yes. Hug, sweetheart. Good morning to Brian. The new t-shirt is a spoof on Tums. It says, extra fatty yums, amino acids, meat delights. Recommended by 10 out of 10 carnivores. Well, I guess Gary is being creative, as always. He likes to do parodies of products. Next thing you know, they'll do a Come to Carnivore Country parody of Marlboro cigarettes. Okay. Come to where the flavor is. Come to Carnivore Country. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Let's see. Hello to Kurt. In fact, what you could do, you get some of those meat sticks like Jerry gave me, and you put that in your mouth and act like you're in Carnivore Country. Okay. Holding the coffee cup wrong can make my wrist hurt while drinking coffee. Okay. That is very good to know. And we have a good morning from, hello to Amy. Necessity is the mother of invention. That is correct. When you give up, that's when things get really bad. Extra strength with lots of steaks in the background. It's so great. That is awesome. What do you consider poor? That's a good question. Well, that is a very good question. I'm just saying poor when you don't have a lot of money. When you only have two quarters to rub together, that's poor. Now, in terms of actual wealth, and this is going to be one of the long form videos I want to make, the more independence you have, the wealthier you are. Even if you have a lot of money, but you're attached to a strict schedule. For example, when you're a student in public school, you are extremely poor because the time is not yours. You have to follow what the government tells you from the time you walk in the prison until the time you walk out. And I know a lot of people get offended when I call school prison, but I'm going to try to do, when I get a chance, a walk over to my old elementary school down the street. They actually have a prison gate in the front of the school. It's really pathetic. What's happened to this country is just absolutely awful. But poor is someone who doesn't have what they need and doesn't have control of their life. That's poor. And then everything above that are various levels of wealth. Hi, Kurt. Hey, Kelly. Making kefir now after 1 week. Kefir makes me relax with all the stress happening in my life. Well, Manix Gaming, that is great. Those fermented foods can help. Great videos from Kurt. Awesome. I have to check them out. I've just been so busy. Let's see. It used to happen to me. What is this? Why is this disappearing? Huh. That's weird. I had a comment disappear. 2 more are coming today. PMR may be coming back. Very stiff. Rexford. Seems to improve by afternoon. PMR. I wonder what that is. I'm not sure what that stands for. Happy birthday to Jonathan. Well, there you go. Rick, you need the Jaws theme to play when Milton is on the prowl. Yeah. I need to make my own version of it. Milton didn't come here. He probably went to the kitchen to eat, but I heard the door open to my room. We have a hey for Robbie. That's great, Gary. Thanks so much for making my decision on which one to wear to the Orlando event. More difficult. Oh, well, there's so many shirts to choose from, right? About 8 years ago, a know-it-all orthopedist confidently said my knee had arthritis. Be a problem. 2 years ago it started, but I went carnivore. Now it's not a problem. There you go. Ditch the duck food and feel better. I love defying the doctor's death sentences. Well, they told me at age 28 that I had the highest cholesterol they'd ever seen and that I would have serious heart disease by age 55. Well, I'm 58. I guess that prediction failed. Is it possible we can see your abs, Rick, right now? No, I don't take my shirt off. If you want to see me without a shirt, you got to come and see it in person. Doesn't matter how good shape I am in. If my hair is not cool that day, it ruins my physique. Well, I don't worry about my hair. It just gives it the lard treatment. I've been solvent and poor for equal amounts of my life. I've been much happier overall while poor, and it's not even close. Health trumps all and keeps you rich in spirit. That's true. And really, my biggest complaint is how high the property tax is. If I move to an agricultural property and I get those low taxes, plus you actually make money off of agricultural property, I'll be a very happy person. I can live on very little because I don't have debt. When you don't carry debt, you have a lot more options. The more debt you have, the poorer you are. Even if you're driving the newest car and living in the most expensive black, white, and gray box you can imagine, you're still poor. It's like when I, unfortunately, have to drive through that disgusting place called Sunny Isles, which used to be wonderful when I was a kid. That was when they had Motel Row, 2- and 3-story motels and neon and beautiful beaches. Now it's a dump. It's an absolute dump. You have these 50-story and larger buildings crammed with black, white, and gray, multi-million-dollar pigeonholes, sinking a centimeter a year into the unstable ground and just waiting for the major hurricane that's going to come and cause a wreck. And you see a lot of what I consider low-life people. They think they're high life, but they're actually low life. They're riding around an overpriced piece of junk, black, white, and gray, painted turds. Some of these places even have a car elevator so they can bring their painted turd right up to their crappy apartment, stacked and packed over many others, to look at a beach that's shaded by a bunch of ugly, and I mean ugly, cheaply built buildings. that are very expensive. It's not even a nice looking city, it's a dump. And then you go around here in Kendall, and they wiped out all the little trees and cow pastures and everything to build these ugly apartment buildings, everything from a fake Mediterranean to a black, white, and gray box with a few half dead plants, lots of concrete, and some plastic tables. It's awful. You have roads full of traffic. You've seen my bike videos where the cars are not moving, and a bunch of shopping centers. It's the most boring and ugly place you can imagine. Another day, another $5, said to a guy of work. No richer, no poorer, he replied. True. Another day of the salt mines. Didn't give me an ounce of happiness. Another day older and deeper in debt, right? Gary needs to do some GLP-1 parody shirts. Well, there's an idea. Don't give him more ideas. Good one, Rick. Well, thank you. Good morning, Meathead Kurt. I watch all your videos, and you're so true. Uncle Charlie agrees. Let's see. My health is like day and night, different, better, and I feel so grateful, thankful, and blessed to have found keto and soon after carnivore. Well, that's great, Peter. And the pretzels, you keep them away. That's the main thing. I have zero debt. I will buy everything I need, maintain my place. Debt is a trap. There's no reason for debt to exist, and people should avoid it as much as possible. There are exceptions, of course. I'll talk about that in a long-form video one day. Signal line my Dove's motorcycle held on with duct tape. I haven't found the correct size rubber piece to replace it. The original one's dry rotted. Well, you might have to do silicone mold and then make your own silicone part. Much appreciate, Uncle Charlie, and good morning to you. Yes. Rick's household obstacle course for balance and fitness. Thomas, you on it? Well, it is kind of true. You take one wrong move here, the next thing you know, you'll have an engine block falling on you. There's a table on social class based on income under economic tables. I'm at the absolute lowest strata and wait for nothing. Want for nothing. Well, I may have you beat. No one is poorer than me. I called school prison and school vacation furlough. Hated school, even though I did well. Top of my class. That's kind of the way I feel. I thought that school was unnecessary. The very first day, I still remember being dropped off in kindergarten, having my parents leave. That was one of my most upsetting days. I always was close to my parents. I felt they abandoned me to a bunch of strange kids and a bossy teacher. And I hated school ever since. I found school boring, and I never learned anything in school. And I mean nothing. Question, does Milton like cheese? He does. Milton will eat cheese. What is MCS? MCAS. Okay. She'll answer. I get tested for MCAS. Mast cell activation syndrome. Well, there we go with the health talk. Okay. What do people feel with mast syndrome? So we have questions going here. It's duct tape on here. Well, I call it duct, but do you have a 6-pack or 12-pack? I have basically a line down the middle and maybe a couple going across, but it's not super defined. It's just flat. It's nothing. In order to show a 6-pack, I have to kind of tense up. Other than that, it's just flat. There's nothing else there. I mean, I still have somewhere between 12 and 14% body fat on a normal basis. It depends on the time of the year. My body fat percentage decreases in the cool weather. The lowest I've been is around 12%. And in the summer, it goes up to 14%. Not sure why, but you know what? I don't care. I don't work out. It's not a big deal. Okay, a serious condition, but it's treatable. Lynn, Midlife Carnivore, has it. Has many great videos on MCAS on her channel. Well, that's good to know. Okay, got some more health issues here. Okay, so we'll just, everyone's having a chat. I think if I even tried anchovies, okay. If I get into that, IFBI eat dried anchovies, but not with dried sardine. I wonder why. I don't understand that, but symptoms can vary, but mine is terrible joint pain. Okay. Well, that's again, I feel Tick feeling in my nose and throat, can't sleep properly. Or you could have genetic sinus issues like I do. Why does carnivore seem to require so much supplementation? Well, it doesn't for me. I don't take any, but I guess it depends on the person. I guess when you've been on a duck food diet for a long time, maybe your body doesn't absorb the food properly. Maybe it takes time, but I use no supplementation. I eat a carnivore diet, and that's it. Very simple. I will say when I fast, the joint pain goes away. Well, that's interesting right there. Ownership, debt, or constructs, you can't take it with you. They can't take it from you once gone. Live your life with purpose, change your mindset, paint ourselves in the corners of our minds. All right? That's the reason I won't eat shrimp and crabs. Yes, some people are allergic to them. You had your hormones checked. I'm sure she has. Let's see. All right. Stop breathing while sleeping. It works. I've had my hormones checked. Okay. All right. My tests indicate I'm going through menopause. Yes. I have that. I get nightmares. I get nightmares whenever I see a code enforcement car drive by, and that's during the day. And BK says, hi, Rick Milton and Miss Kitty and the Saturday Quack team. Well, hello. There we go. All right. 69 are watching. That's good. And I see 69 on mine. So great year for Dodge Chargers. But the number does mean certain things to other people as well. Say fish like sardine, milkfish, mackerel. Oh, okay. Is because of how shrimp and crab looks. Feel the same way about school. Hate it. Public school to me is just training them how to go into prison. That hit like button to support Rick and Milton. Okay, yes, that would be a nice thing. I'm not sure how many likes I have because mine doesn't update. I'll just have to refresh it. You can make a hormone by not paying her. Oh boy, there goes the jokes. So like hormone in church. Rick Milton, Miss Kitty, Kittens and Quacks, good morning from Jamette, and I say good morning in return. Have you ever, listen, Amy said on many, that's a good point. But we know that there is definitely a little controversy here. I'm going to see my grandma probably last time I'll see her before she's gone. She's not eating for 5 days and her kitties are shutting down. Well, I guess they get old. They just don't want to live. I told my mom, if you don't want to live, take up the heart attack diet. It'll go quick. I hated school because it always fell during hunting season. I used to take one of my guns or ball and bow and arrows to school with me every day. Well, there you go. Nowadays, they'd shut down the school. They'd clear the neighborhood, bring in hundreds of police officers, and they brought a gun to school. Oh, how terrible. There's no cartridges in it, but it's still a gun. If a kid does this, they'll probably expel him for life. They go like that. It's a stupid world we live in. I guess in the old days, the kid would bring a gun to school. The teacher would open up the drawer and go, you think that's a gun? Look at this one. The thing's like, it's huge. Like a Clint Eastwood movie or Crocodile Dundee. That's not a knife. This is a knife. It's funny. Be nice, Kurt. Yep. We prefer nice here. I can't take HRT for 2 reasons. Identical $600 a pellet. Oh boy. Good old medical scams. They just don't give you a break. It's all about money. They're above poverty line. Neighbors think I have money. They get twice what I do. I never have a dime. I do my best to waste nothing. That's the key. The more money you spend, the more money the system gets. If you can get stuff without spending money, you deprive them of it. I'm not eating any bugs. Hey, I've eaten lots of bugs, and I've eaten snails, and they're actually pretty good. I'm being nice. Put your feelings aside and listen for once. I know BHRT not cause cancer. Okay. I don't get cancer. No one can tell me the estrogen therapy won't feed the cancer, cause it to grow rapidly. Yep. Whenever you mess with your natural system, you do take a risk. Eating bugs is one of the reasons humans are carnivores. That's a good point. I agree with that. Kurt, you're not my parent. Okay. Let's see. We all have six-pack. Yes. Getting our body fat below healthy levels for cosmetic reasons is where we get sidetracked. That's right. The thing is, even if you have a gut, and if you're one of those people, there's two types. There's the ones where your abs are flat and you have the subcutaneous fat, and that's probably healthy. The ones that are unhealthy, some people you can see their abs, but their whole system sticks out because they're full of visceral fat. That seems to be less healthy. You see that on some of the bodybuilders. Okay, what model motorcycle? Lead by everyone. Well, glad that you were here, Peter. And I'm sure you'll have a good day at work. Someone could guarantee messing with your hormones will not feed cancer. That's right. Yeah, that's true. You guys still dream? I dream all the time. And yes, I remember them. My dreams are like real life, just more dysfunctional. Generally, the weird thing about my dreams, when I'm at home, my house is not cluttered. It's twice as large, but it's the same basic place. And then whenever I try to use a car or a piece of equipment, it always breaks down and then it disappears. That's the difference between dreams and real life. If I were in high school again, I'd be nicer to the girls I was involved with. All right. And we're saying goodbye here. And look who else has dropped in. It's Jerry. Good morning, Rick and all the quackers. Hope all is having a ducky day. Yes, I hope so too. 15-minute recess was far too short. Hey, if I had my way, I'd get rid of public school. It'd be optional. You want to go? Great. You don't want to go? You don't have to go. Who cares? You can learn how to read on the internet. I learned how to read watching Sesame Street. I don't dream that often. I see a deja vu as a dream we forgot until the deja vu happens. That might be it. Have a great weekend, everyone. Be productive. Great day for yard work. Well, thank you, Corgi Lover. Kevin, catch you on the next one. All right. And I'll catch up with these eventually. I got my ass whooped by parents. I think a lot of us did. Hunting season is every day in NYC. Jungle sometimes it makes me wonder why I keep from going under. Yeah. How anybody could live there? They said LED lights and EMFs block our dreams too. Well, I don't have LEDs, but I do have neon lights, and they have it. I freaking hate cities. But you know what? I agree with you. I would rather be in the country. I'd rather be working in the country than be in the city. I'd rather do routine work, like sitting in the Bobcat, drilling fence post holes, than sitting in an office in front of a computer. Guaranteed. Let's see. Peter says, okay. And in a sense, it sounds like a threat. Nah, Peter's not that kind of person. So we have a hello from Jerry. And yep, he is ready. He's not afraid of anything. I guarantee that. Subcutaneous fat is better than visceral fat. That is correct. And I agree with that. And you see people like that. They have the subcutaneous fat. I see that bulging stomach in 90% people here. Well, they're probably eating a bunch of duck food. End up like a gorilla with an upside down pointed finger. Okay. No bulging stomach, hair. My stomach is flat. You mean here? Yeah. Yeah. You have to maybe make a video sometime, but I believe it. I mean, from the little picture, it looks like it. Kid who plays basketball here are lean and muscular and tall, but those are rare. Most people don't do anything. They just get fat and unhealthy. Up here, Maddox, good morning in Wisconsin. Yep. Hello to Venetian Cat Lady. Oh, what is this? Try turning off the Wi-Fi. And you know, in my house, all technology shuts off by about 11 to 11:30 p.m. New behavior GLP-1. Now he's always tugging his shorts back up. Well, there you go. Need neighbors a mile apart. That would be ideal. I can't sleep early. That is my weakness. Once I wake up, I'm up. I worked outside for the last 20 years of my career. Absolutely loved it. If it rained, you were wet. If it snowed, you were cold. Yes. That's kind of how we're designed. I live in the country, yet close enough to various amenities. Well, when you live in the country, you have all the amenities right next to you. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Well, Bacon Runner, good morning. Hello to Donna. First time in my life. Washboard stomach from Carnivore. I'm 66. There you go. And we have a good morning to Donna Ray. Now, I've caught up with the comments. What I'd like to do, let me see. I'm going to put a link and see if anybody wants to join in. And let's see. Invite guest. And I am going to copy the link. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to post it in the chat. See if we can do this. All right. We'll put that in there. And I will highlight it on my channel. That way, if anybody wants to drop in, you can feel free to do so. And again, if I don't recognize you, I may or may not let you in. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to go ahead and let me do this. Okay. There we go. Okay, here we are. We have our friends. We're going to let you in. And there we go. How are you, man?
Well, I'm doing all right.
That's great.
Got about 4 hours sleep last night.
I got about maybe 6 because I went to bed at 1 a.m. and I got up at 7 because I was helping my friend out at his lot. We go there late because it's so hot over here. So that schedule is all upside down.
Yeah, I was a little upset last night at work because they shut production down and they were doing some government jobs and I basically didn't have anything to do.
Really?
So, 6 hours I was piddling around doing nothing.
Well, at least they pay you for it.
Yeah, I just didn't get my 15,000 steps. I didn't even get half of it.
Really?
That's what upset me.
Well, you know what? When you're in this lifestyle, it happens to me too. If I'm sitting around and I can't do anything, I'm waiting for somebody, or I get frustrated. So I know what you mean.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I just wanted to pop in and say hello. Sorry for the little drama caused in your chat.
It's not all your fault. There's personality types. I know several people in this community do tend to have a very strong opinion. There are certain people in this community that don't react very well to being criticized, but there's nothing you can do about it. I tell everyone, as much as it depends on you, be peaceful, and if not, well, what can I do?
Right. I'm trying. I try to be civil in every aspect, but my ears and my eyes can only take so much, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my character.
Well, I agree. You know, some people just, you can't deal with the drama. It's unnecessary.
Exactly. Yeah, what I talked to you about a couple of weeks ago, I think I called you, isn't coming to fruition because of work. Our suppliers picked up production and we're not running low on parts anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, you go with it while you can.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they give us this coming week off, and I got stuff to do Monday and Tuesday. My weed trimmer came last night, so I'll be out hopefully sometime this week using that in the lawn. I got to mow the lawn again, but yeah, just got to stay active.
I was trying to mow the little grass that I had, but the mower deck fell apart from rust. So I took the motor off. The other deck, it doesn't fit. But when I get a chance, I'm going to enlarge the holes and adapt it. Because that's what I do. I got a couple of lawnmowers I picked out of the trash. I got to build another lawnmower.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I wish I had some of your, I guess, I don't know, the way you're living, because over here you can't do squat because of your neighbors and because of the HOA and all the nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
If you do something Joe Blow doesn't like, then they're gonna cry, and next thing you know, they're gonna a big disturbance. So,
Well, I got the same problem here with the code enforcement. The county is like a giant HOA. They don't want you to do anything. They don't even want you to fix your car. But I get around them through the what I call the natural option. I plant a bunch of trees and bushes. My house is so well covered it looks like an empty lot. And I put up temporary shade cloth, like when you're doing a demolition, you put up the black shade cloth, and I do whatever I want. The neighbors can complain, but I know who they are because let's just say I have my ways of knowing. And if they do
Right.
complain, I return the favor. Now, the bad neighbors have all died or moved away. So I'm just laying low, but I still get it done. If you see my old video, I cut up the old station wagon right there in the front yard and I had no problems.
Wow. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, speaking of old cars, I did a post on my channel, and anybody who has any interest in working on their own cars, be aware that the government as a whole, they're passing legislation through different states banning, and when I say banning, they're making it very difficult to keep these cars on the road. Early 2000s, anything prior to 2010, because they're upping the ethanol. They're doing E15 instead of E10, which anybody who knows what ethanol does to engines. So the older, early 2000s, late 90s, and on earlier, it'll spoil the engine quicker. And the other thing they're doing is, some reason, the auto parts stores, their suppliers are going out of business. They're liquidating their inventory. Advance Auto is closing 700 stores. So just a piece of advice: if you better get it while you can. It's not a money grab where they're just doing this to get a quick buck. They're going to be shutting down. They don't want people working on their vehicles. The 26s, no matter what manufacturer, Toyota, Ford, GM, Chevy, all of them, 2026 and on, they have kill switches. So if you want a car without a kill switch, pre-2026. The earlier the vehicle, the better. So just saying that I keep up. I'm very diversified. Watch economy, watch the car market, everything, even though I'm not buying a car this year.
Well, the good thing, believe it or not, the old cars, when it comes to ethanol, a high compression engine with a carburetor can run fine on 100% ethanol. I ran my Charger on homemade ethanol for about 5 years. No issues. The problem is in the fuel tank. So if you have a vintage car, you can go ahead and buy, while they're available, a stainless steel fuel tank. When I get the money, I'm going to get my hands on one for my Charger. And because most of the problems come from the galvanizing in the tank and also the tank rusting. But if your tank, you put stainless, and then you make your fuel line either out of I use stainless myself, stainless fuel line. And then the fuel pump, the diaphragm, they can go bad, but they're generally immune to alcohol. It's the water you got to watch out for. So if you have a vintage car, put in a water separator, and then you're going to have to maintain your carburetor at least twice a year. Take it apart, clean it up for corrosion. But you can definitely run an antique car on the E15, and it actually runs better because the ethanol slows down the burning process. But on those cars from the 80s up that are electronically fuel injected, the ethanol can devastate your car.
Thank you.
It will cause corrosion. It will cause failure of seals, and it can actually congeal into something similar to shellac.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I got to get going. The wife is ready.
Glad you're here.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I appreciate that and your real world experience for the world of automobiles. Always
Okay.
glad to have you here.
Take care, everybody.
Enjoy your day, Kurt.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. So, again, one of our great subscribers, some good advice. And this will probably be a subject for some of my upcoming videos. They do want us on subscriptions. You have to realize that their debt-based model depends on people making payments. So the thing is, if you're going to be with an older car like me, you got to learn how to fix the cars. You got to stock up on parts. You got to be like me and live in an auto parts store. I have so much spare parts around here. I could probably keep my Chargers running for the rest of my life, which probably won't be long because that heart attack's going to take me out. I know that. And Jemet says, Rick will never buy a new car because the older cars run better, made better, and chrome. Yes, the old cars are stylish. They're beautiful. They have beautiful colors, interesting interiors, gorgeous chrome. They look awesome. The new cars, they're painted turds. Every single car I've seen built after the 1970s is ugly and just crap. Now, are the old cars built better? Surprisingly, no. The old cars were lighter weight and they're weaker. And in certain collisions, the older cars can be very, very dangerous. Like my Charger. Chargers are good in a side impact collision. But if you hit an immovable object, that car will fold up like an accordion and they're going to have to pry you out of there or what's left of you. And it's the same thing with a truck. The old trucks, they're strong. If they get hit by another vehicle, you do pretty well. If you hit another vehicle, you do pretty well. But if you hit a fixed object like a tree or a concrete pillar, you're done. The newer cars, they're designed so that the passenger area has additional reinforcement. And believe it or not, if you compare the current Dodge Charger to the 69 Charger, the new Charger actually weighs a lot more. And it's a lot safer in an accident. It's ugly as a turd, but it's definitely safer. And with the new technology, they tend to be faster. But what I'd like to see is to take new technology and combine it with old style. We don't have to live in black, white, and gray boxes. We can use plasma cutters, 3D printing. We can use all these technologies to build things that are even nicer than they were in the old days. Think about if you want to build a classical building with the carved marble and the beautiful details. Instead of having to hire a bunch of stonemasons to chisel it out, you can get yourself a robot. Set up your own sort of CNC controlled chiseling system. Throw some blocks of stone in there, turn on your computer and walk away. But you see, the government doesn't want you to do that either because they're afraid that if you can make your own stuff, you could make something against them. You know how they talk about ghost guns all the time? They're trying to ban 3D printers. They don't care if you can make something you can use. Let's say the taillight broke in my 69 Charger, and I don't want to go and buy a new old stock that's going to break. I could get a 3D printer and print out a brand new one. In fact, if you can make your own stuff, then it's no longer, you don't have to worry about parts. Something breaks, you make a new one. No big deal. And plastics have a limited life. They will not last forever. Metal will last forever if it doesn't oxidize. And metals, even after they do oxidize, can be smelted back into the original metal. Glass and metals are infinitely recyclable. And I mean infinitely. Glass does not oxidize because it already is oxidized. It's silicon dioxide based. And then metals, when you refine them, you take off the oxide. So anything that's metal, anything that's glass, lasts forever. Rubber, plastic, and other composites don't. And we know wood doesn't last forever. But it can last a long time under the right conditions. Okay, and Peter has returned. Well, there you go. About to head to work. Well, thank you for saying goodbye to us, and I hope that you have a successful day at work. And just try not to let personal differences get you discouraged. Not to me. Not someone else here. So, okay. Connection went dead. All right. So we're having an explanation for a previous chat. How do you actually get subcutaneous fats? It's basically from eating more than you need. There are times of plenty and times when things are scarce, and your body is designed to hold on to various macro compounds. Your liver turns proteins and sugars and so on into lipids or fats, which you can then break down and use for whatever else you need. I don't think, from what I've seen and what I've observed in people, people who are stronger and a little fat live longer than people that are skinny and weak. It seems to be always the case. There are a lot of fat people that have lived a long time. We have people right now that are kind of fat that are older and they're still alive. So the subcutaneous fat is probably the least damaging because it's outside your body. You're just carrying it. It's like carrying a lunch, you know. You have some meat in a locker, in a box or whatever, and you're carrying it with you so you can eat it later. Same idea. I mean, if you have too much of it, if you're carrying 200 pounds of meat, that's going to slow you down. But if you carry, 5 pounds of meat for a nice little meal, that's fine. I saw a show where they were cooking guinea pigs. Yes, guinea pigs are edible. All animals technically are edible. I bet they taste good. If anyone's eaten guinea pig, let me know what they taste like. I learned the most valuable life lesson from Generation X. I simply don't get AF. NYC probably had something to do with that too. I also learned to value people that care, not negative by a long shot. Well, Bride's Biscuit, I am early Generation X, born in 1968, so I know what you mean. Problem is that all my friends that are my age, they look like they could have been my dad, so that's a little weird. I saw one online. It looks like lechon. Oh, the guinea pig. Okay. Hey, that's why they call it guinea pig, right? Soon if they multiply, we'll cook one. You need a lot of grass to have a lot of them. Well, that's interesting. Are they ruminant? I don't know. Have a fantastic day, Kurt. Yes. I figure that. Thanks for joining, though. It was great to see you on the panel. And again, anyone can feel free to drop into the panel at any time. If I recognize you, you go in. If I don't recognize you, well, we may have to just keep your finger on the remove button. So that way we get rid of you when you start showing something you shouldn't. And we have a little Liz. We've been troll free today, which is kind of nice. Chrome and white walls. Well, there you go. We're thinking Cadillac with that one. I love guinea pigs. There you go. As pets or as dinner. It made me think of Sherry Morgan. It was sad, but they said it's very delicious meat. Totally grossed me out. Okay. Well, let's see here. Hardest part of a razor is when you kill it for food or sell it. That is true. You get attached to them. That's why we keep pets. That way they don't do that. They skin the guineas, gut them, and then flatten them out to fry. Yeah, that's one way of doing it. Remember, something out there must die for someone else to live, plant or animal. That is very true. And I like your practical approach. I think you made a comment earlier that said you work outside with just shorts. Keeping it simple, that works. I agree with that. I cut my teeth on CNC. Oh, there you go. So you're quite familiar with the process. Life, something needs to be sacrificed. If you believe in Bible, as a Christian, yeah, animal sacrifice was definitely a part of it. Old cars, at least if they replace an alternate part, they would show you what you're paying for it. Today, it's sensors and get lied to. Well, I can tell you from experience, my friend's truck is still sitting out there. Of course, I haven't had time. I got the oxygen sensors. I got to tinker with that thing, but I got distracted helping my friend clean up his lot. Rick, they don't want us that know how to make and repair things to keep doing it. They want us to become like the majority. Okay. Yeah. A bunch of duck food eating, clueless individuals. Out getting my walk now. After my live, we're forecasted to have severe storms. Well, got to get it in while you can, right? 1 year earlier, and I'd be a boomer. Well, there you go. See, that's it. Early Generation X. Ha, painted turds. That's what they look like. I know people get excited about exotic cars. Oh, I have a Porsche. The thing's an SUV, and it's ugly. When I think of a Porsche, I think about maybe a 911 Turbo. They're ugly, but at least they're kind of fast. But an SUV, That's ugly. And then the ugliest car I've ever seen, the biggest painted turd is a Bentley. That thing is total garbage. I mean, it's big, bulky, and butt ugly. The new Rolls Royce, same thing. Ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. And then they got that Mercedes Maybach or whatever that piece of junk is. That's another ugly pile of crap. Everything now is just ugly. I mean, guys, you charge a lot of money for these cars. Can you at least make it look nice? Oh, no, can't do that. Got to make it ugly. We don't want anyone to realize they're getting ripped off. Let's see. Very graphic yikes make me sick. Then again, I can't even kill a rabbit. I saw Rick with that little duck near boiling water. His eyes so cute. I'm glad Rick did cook him. No, we don't cook ducklings. Ducklings are too small to cook. The duck has to get very large. And when they get large, they're ugly. So most people don't mind. They got the bumpy, warty looking head. They make funny noises. Muscovy males are considered to be very ugly. I think they're cute. I love them. I just love duckies. I go, oh, you cute little ducky, cute little fuzzy ducky. But they're even better when they're getting plucked and gutted and the hot beef tallow is ready to fry them up. Guinea pigs are semi-ruminants. Okay, I guess they eat almost any plants. I give them moringa. Huh. Everything, but they always look for specific grass. Well, that's good to know. We got to cover that semi-ruminant idea. Got to jump in the shower. Be back soon. Well, make sure if you jump in, you can still jump out. Yeah, finger on the trigger. No slugs allowed. That is correct. And you know from experience. These characters, I don't know. Hi, Rick. Hi, Milton from Annabella. Well, hello, Milton. He's been scarce so far. But once his tummy rumbles, he'll be over here gnawing on my arm. Or as Liz says, he'll rip your lips off. Complete Red Generation X on every level. Boomers, alien species to me, my kids are all Gen Z. Understand them, but don't get them. Well, that's it. Let's see. Cybertruck is a rolling trash can. You can badly cut yourself in the doors. I call them the rolling dumpster. You've seen me. I call them the cyber junk. But Cybertrucks are the ugliest thing on the face of the earth. But you know, I'm not totally against the concept. I was actually going to build my own version of what's called the Cybertruck. I was inspired by the Humvee. So I thought about building a truck using stainless steel and using aluminum to back it up and then using like riveted corners. You know how the Cybertruck is like two pieces of metal like this, which is crap. But what you do, you put the metal together and then you bend like a trim that goes around it. And then you can bolt that in there. And then that way it's replaceable. So if your panel gets damaged, just take it apart. This Tesla crap is designed in such a way that it's hard to fix and very expensive because parts are not available. But I would build a truck sort of like a stealth bomber. You know how it's all flat surfaces and then have it where it bolts together. So when your truck gets banged up, if you're skilled, you can take the panel off, get your English wheel out there and go back and forth a few times, maybe heat it up a little bit to relax the metal, go back and forth, polish it up, stick the panel back on. Truck's as good as new. So I thought about that. I never did it, but I just thought about it. And then, of course, the cyber junk came out there and I laughed at the thing. It's a joke. Looks like a death trap. It's got electric doors. What happens if the battery fails? You'll turn yourself into a barbecue. That thing gets hit and you can't get out. Battery catches fire and you're done. You'll be cooking. A real humble is awesome. That Chevrolet one, yeah. You must be talking about the Humvee. Yeah, the Chevy version is basically just a truck with the body dropped on it. But I'm talking about the real one made by AM General that the military used. Those things, they're pretty good. I think they're aluminum, and they use an old 6.2 diesel. No electronics, all mechanical. I have a terrible sore throat ear infection. Feel like I'm ravished from illness. Okay, well, that's not good. Hope you're feeling better. Praying for you. Awesome. All right, now we've caught up with this. Let's talk about some of the other things that are going on. Now, again, I was on 3 lives last week, which you may or may not have watched. And what are the subjects that we're talking about in the carnivore community? Well, we know that Dr. Sean Baker has moved from what I guess was Washington State to, I think, Tampa or Sarasota or somewhere on the West Coast. So he is now a Florida resident, not too far from where Dr. Kiltz's place is. So maybe the two of them will get together. You never know. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see what happens. And what else is going on? What other controversies have popped up in the carnivore space or anywhere else? Let me know. Okay. Cybertruck reminds me of the DeLorean. Yep. Although the DeLorean I think was a little more stylish. I preferred the Jeep to the Hummer. Well, the old Jeep, those CJs, was it CJ6 or CJ5? Or they had all those, they were unstable. They usually had a 6-cylinder. They were not that powerful, but they were functional. The General Hummer plant is about 5 minutes from my house here in Mishawaka. I guess they're still making them with all the wars that are going on. That design's been around for decades. I wonder if they're still using that old diesel engine or if they've gone to something more high-tech. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I've been a little bit worn out. I've been working late and getting home after 11 to 11:30, going to bed at 1, waking up between 6 and 7. So I'm starting to get that sleep deficit, and I've been getting a little bit worn out. My friend's got some kind of flu, so I think that's working on me as well. Hopefully by Monday, this whole adventure will be over, and then I can get back to a more normal life. Meanwhile, my truck sits, can't work on that. There's just too much going on. But I promised I'd help, so that's what I did. And again, if anyone wants to, you can click on the StreamYard link. I know I scare a lot of people because I am the carnivore quack, but you can feel free to drop in at any time. Okay. What do we got here? Whoops. Oh, had a personal best on Tuesday. Went for a walk with a bit of a hill. Walked 20 minutes. It was so beautiful. Yes. I prefer the Willys 1940 models to a Jeep. Well, those were the original ones. Yes. Dr. Kiltz has new 9 a.m. Eastern Standard starting Monday. That is news right there. We know that originally Dr. Kiltz was at 5 a.m. Then he moved up to 6. The first time I went on Dr. Kiltz's live stream, 2 times I had to be up at 5, which is before my wake-up time. Then he switched to 6, which is within my wake-up time. Now he's going to 9. The reason he didn't go to 8, of course, is because Mitch starts at 8. But now that's going to put a hard line on Mitch's live. So Mitch will have to start at 8 and end right before 9, unless they co-stream together. And we know Dr. Kiltz, he likes to have a strict 1-hour live stream. So that's going to limit those live streams down to 2 hours. I may not be able to watch as many as I did because I'm often off to work or working by that time. But if I'm available, I will say hi. And, oh, here we go. We have another great guest dropping in. Hello.
Oh, hold on. I got the. I did the noob move. I had the thing running. Hey, Richolas, how you doing this morning?
I am pretty good. Pretty good.
Does that sound okay?
Yes, you sound great.
5x5. Hey, you were talking about controversies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and my thing now, I've got on a new thing. Like I'm on a new, I'm hunting a new white whale. And it's actually the concept of getting a gastric bypass.
Well, we know someone that just did that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm curious. You commented before, but and this, a lot of people were, well, not a lot of people, but there were some people that were thinking that it was mean to actually comment on, because I commented on the video of, obviously, Carnivore Kip got it. And, I was just coming from a perspective of the medical industrial complex doesn't provide people with the real deal. You know what I mean? The real, what's really going to happen to their life, what really they can expect. So they're kind of I think making things sound like it's going to fix all your problems and all that kind of stuff, which it absolutely does not. It reminds me of what happened with the sex reassignment. Like,
Oh,
like telling people that if you do that surgery, it fixes all your problems, when actually, chemically speaking, like, you can never do that, really. Like, really, you know what I mean? You can change the packaging. So it actually reminds me a lot of that, because the outer shell, you can change the appearance in a lot of cases, but you can't change what's really going on, because that would take a different remedy. You know what I mean? Like, well, in sex reassignment, there is no remedy, but for the gastric bypass, because it has nothing to do with cravings at all. Nothing. So, and the cravings are what you're a slave to, right? So
hmm.
the need to continue, the using food to soothe yourself is what is happening. And having a smaller stomach doesn't fix that. Because, first of all, if you actually are looking at gastric bypass and you're thinking like, well, it's because my stomach is big and I can fit more in there. That's not what it is. It's like, because you're not really hungry in the first place a lot of times. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So you're not hungry in the first. If that was it, if it was real hunger and you made your stomach smaller because your stomach wasn't full, then maybe that would make more sense. But the thing is that it just stretches out, and it's a failed, most of the time it just doesn't work, because the people think, well, that way I can eat garbage or whatever. Some people, and I'm not saying he does, but I'm saying a lot of people will say, well, I can just keep eating the foods I like, just tiny amounts. I won't want a lot of it. But that's not the way it works. And then it stretches out and you end up right back where you started. And a lot of times you have absorption issues. They don't tell you about the malabsorption that happens and all of those problems or whatever. So I was curious as to your opinions on it.
Well, this is the way I see it. Obviously, when you eat food, your stomach secretes acid, and the food is broken down starting in there, and then it works its way through the digestive system. If you decrease the size of the stomach, now it's not going to be able to break down the food completely. And even though you may feel temporarily full, you're not going to be able to get the nutrition you
Mm-hmm.
need. So you're still going to have some kind of cravings. And I know people that have had gastric bypass. And what eventually happens, it turns them into basically a cow. So they're going to graze all day. You always see
Mm-hmm.
them chewing. So it looks like a cow chewing the cud. They'll eat something. 15 minutes later,
Mm-hmm.
they'll eat something else and eat
Mm-hmm.
something else. So I would think that over time, and they always seem to gain the weight back, the insulin would be kept higher, because every time you eat, it goes up and then
Mm-hmm.
it goes down a little bit up. So you're going to end up with this permanently high insulin. Then your body's not going to respond to it as well. It's going to secrete more of it and more of
Mm-hmm.
it. And you're going to keep eating. I think it's going to make it worse. So, and when you reduce the size of your stomach, doesn't that interfere with your ability to absorb protein
Yes.
from meat? So it
Mm-hmm.
actually makes it harder to be a carnivore if you get a gastric bypass.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is that to all, if you look at, now I talk about 1,000 Pound Sisters, and I know, like, you're talking about a lot of these reality shows are trash, but when you actually look at that show, it is a perfectly documented case of an entire family of morbidly obese people who they go through this whole thing where they have to like try to lose enough weight to get the surgery, and then they get the surgery, and then yeah, that's right, Angela, you're absolutely right. There's so many that gain it back. Most all gain it back. Now I know of one person that didn't, but she's sick. Like she's sick as a dog. You know what I mean? So, but
Mhm.
they go through this process on that show where, and TLC's like, I mean, I don't know. It's very distasteful that they're following these people around, but it's a case study, and it's in the public. All of these people got that surgery, and they're eating crap again, and they're starting to gain the weight, and a lot of them got skin removal too. Can you imagine? So you lose a bunch of weight, and you even lose most all of your weight. You go get skin removal surgery, and then a couple of years later, you're right back to where you started. What must your skin look like if you had it removed and now you're stretching it out again? Because the
Mhm.
stomach just stretches. It just stretches. They cram it full of food because they can't stop the addiction. So the only hope really is to stop the addiction, or it will not work. Now, the one person that it did, she's thin. now, and she's an older lady, but well, she's younger than me, but it's like, she's in her 50s, I think. Maybe late 40s, but she got the surgery. She lost all the weight. She's thin, but she's not healthy at
Mm.
all. And she eats lots of candy and lots of junk and just I mean, she's got other medical issues and all this kind of stuff, but she's thin because she's so sick. It's not, that she's not eating the crap again. It's that she can't absorb things either. So
Well,
she's not able to even, I don't think she's able to even build the healthy amount of fat.
that's a good point. And one of the things that I've told people, because people tell me that I look unhealthy. Well, Rick, you're too skinny. You look unhealthy. I get that all the time in comments.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen someone who's really unhealthy? Their skin is like a piece of paper that's been smashed up and then stretched out. They sag. Everything in their face sags. Their neck is always sagging. When you look at someone like me, I mean, I have a bit of a reddish color because I'm outside a lot, but my skin is tight. And I tell people I'm strong and healthy. I don't get tired. There's a way to be thin and be healthy, but I would rather see somebody a little fat and healthier, because some of these people that are skinny, I've seen them, they're shockingly bad. You look at them, they're like they just a raisin that shrunk up, and
Yep.
they walk hunched over. They have no energy. You talk to them and they talk slow. It's like their mind has been shut down from a lack of nutrition. It's
Yeah.
terrible.
Well, and Jimmet is asking. Well, she's asking Coach Angela, why would they not take a GLP-1 instead of surgery?
Hmm.
The GLP-1s are a different. Like, it's kind of like if you walk into that the witch house in the movie Brave. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's like it's
No.
like she has all these concoctions on the shelf, and like depending on which one you take, it'll do different things for you. Like, it's two different witches brews, kind of. Which, I mean, one is a procedure and one is an actual substance, but they both end in ruin. I think in the end they would end in ruin. And again, the GLP-1, eventually you're going to stop taking it, and at that point you're going to have to battle the addiction to stop it, right? So and then also you've changed your physiology depending on how long you've been on it. And I've never seen anybody go off of them. I have not. Like, when you look in the public, like, none of these people are going off of them. They look like skeletons. They look awful. I mean, the movie stars, they look sickly and awful, and they literally look like skeletons. So we've gone from having fat acceptance and glorification to be morbidly obese, and you've got Tess Holliday on the front of Sports Illustrated, to now people are walking around looking like skeletons, and that's something that they were condemning before. So
Hmm.
it's like it's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. But I think both are damaging. Now, the only thing I'll say about when people, and I have nothing but sympathy for him when it comes to his situation of getting that big. I don't know what it feels like to be that big, so I'm not walking in his shoes. My perspective is coming from, I was 100 pounds overweight, but my perspective is coming from the fact that this is an allowable procedure. Right. So this is what's encouraged for people to do, either this or GLP-1s. But it doesn't work unless you fix the addiction. So it's all coming from the medical industrial complex and what they say is a solution. This is not a solution. It's not even a Band-Aid. You know what I mean? In most cases. And I'm not saying that there are people who actually succeed. They succeed at it, right? And then later they learn how to eat properly. I have seen that. And hopefully down the line they won't have absorption problems. But it's just a small percentage, unfortunately, because
Hmm.
you've got to stop abusing. You've got to figure out why you're doing it. Why are you abusing food? You've got to. I mean, you're supposed to be eating food for sustenance. Number one, we don't do that in this country. We do not do that. So as long as you're not doing that, if you gain weight, now GLP-1s. Now, that being said, and when you look at someone like Bill Knott, who taken 5 steps to the toilet, like, you're almost bedbound where you can't even do that anymore. At that point, if it was me, I likely would do one of these solutions. either GLP-1 or surgery if I was so big that I was in that shape. Because the point is that a lot of people are like, well, how did you get yourself into that shape? That doesn't matter. It's like people do all kind of things. They end up doing all kind of crazy things or ending up in bad situations. You're in that horrible situation and you're facing immediate death. Yep, guess what? GLP-1 or even maybe the surgery is better than that, right? So in extreme cases, but the problem is most of these surgeries are given out to people who are just like, they are more than able, if they battled their addiction, they started using food in a healthy way, even if it's just whole foods, they'd lose the weight. Because when you first start losing weight, if you're morbidly obese, it comes off really fast. You get a lot of it coming off, but they have to do they have to like fix the addiction. And that's my problem. They don't even address it at all. They don't, if you go to get gastric bypass surgery, they don't address that at all. They'll tell you to lose weight before the surgery.
Well, this is the thing. And you see with Kip, he gained a bunch of weight, but he was losing weight before the surgery. He could do it if he really put his mind to it and he had the right setup. But for some reason, he keeps getting distracted. And I guess he needed this as some kind of a mental crutch or something. I don't know. I don't understand the concept of food addiction. I mean, I love to eat. And when I see something available, I will eat it. But I can't imagine eating something that is just that detrimental. In other words, what I call duck food. You're eating duck food, you're waddling around, you're quacking. It doesn't make sense. To me, I would just hit the steak. Hit the steak, hit the iguana, hit the duck, whatever you have, and I'm satisfied. But Kip was not, in my opinion, like Bill Knott. Bill Knott was basically circling the drain.
Yeah. He was way different. Yeah.
Kip was walking. He's with his family. He moved. He did all these things, and I think probably because of the move, he got some stress going on. Maybe he found comfort in duck food, and then he gained weight. But this happens to a lot of them. There's several of these carnivores. I mean, you could think of, I'll give you an example. You're familiar with Shaun White?
Yeah.
Okay, intentional
I think
carnivore.
he's intentional carnivore, yeah.
He lost a lot of weight, and then he fell off, went to the duck food, and gained the weight back on. And when I saw him, I was like, wow, what happened? He lost a lot of weight, got in good shape, and fell back. Now, someone like that, is that a physical problem or is that a mental problem?
It's a mental problem.
It's a mental problem.
100%. Yep.
So.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing. And a lot of people were, I expected a lot of pushback on this or whatever, because there seems to be camps, which are freaking hilarious. It cracks me up. I actually look at the different middle school camps, people like going, you're mean to Kip. And I had one person say I was being mean. It's like, look, and he even said in his video, he goes, cause it was a reaction. He goes, you guys are saying things like, I hope it works for you. And he goes, it makes me upset, or it made him upset. He didn't want to hear it. And I'm like, you don't want to hear hope, like messages of hope, but he was basically saying that he didn't want to hear any controversial, hello, Scooby the dog. He was said, I don't want to hear any I don't want to hear opinions that are counter to what I believe. You know what I mean? So it's, I'm like, okay, here's the thing. Like a lot of times in life, you don't want to hear the truth and you avoid the truth and you stick your head in the sand. I've done it myself. But the problem with this is that he could be successful even after the surgery. However, if he doesn't, and I don't know, and the thing is I asked him for an interview before like a month ago, because I wanted to interview him on his decision, not to tell him what to do. I'm not going to tell him what to do. But at this point, he's already had surgery, and it's like, okay, you can be fairly successful with this, hoping that you don't have any complications down the line. But if you actually if you actually attack your addiction, if you focus on that and get to the whole foods approach, this could work. This could help you work. It could make it faster, that kind of thing. It's already done. So if somebody never said that, even though he doesn't want to hear it, I'll bet you if he doesn't attack the addiction, let's say he doesn't, and I don't know where his stance is because he didn't, I couldn't get him to come on and tell him say in his words what he was going to do. But after that, if nobody said that to you, if nobody made you realize how important this was, when 3 years from now, when he gains even more weight, if that was to happen, he would wish that someone would have warned him. So it's like a warning. It's like, look, anybody that's had this surgery, if you go and do it, just make sure you combat the addiction, because the doctors are not going to tell you that. They're not going to warn you. They don't care. They do not care if you end up being twice the size you originally were. They don't care. The medical industrial complex is not there to help you. It hasn't been for a really long time. And that's what people need to understand. And it's sad because I feel so bad for these people, and no one's warning them, because there is a big impression, and I've actually asked a lot of people just in general. I've done some just little polls, and I've like, okay, do you think if you got gastric bypass surgery, it would eradicate your cravings and you wouldn't have a problem with food anymore? And 95% of people believe that, and it's absolutely 100% a lie. That is not true. It has nothing to do with your cravings. It has nothing to do with food addiction. And all you do, if you don't address it, you end up, your stomach expands, and you end up, you end up being able to eat more, or you eat just constantly, and then you have absorption issues, and then you gain more weight. Just like GLP-1s. How many people have you heard of? And if anybody in the chat has seen this, let me know definitely, because I haven't heard of one that went off and kept the weight off. So again, same old thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same kind of problem, as it's just a little different, but it's chemical,
Right.
So,
I mean, that's the issue. You're not dealing with the mental side of it. And you can see even in some of the comments, change your diet to carnivore. I saw a comment here. Let me see where that was. Okay. Food addiction. Yeah. She was addicted to stevia. And then Ellen said, is that not what he's doing, documenting his journey? I don't know why people are so obsessed with him. It's his life. Well, my thing is this. If you're putting yourself out there into the public domain, I think a lot of people are curious. There's going to be questions asked, and I think they do have a right to discuss the subject. If you don't want people to know what you're doing, just keep it private.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he can help a lot of people. So just like if he said he's doing this to share, he wants to share his experience, I think, to help people. I think that's what he said. So if he's doing it to help people, I'm actually some of the people I'm attempting to, by commenting and adding more information to what he's saying. And I'm not saying, like I said, I don't know where his journey's going to end. I don't know what he's thinking. That is why I attempted I've been a journalist in my life, and it's like, I want to hear from the horse's mouth, but he didn't get back to me, and that's fine. He didn't have to. I mean, I don't care. But I would have liked to have heard how he came to this decision or whatever, and it's his decision, which is perfectly fine. But I think that the same thing he is doing, by actually analyzing his situation and looking at it. And it's very unique. The reason it's a unique case study, and I'm a scientist, okay? So this case study he is a carnivore who was on carnivore who is getting the gastric bypass. So it's a very interesting dynamic. And it'll be interesting to follow him, and he's making it public. It's like public figures. If you don't want paparazzi and I'm not like a paparazzi, but you don't want paparazzi taking pictures of you, you don't get famous, right? You don't become famous, or you stop doing that. So and I have Carnivore gave me 7 scans. I don't get triggered. You can be as nasty to me as you want. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I really don't care about trolls unless they're showing slugs. But I don't care about, regular trolls or people saying nasty things. I don't care, because I'm a free speech absolutist. Just don't break the law. You know what I mean? I don't care what you say. So the thing is with this is that I am watching his journey because he's making it public, and I'm commenting on it, adding more information. It's like, okay, keep in mind, because it's known facts. These are facts that it doesn't do the cravings, it doesn't take care of the food noise if you're eating bad stuff. So just make sure, if you get this surgery, if that's your decision, do address that, because I hate seeing the outcomes. The outcomes are bad, or they're very abysmal. And actually, Midlife Carnivore, who I think she works with Carrie. She does work with Carrie, to do all that Healing Humanity stuff. She's I've watched her videos and stuff before, but she was commenting. She's a nurse, and she was a bariatric nurse. She was a gastric nurse. So she saw this firsthand, and it's the same thing. So she's witnessed it. I mean, it's not up for debate. It's not something that is debatable, that if you don't stop the abuse of food, it's not going to work. It will not work. So, and that would be terrible. I hate seeing people who think it will fix it, but it won't. So, again, it's a cautionary tale. And I hope I don't know if he saw the video or not, but I hope he does. I hope he understands. It's like, I feel like, I have to give anybody that gets this surgery that warning. Hopefully, if they have the warning before they get too far into it, that won't happen to them and all the weight won't come back. And, they won't be, because that would be, can you imagine going through, that's a hard surgery to go through and it's dangerous. Going through all of that and then gaining all the weight back, that's terrible. I don't want that to happen to anybody. And like I said, I feel very bad, but I feel very bad for anybody in that position. I've never been but 100 pounds overweight, not that much. So it's their decision to do, but I do think, where the medical industrial complex is not going to warn you. They're not going to tell you the truth. They don't care about you. It's like we in the carnivore community do. We care about people's health. That's the reason we're doing all this. That's the reason most of us are so vocal. It's the reason a lot of us did the channel, is because we understand the medical industrial complex is lying. They're full of crap. They're sending us down a wrong road. They're sending us to an early grave. So because we know that, we're vocal about it, and that's the reason. But I understand not wanting to hear things that are contrary, I've had times I ate stevia for 10 years, for God's sakes. I'm sitting there consuming on a daily basis. I'm a chemist. It's like, I knew about the cephalic phase insulin response. It's like, I know better, and I was doing that. So, I mean, I don't throw rocks when I live in a glass house. We're all doing dumb things at one point in time. So, I'm not critical in that respect. Everybody has their vices. You know what I mean? But I got rid of it. So that's good.
What I would like to know, and this is something that should be discussed, why, if Kip had such a hard time, why did Bill not? He in far worse shape. Why has he been able to succeed while other people have failed?
Yeah, I think it's because this goes to your environment. I think it might be, to be honest, I think it might be easier for Bill because Bill lives by himself. That's one thing. So Bill lives by himself, as far as people in their circumstances. Bill lives by himself, and he doesn't have a daughter who's eating possibly like Little Debbie snack cakes that are laying around the house. He doesn't have her, I don't know how his wife eats, but when you have, I've got all kinds of garbage in my kitchen right now, and I remember when I first started on my diet, I didn't have that. I wouldn't buy it because my kids were younger. I wouldn't buy all that junk. So back in the day when I started, it was easier because I controlled what was in the kitchen. Now they're adults, and there's all kinds of junk in that kitchen right now. So if I was not well into carnivore and say I had just started this, it would be really hard for me to not, fall off the wagon. So circumstances, I think, probably are different. You're exposed to different types of stuff in your house. And that's one thing. And then also just I remember when I was 100 pounds overweight. I was miserable. I hated my life. I didn't want to go outside. I played a lot of video games because I escaped two different worlds. And I'm still a gamer, like I still like it, but I did it because I didn't want to go anywhere else, and it gives you an outlet. And I think Barb from Grandma's Crochet Corner did the same thing. So at that point in time, you have this isolated existence. And I was so sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I remember the moment that I was laying in bed, I was watching some kind of crap on TV, and something inside of me just bubbled up and said, no, get up now. Now you're done. It's over. We're stopping. We're not going to lay down and die. And I started keto, and I started to make my life better, but it was that 1 second. I don't know if it was transmissions from Mars. It could be, divine intervention, which is likely what it was. But something inside of me bubbled up and took charge. That has to happen. That moment of perfect clarity has to happen before your journey can start. And I think a lot of people, it takes a lot for them to get there. Some people never have that happen, sadly. You know what I mean? So different people will take different lengths of time, you know, and their circumstances, their health and all that kind of stuff. So
You see this comment from CB Carmack. I know he went to Kip's get together and said that the kids, the family were eating Cheetos and Doritos. So evidently it's part of their culture. So he has easy access to the duck food.
yeah, and that's hard. That is hard, especially when you have kids. And that's the reason a lot of women, their diets, they'll fail, you know, in trying to fix their diet to be a healthy diet. It'll fail because they're buying, you know, they're having to buy all their kids, you know, bonbons and ho-hos and stuff like that. And it's just too much temptation because and here's the thing, the food chemists, and I know some of them because I went to school with some of them, they make these things, and it is an addiction. Like, I don't know I know Kiltz and Mitch have a thing going about it's not addiction, it is addiction. I think they're getting caught up in semantics because the fact is that, okay, physical addiction, I get it. I hear this argument about people talking about weed versus like heroin. And they're talking about weed's not a physical addiction or something. I don't know. They have the same argument. A physical addiction is a chemical withdrawal, like you remove the chemical and you're like having this massive physical addiction and all those things, right? But food is a little different, but it's still, I don't care what you call it, addiction, vice, weakness. I mean, call it what you want, right? You're getting caught up in labels when you start arguing about it. But if you will sell your mama for a ho-ho, you're addicted to whatever that thing is, right? So call it whatever.
What is a ho-ho?
Like ding dong. Is it ding dong? No, not that kind of ho-ho. Ding dongs, ring dings, and there's ho-hos. Ho-hos and Twinkies.
Ring?
They're like the same. It's like a Twinkie kind of thing.
Ring ding. Isn't that what Crazy Frog used to sing?
I don't know. I think there's ring dings. I don't know. I might be remembering. I know ho-hos are a thing. Ho-hos,
so that's
probably not sold.
Food?
Oh, it's like a Twinkie. It's like a
Ew.
process. It's a processed pile of garbage, is what it is. But but like I would do it for cream horns. Cream horns is like phyllo dough, and then they take, basically the filling is Crisco and sugar. And yes, the worst. Crisco, sugar, and
nasty,
and flavoring or whatever,
Quack.
And cornstarch. Yeah. Oh. So, and then they whip it up and they cram it into phyllo dough. I mean, that was my weakness. That was I could mow down an entire pack of that stuff.
How can you eat that without throwing up?
Oh no, I loved it. Oh my god! And I would feel a little sick at the end. Oh, I was awful. So when I was a teenager. Okay, and I was skinny though. Most of my life, I was skinny. I was a model. I would go to the store, and I would buy. This is how addictive this food. That's an addict if you're doing this crap. I would go buy Betty Crocker frosting. Again, Crisco, seed oils, sugar, cornstarch. Yeah. I would eat the entire thing with a spoon. Screw the cake. Like, I don't need the cake. I just want the frosting. And everybody's cake, I would always like end up eating the frosting off of their cakes. That was just nasty. So that's what I was, I was raised like eating that kind of stuff, but I had a big problem with it. But I did it because I craved it. Now, I didn't do the eating for emotional reasons when I was growing up because I was perfectly happy. Like, I didn't have that problem till later. I think later in life when I was in my 40s and I gained weight, I was doing some emotional eating. But when I was young, like I ate whatever I wanted because I never gained a pound. You know what I mean? And I never had any health issues. And so it just never affected me. But that's nasty. But if you, I'm sorry, I'd like to ask Kiltz, okay, if you have somebody that would sell their mama for that ho-ho, that is give it another label if you don't want to call it addiction, but that's what drug addicts do. They will come and steal all your stuff and sell it to get crack. So crack, ho-ho, crack. I mean, same SSDD, same shit, different day. So that's my point. You know what I mean? Not chemical addiction, whatever. It's like, that's a medical term. Like, it's the same thing about people talking about weed versus cocaine. It's like one's a physical addiction, one's a mental. It's like, I don't care. The point is you have to have it. It's a vice, end of story, when it comes to that. But you know.
Well, see, this is the other thing. First of all, I see that Michael Pregler had a comment. He's never been overweight, so I know what that's like. I've never been overweight. The idea of being addicted. Now, I think about addicted to food. It's like when I go to the store, I can walk through the entire grocery store. Nothing attracts me. But when I see the meat section, it's always in the back of the store, and it says meats. All of a sudden, my eyes get bigger, and as I walk towards the meat section, I'm looking for what's on sale. I will not walk out of there empty-handed if there's a deal. So if I found ground beef for less than $3 a pound, I'll buy all the money I have in ground beef. If I find a pork on sale for 99 cents, I buy whatever they can. Anything that's cheap, my money goes away. So I figure, well, Rick, you're addicted to meat, because if I had $50 in my wallet and I go in the store and they got a sale on meat, I'm going to buy every last penny of it. All $50. I have nothing left. I've gone to the auto parts to get something, and I stop in Winn-Dixie, and at that time it was cheap. Ground beef was $1.69, and it says there's no limit. And I went to the auto parts to buy an alternator, and guess what I went home with? A bunch of meat. So I went home. I got some more money. I went back to get the alternator, and guess what? I went back to Winn-Dixie, and I got more meat. And I kept buying the meat until there was none left, until I ran out of money or whatever came first. And that's it. And then when I have that meat in the refrigerator, I start thinking about heart attack burgers. So I've got the eggs and the pork rinds and the cheese. And I'm making Rick's heart attack burger. And I would make those things day after day after day, never get tired of it. And I just eat. When chicken's on sale, sometimes they had it 38 cents a pound. I'd buy every bag I could, stuff it all in the refrigerator. And it's like, well, I got to eat it before it goes bad or put it in the freezer. Next thing you know, I'm eating 5 pounds of heart attack chicken every meal. And it's so that kind of stuff to me is addictive. But the duck food, I have pasta that's been sitting in my refrigerator for 6 months. I finally put it to use, and I bet you know exactly what I did with it.
What did you do? You gave it to ducks?
I gave it to the ducks.
Yeah.
I had rice. I gave it to the ducks.
Yep.
All that stuff. So, but it's sat in my refrigerator. I was looking at a video I did from 6 months ago, and it was there when I did the clean out. It's been there the whole time. To me, duck food has no appeal. It would be like a normal person looking in the garbage, seeing food thrown in the garbage, and picking it up and eating it. They're not going to do that. I go to the store. I don't see it. Yep. So it's hard for me to imagine that you could be addicted to low quality duck food. So when you say those things that you like, I don't even know what they are. It starts to make me feel like sick, you know?
Yeah.
It's like somebody talking about eating food out of a garbage can with maggots on it. That's not appealing.
Well, that's true. It's like it's the same thing if, like you said, it makes you feel sick, like you would never imagine it. Like you also would never imagine doing like cocaine or heroin, or you know what I mean? Because it sounds gross and horrible. So that's why they're so similar. And, you know, one thing that's good about you, and the reason you are like from another planet, like in the meme. But you know why? Because you did not, the way that everybody else was raised, they're eating all the processed food and they're eating all the stuff. So they have like conditioning and exposure for years and years and years and years and years, you know, of conditioning, struggle, marketing, propaganda. And you never were a part of that. So, you wouldn't. So it's literally like, you know, Rick from Earth, you know, we're here to, we're here to find the answer. So you're not going to be able to understand it because, you just didn't, you were not affected by that, which is great. I mean, that's why, you know, you got such a luxurious mane of hair, and that's the reason your skin's so good and you look so young. So that was because of the longevity of how long you've been doing carnivore. And there's not many of you out there, you know. Now I will say for me, when I got rid of the stevia, I don't look at anything anymore which I stopped doing that. It was 2 phase. So when I went carnivore, I stopped looking at stuff, crap stuff like ho-hos, ding dongs, all that stuff. I stopped looking at that and going, ooh, I really want to eat that. That went away. So I'm not saying the food noise didn't go away on carnivore, but I kept stevia. Then over time, stevia made some of that come back, but I wasn't looking at stuff like that. I was looking at like stevia dessert, steak and butter gals cakes and things like thinking about making stuff like that. That was the food noise I had. but I got rid of it when I got rid of the stevia. So the thing about carnivore is, for me and for a lot of people, it gets rid of all the food noise. You know what I mean?
Well, I get rid of the food noise once a duck guillotine is activated. The food noise goes away
It's like,
because yeah. After that, it's maybe a few flaps of the wings and it's quiet.
yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
but now you walk outside, you hear, that's the food noise. But iguanas don't really make noise other than running up the tree. But yeah, you see this comment here. CB Carmack has a theory that because of his heritage, his genetics, maybe the duck food has more of a effect like it does with the native people on Kip.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible. But I do think in terms of the addiction, this is why I don't promote myself. I'm not going to be a carnivore coach. I'm not going to be a carnivore influencer because I don't have the experience. I cannot identify with people. I didn't know what a cream horn was. I mean, really, the only horns I have here are off of a bull, and they're up on the wall.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Like, but I was big into and a lot of people like would get cakes, and there's something called, like, if you go buy a birthday cake or I don't know, a cake for an event, there's two types of frosting. There's what's called whipped, well, there's multiple, but whipped frosting, and then there's buttercream. Okay. Now, buttercream likely has no butter in it. First of all, it's Crisco confectioner sugar, which is a mix of pulverized sugar and cornstarch, and just a bunch of nastiness, right? And so I would always have to have buttercream, like the nastiest of the nasty. You know what I mean? But that's because I was addicted to all of the foods. The processed food got me addicted.
Did you know I used to use cornstarch to make ceiling tiles?
I don't doubt it.
Yep.
Yeah. That's about all it's good for. I mean, because it certainly will just ruin your health. And cornstarch was in everything. It's not as much anymore, but they've got equally as nasty of ingredients like in there, so.
Well, what I can't understand, if people want to eat something sweet, we already have something that is non-processed. It's called fruit.
That's true. Yeah.
You walk outside, you grab a fruit, and you eat it. That's sweet, if that's what you want. But it's seasonal, so you can't get addicted to it because mango season lasts 2 or 3 weeks. No more mangoes.
Yep.
And the same thing, oranges. You may get a month. No more oranges. You can't. I mean, you technically could grow fruit year-round, but it would always be a different fruit. But you can have meat year-round. You can have eggs year-round. And I just don't see the appeal of all that. To me, as a kid, it always seemed like a lot of work. And then you're basically just cheaping out. So what it is, you're trying to extend something further. That's what I used to I was called picky because I would eat the meat and nothing else. Well, my son is so picky. But this is the crap. You mix the meat with crap to extend it further. I figured it was like in the Great Depression. So that's why I like the buffet so much. I could pick out the meat and leave the rest behind.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is if you're eating whole foods like fruits, if you're gonna not, like, if you don't want to do carnivore or whatever, and you just eat whole foods that grow in the ground or whatever, it's like you're way better off. And you don't hear of a lot of people binging on things that are real food. Like, it's always they're binging on the chemical stuff. Hello.
I'm back.
He's wearing a shirt.
Back.
It's like, no. It's like, I love the whole nudist vibe. I think that's awesome.
I just got to find my glasses.
Well, Rick, I've got to go to a house showing. I hate to say I've got to get off because I got to go with my son to go look at a house. And I think he was at the door a minute ago. But thank you for having me. And I'm sorry I got to go, Kurt. It's not you. Fine. I swear. I'm not leaving because you come on. You take my place. Yeah, no, I do. I just realized what time it was because I can go on forever. You know how I am, but. Thank you for having me on. It was cool.
Anytime. You're always
welcome. Got to do a live stream soon.
Excellent.
And see you later, Kurt and everybody. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Yep. Take care.
Bye.
Holy crap.
There we go.
Well, I'm right next to my brother from another mother.
That's right. Just reading the comments, I see someone commented about 1960s kids on SAD and we were never fat. That's true. They ate that
Exactly.
stuff back then and never got fat. But of course, they were a lot more active, and I guess they hadn't done as much damage as they do now.
All right. Let's see if I can.
Yes, I know Crazy Frog. Huh. That's Amy's got a good point. Sometimes the people you surround yourself with will affect your progress. That's very true.
Oh, where am I at? This isn't connecting. What the heck? Oh,
Uh-oh.
well. I tried to connect to the. Let me. I'll step out and I'll come back.
Okay. There we go. Let's see. Why do you think sex is a thing? Biology did that. It's a positive pressure reward to facilitate continuance of a species. When you boil it down, every response is weird. Yeah, that's makes sense. Rick's reaction to the description of frosting. Well, that's what I feel. I can't stand that. It sounds nasty. It's like eating out of a dumpster. Ugh, disgusting. How can anybody like that stuff? Why do they call it frosting? It's not cold. It's not made of water. It's not ice. I guess just silly term. I could be addicted to steak and bacon. I think I already am. I have that feeling. Bacon and eggs and steak, yes. It's like that with law enforcement. We constantly get junk put in front of us. People think I'm strange because I refuse. Well, you know what they say about cops and donuts. Every time you drive by the Dunkin' Donuts, they say, oh, it's the police station. Of course, there hardly ever are any police here. Oh, here we go.
There we go.
All right.
Now, and I can hear you over the car speaker. Cool.
Excellent. Got the Bluetooth going on.
Yep.
That's great.
Now I just need to lower my steering wheel, put you up on top here. Give me a second.
There we are.
Yeah.
All
that
set.
Works fantastic. So, yeah, taking the wife out, and she's doing her thing, and I'm going to wait for her.
That's good.
Gonna have my coffee. You don't mind.
Out shopping, I guess that must be it.
No, she's doing a little personal care.
Okay.
Doing a female thing, and I sit and wait, and after that's when we go shopping. Got a few places to go.
Wow, look at that. Giant full trailer full of boxes of whole chickens. I got 3 boxes. That's good. Heart attack chicken is incoming.
Oh my gosh. Don't remind me. My large freezer is full. My wife has taken a good portion of our stand-up freezer. So when I bought the 65 pounds of ribeye, I got to clear it out when I go back to eating meat, because right now I'm just eating eggs, and I have my 7 cubic foot full of chicken that I got to thaw out because I did a boo-boo and just threw everything in there, and I can't get it out now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. You're on the egg thing, but I would, all that meat sitting in there, I'd be eating that. Hopefully you'll be able to hit that soon.
You think I'm going to be doing it? It's going to be an eggs summer. That's it. I'm doing eggs until probably fall.
Really?
Yeah. I want that cholesterol, I want that clogged arteries.
You got to get that heart attack. Well, I guess they say 1 egg is like smoking 2 cigarettes. So you're making good progress.
Yeah. The other day I ate almost 2 dozen. I was 3 shy. I was so hungry.
Wow. That's good.
Yep. Oh.
Let's see. Hooked on sugar.
No.
You need to have a big
No
party.
thanks.
The chicken, I guess. Yeah, we get some interesting comments here. Huh.
Oh, I did. I will. Okay. I cheated a little bit the other day, last night,
Hmm.
because I did take a piece of somebody's advice, and when I ordered my eggs from Sam's Club, I got those sausages he had.
Mm-hmm.
They are delicious.
Really?
Yes, I fried it up in beef tallow last night, and I ate 6 eggs when I got home. One
Excellent.
sausage. Yep.
So sausage was good?
Oh, yeah. I couldn't get enough of it, but again, I just wanted to try it.
Is that one somebody recommended?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Mitch. Mitch had it
Yeah.
on his channel, and he did a video on it.
Right. I
Yep.
remember that.
So I'm like, I'm ordering eggs. I'll try it.
Mitch's hot dog video. That's right.
Yep. Really good.
I haven't had a hot dog in a very long time. I go for the regular meat, but yeah.
Right.
But yeah, they're convenient.
I thought Jonathan was coming on. Is he
No,
okay? Is he
He's having a birthday today.
right?
So he said he wouldn't be on most likely. So,
Oh, I thought he was going to be on. Damn.
I mean, he could be. He could pop on at any time, but I think he's probably busy. I hope he's having a good time with friends and family.
There you go. Yeah.
Seems like we have a lot of interesting people born in June. Let's see. Yeah, Amy thought that I was helping people. I thought that was interesting. I could have a chicken.
How do you help people, Rick?
I think I scare them away. That's what I think.
Well, I'll admit, when I first came into the carnivore realm and I saw you on thumbnails, I'm like, who is that crazy guy? He looks like he death warmed over.
Right?
Kid you not. And who would have thought we'd be where we're at now?
That is true. Because, I'm not the picture of what people want to be. I'm just sort of an accident. I tried to give myself a heart attack, but I failed. So I guess I'm a total failure on many counts. But,
there you go.
I'm still trying. It's only a matter of time. I'll get that heart attack one day.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Have some fruit. If you want sweet stuff, go pick a fruit. That's all. And when there's no more fruit, you can't eat any sweet stuff. Yep. Amy's got to run. Have a great day. All right.
Take care, Amy.
Yep. Let's see. Ho-hos and horns never worked on me. I didn't even know what that was. I thought ho-ho was like a derogatory term for a prostitute. That's what I thought.
Oh, no, they were Hostess. I think it was Hostess that made them. And all the nasty stuff that ultra processed foods, they packed in kids' lunches when I was growing up.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a lot of them snack cakes and different things. It was, looking back at it now, I wish I would have learned how to try to get a heart attack.
Yeah. Well, they threw me out of the school cafeteria for eating raw meat. I had to eat outside after that.
Really?
Yep.
But now they will let kids have litter boxes. Make it make sense, Rick.
Yeah, I still don't understand why they were so offended by me eating raw meat. They said that it was a bad example, because I bring it to school cold. It was frozen when I left the house. By the time that I got to the cafeteria, it was, partially frozen. So I'm chewing on this thing. Imagine, you got a 15-year-old kid chewing on raw meat in the cafeteria. It's like, what's that? I said, it's beef. Like, it looks raw. Oh, it is. Ooh. And they go into freak out mode. And I guess they tell the cafeteria lady and they tell the office, and you can't eat that in here. So why not? Oh, you can't eat raw meat in the cafeteria. All right, I'll eat outside. That's all.
That's sad.
That is sad. Back then, they used to let you leave the school for lunch, and then that was the last year they did it. And after that, they kept everybody in the school. But I still ate outside.
Yeah, our high school, well, even junior high. I mean, if you were in high school, you were allowed to leave the school grounds, go uptown to the gas station, get whatever potato wedges or pizza pockets.
Mm.
But junior high, there were some junior high people that went out, and I was one of them.
Hmm.
I really didn't care. I broke all the rules. In fact, I never touched drugs. And when I say drugs, I'm talking weed until after I got out of high school.
Huh. Okay.
Yep. But a lot of people did them in school, and yeah, I got accused of it when I was in school.
There used to be a lot of smoking in the restrooms when I was in junior high. I know that.
Oh, wow, really?
They even smoked in elementary school. There were kids that would smoke in the elementary school, which I thought was funny.
Now, a kid in fourth grade, I remember, third or fourth, I got to remember here. I think fourth grade, he was a pothead. I kid you not. He was skinnier than all get out. He greasy hair, and he was from Kentucky. Yep. But he loved his weed.
I guess some kids are just like that.
But I think most of the reason, just like is when I drank, I self-medicated. And I think that's a big reason why a lot of people smoke weed, is to self-medicate because of whatever ailment they have, whether it's mental or physical.
That's gotta be.
And if they could just see the light and go 10 days clean carnivore, they would like, why do I don't need this. In fact, I got a gal who was asking me the other day at work. She's about our age, and she's asking me, why am I eating this way? What about vegetables? And I just explained everything to her. I said, but this is what you got to do. And if you want to get healthy and you just give it a chance, give yourself 3 days. Strict 3 days, nothing but water, no sugar, no deep fried foods, just eat eggs and meat and see how you feel. Eat as much as you want in 3 days. And just see what your body tells you. If your body tells you this feels great, then keep doing it.
Exactly.
So hopefully I can get her to, I mean, it's, you know, how you do, but you don't know how hard it is for people to change when they've been eating this way their whole life, and they're complacent. You know, it's their comfort zone.
That's it. They even call it comfort food, even though it's killing them.
Yeah. Right. I just don't understand why people want to sit there and make themselves, they want to impose their misery on other folks, their aches, their pains, their sorrow, whatever. If you would just clean up your acts and eat right, it could make a difference, a big difference in your life.
That's true. But the thing is, that would require action. And I think for a lot of people, they would rather have somebody else do it for them. They don't want to do it themselves.
Oh, yeah.
I know people that they're always asking for help. And I said, look, you could do this yourself. But no, I'll get somebody else to do it. They're going to pay to have somebody do something they could do themselves. They complain about how much they have to pay to get their lawn mowed. I said, well, you got a lawnmower right there. Put some gas in it, fire it up, and go cut the grass. They don't want to do that because that involves them doing something. They got to go out there and sweat and work hard. It's better to just pay somebody else and complain about it, make everybody feel sorry for you.
Hey, I resemble that remark. Because I was in such physical pain and miserable, I have not push mode since the 90s.
Wow.
So over 30 years, I had, in fact, it was like 98 when my first marriage. And I had a push mower and a rider. So anyways, yeah, we moved. My mom's, I never push mowed. I bought a big old Dines 5-foot swath. I mowed her lawn with it. Never weed eat. Well, got here, had the neighbor, our friend's kid, had him mow, gave him a job. He paid him. And then finally I said, I'm sick and tired of paying people. I want a lawn. I want to mow the lawn.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. It started there. And then the wife started complaining, well, I don't like the weeds by the steps. And I said, yeah, I got to get a weed eater. So what did I do? I ordered it online. I got a good deal. And it arrived yesterday. So hopefully, if the weather permits, I can get out there this weekend and do some weed eating.
There you go. See?
Yeah. I do not. If I can do it myself, I'll do it.
Right. But some people, I think for some people, it's a measure of success when you can get everybody else to do the stuff for you and you don't have to do anything. That's what I've seen.
Yeah. You can't. Success is showing that you can go from 1 foot in the grave, 1 foot on a banana peel to doing the stuff I'm doing.
Right.
That's success.
That's very true. A lot of people don't understand that. They think that, well, it's no big deal, but it is a big deal. Because when you're circling the drain, if you can grab the rim and pull yourself out, that's a lot better than waiting to be sucked down and you're done.
Yep. Exactly. I'm hoping that because right next to this place where my wife is, getting her female stuff done, but it's nothing. It's just she's getting a massage.
Mm-hmm.
But right next to it, they have a mochi donut place. So I'm hoping she doesn't want to go there.
Wow, I can't
That's
believe
her.
anybody. You know, I tell everybody a donut is something I do, not something I eat.
There you go.
I never understood the appeal of those nasty things.
Well, when I was growing up, it's all about the comfort and the sugar, and that's all they are. Now that's the one thing I have not partaken of is bread. Even though I have fallen off here and there, I have not done bread. I will not eat pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Or any of the like, and donuts.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's true.
I have, the wife, she buys pistachios, and yeah, I'll have some.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I know I know I'm going to pay the price.
Yeah.
Because they're salty.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Let's see.
They're not seasoned salty. They're roasted and salted, and the salt tastes really good.
I never liked any seeds. Not a big nut person, I can tell you that.
Right.
I'm nuts
Well,
already.
But you've been this way practically your whole life.
Yeah.
And you've seen what it's done to your parents.
Yep. That was a good point. That was a frustrating thing because even though I had no idea that a carnivore diet could actually be healthy, I still believe that it was deadly. But the idea was it was deadly but it kept you strong until the last day. You were like able to run all out until your pistons blew out. But watching my parents decline and get weak, that's the one thing I don't want to do. That went totally against Rick's heart attack diet. The heart attack diet is you get strong, you grow as much as you can, you keep active, and then one day it's like, oh, it's a big one, and you fall down, and that's it, and they just haul you off to the grave or to the oven, and you're done. You don't have to worry about going on an operation, going to the doctor. You know, by the time they take you to the hospital, you're done. Your heart attack was massive.
Yeah, my wife already knows that I have a DNR.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's one and done.
But it's amazing though, with the heart disease you've had and you're able to bounce back. You don't see that very often, do you?
No. I mean, when you had a major heart attack and 98% blockage in the main artery to the heart, you've had 2 other heart attacks, and you were, as you say, circling the drain, because I would be out of breath walking 20 feet. I remember when we first moved where we're at, we went and saw a comedian, and it was during March, I think, April. But anyways, it was super cold, and we had to park like a block and a half away. I had to stop like 20 times because my feet, my legs were hurting. I was out of breath. But now I'm slinging around 500-pound carts full of parts all night, 12 times an hour. And that's just one job. And that all night I'm pushing carts that are 300-400 pounds, and that's for 8 hours. And I sit there and talk with people while I'm working, and I'm never out of breath.
Well, that's it. And the thing is, when you've had a heart attack, some of your heart has died off. So the fact that you can compensate for that, that's pretty amazing.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Now I've heard you can strengthen that through diet. You're never going to regain what you've lost, but you can strengthen your heart.
Right.
So it's if you take the necessary changes. I don't know. I never went to medical school, so I couldn't tell you.
Looks like Michael Pregler had a stent put in his artery as well. So I guess everyone eventually gets some kind of heart disease.
Well,
he's still going.
If you want to eat that stuff that's going to sludge up your circulatory, and that's the thing, circulatory system. Rick, can you define circulatory for me?
Goes around
and
circulates.
So why does it make sense that if our arteries are getting clogged, it should clog up the veins too?
That's right.
Because it's a circulatory system.
Well, usually in your house, it's not the water supply that gets clogged, it's the drain.
Yeah. So there you go, people who are not for pro carnivore. Just saying, food for thought.
It'd be interesting to see how long Michael's been carnivore, because he mentioned earlier he's never been overweight. And you could have heart disease even at a healthy, so-called healthy weight. And there's some people that are overweight that never get heart disease. We had a friend that was fat. She lived, I think, to over 100, but she ate meat all the time, which I thought was kind of interesting. She did eat fruits and vegetables as well, but she ate a lot of meat. I remember she used to make some kind of a stew. It was they were Italian, but she never ate pasta. She didn't eat rice. She said it was, garbage, but she did eat fruits, vegetables, and meats. And she was fat. I think she lived to 100 and 105 or 6. I don't know. She was pretty old. But the old lady
Wow.
could still work. She was living in her house at 103 or 4 or whatever it was. I think she was only in nursing care for a couple of months because she had some kind of infection and then was in the hospital, and then the nursing care, then back to the hospital, and then died. Something like that. It was like back and forth. My other friend,
too
his
bad.
mom, I think, lived to 112. So we've had a few old timers around here.
Wow, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I knew then what I knew now, I probably could have done a lot of help with my parents.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one thing I regret, is just not knowing this. And all it took was a dumbass cardiologist saying, "Kurt, you need to go on Ozempic besides your metformin." And that was it. I was like, "No, I'm not. I got to figure something out."
Yeah. Well, it's interesting you were able to find this lifestyle because it's definitely not a popular one. But the fact that you could find it, that's kind of a miracle in itself.
Well, just a little secret, because when I got home from the cardiologist that day, I told the wife what my cardiologist wanted, and I said, I am not by a stretch even thinking about it. I said that will be the last straw. So I got on the TV, I plugged into YouTube University, how to avoid taking Ozempic. And what popped up? Carnivore.
Really?
Well, this is part of Rick, I promise you, you're going to be my first interview. Here's a little secret to my story. Where I used to work, I had a boss that did keto. But she drank White Claw. She wasn't strict keto. Because she drank alcohol. But I saw that when she was heavily keto, and then when she quit and then she came back, she said, and she gained a lot of weight.
Mm-hmm.
She said she stopped doing keto. So that goes, I'm like, why did I always think that this? I compared keto to Weight Watchers, if that makes sense. I hear about all these fad diets, Weight Watchers, calorie counting, Jenny Craig, and these aren't plugs for these jokers.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, my mom was doing Weight Watchers in the 70s. She got the scale, she got the recipes. I remember the rectangular recipe box, and they're color coded, and I remember all that stuff. And I just didn't believe it. And then when people explained that carnivore is the extreme version of keto, I'm like, wow, okay. And the other thing is, my neighbor back in Malaysia, he told me he was fat when he was young, and he ate nothing but pork belly. And I was like, what? He says, I didn't eat the rice. My mom always scolded me. All I wanted was pork belly, and I could eat 3-4 pounds a day.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, that doesn't make sense. And this is when I was drinking back in Malaysia, and none of that made sense. And now looking back at it, I'm like, wow, he was onto something, because he was skinny.
Mm-hmm. See?
Yeah, he kept telling me, Kurt, you need to check this out. He's been carnivore since, I think, 2015. Yep. No, let's see. We moved there in 2008. It was prior to that. It was prior, because every time we go out, he never ate. He always bought me noodles, or my favorite thing was roti canai, and which is basically like a unleavened bread. Oh. And it was soft, and then you eat it with gravy, and I could eat like 6 or 7 of those fried in seed oils. Yeah, you can see where my health just went completely downhill eating all that stuff. So he was carnivore prior to that. Before we even moved there in 2008.
It's amazing. It's amazing to me that people can eat out of seed oils without getting sick, because when I've had foods that were cooked in seed oils and I didn't even know about it, I get these terrible headaches, diarrhea, and all this stuff. And I'm thinking, why do I had some chicken or I had some fish. It tasted good, no problem. And then all of a sudden it just tears me up. But I guess maybe you get used to it. I don't know how you do it. And I know over there in Asia, they use a ton of seed oils.
They reuse that stuff until it's brown.
Mm-hmm.
Like you, if I have something fried in seed oil, my joints will get achy. It will make me, I'll be on the pot forever. It's just, it wrecks me.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't eat out.
Yep. And it's sad because every time that I ate out, we had to go to the buffet, because if we went to a regular restaurant, I would always get a bad surprise. Even if the food tasted good, in 3 hours or so, I'd be on the toilet with violent diarrhea. Or sometimes I'd feel like I was going to throw up. But when I made the food myself, it was no problem. So it really was kind of baffling. And I didn't know till a few years ago. I didn't even know what seed oil was. I just thought of it as cooking oil. I just call it vegetable oil or cooking oil. I just know that I couldn't use it because I didn't like it. I went with the lard, the beef tallow, and that worked. Because that was the other thing. I love fried food. I mean, fried food is one of my favorite ways to cook. When I was younger, it didn't agree with me. Sometimes I'd eat the fried food and then I'd feel full and then, get a headache or diarrhea or whatever. Oh, excuse me. When I started cooking my own food, I didn't have that problem. And then I used to see those commercials for Tums. And the guys, the guys eating fried food and getting sick or having an Alka-Seltzer. And then I kind of put 2 and 2 together. It's like, well, maybe it's the way they cook it. But I never thought anything of it. My mom always used vegetable oil. She used to use Wesson oil or whatever. But I didn't even think about that.
My mother she had her grandmother's, my great grandmother's recipe for peanut butter cookies. They were soft, and she had a thing for them. And it was like she'd have to bake these twice a month, but she always used Crisco.
Mm-hmm.
And we were lied to for so long. We never had butter in the house. We never had any animal fats. It was all vegetable, seed oil crap, Crisco, margarine. And my mom always bought lean meat after they came out with fat is bad. It's going to raise your cholesterol. It's going to give you a heart attack. Da, 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 da. So yeah, she would buy lean meat. The less fat, the better for everybody. Well, Rick, that must be the reason why whenever she cooked meat, I always ate like mashed potatoes and gravy. I never liked the like round steak or any of that stuff because there was no fat to it. Mm-hmm. But whenever she cooked chuck roast, I would eat half of it.
Mm-hmm.
3 or 4 pound chuck roast. That would be the only thing I ate. Yeah.
It's like when my mom used to make hamburgers, they would get them to cut all the fat off the meat, and the thing was so fat, so fatless, it was just like a piece of leather. And then they always overcooked it because you had to cook it a lot to make it safe.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'd eat anyway, but there wasn't any pleasure in it. When I created my heart attack burger, that's when I got the most pleasure out of a hamburger.
That's one thing I want to try to make. And I want to do my own spin on crust. I won't say what I want to do, but it will be probably adding something to it.
Okay.
To make the crust, not. I'm talking about I was thinking about
Pacemaker pizza.
your pacemaker pizza. Yeah, but your heart attack burger, that would be. I can practically guarantee you I could eat the whole thing.
Oh, you will. It's addictive too. And now that they shut down the Heart Attack Grill, I guess I'm the only one that still makes a Heart Attack burger, in addition to my friends here in the carnivore community.
There you go. Now,
ironically, I haven't made one in quite a while, more than a year.
Will it count if I grill the burger?
You can grill the burger. Just make sure that it's a fatty burger.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It'll be... The only burger I use is I grind my own brisket.
I know. I've done the same. Thanks to you.
Hey, did you try that New York strip I sent you?
Yes.
And was it okay?
Okay is an understatement. That was amazing. And I've still got plenty of that in the freezer. But yeah, I had that pretty much every day because it's so addictive. I was using that as part of my dinner. Very good.
Nice.
It's amazing. The amount of fat was just right. I mean, it could be a little more, but it was still just right. Yeah. Very good.
Nice.
Very good.
Very happy for you.
That's why I can't understand why people like things like cream horn and ho and all that. And you could have a steak instead. I don't know. It's weird to me. I just don't get it.
I don't either. I feel for people that, you know, they the people I work with, I watch them, they'll wait up by the front doors to get a ride from somebody from their department on a cart. And I'm constantly, I don't give a shit. I'll walk up front, back. If I forget I'm back. Oh, I forgot something in my car. I'll walk up front, go out to the parking lot, get my car. I don't take a cart.
Mm-hmm.
Don't need that. Don't need it. Just like the other day, last night, my little cart broke down, and the boss is out. He comes back and he says, "I'll walk over and get you another one." And I said, "No, just take your cart. I'll get it figured out. Just get somebody to pick mine up and get it fixed."
Mm-hmm.
And I walked up front and got another cart.
Nice.
I barely got 6,000 steps in. I was so disappointed.
You know, it's just you can't predict the way that they run these businesses, but you do the best you can, right?
There you go. There you go.
I agree. I don't trust restaurants either. I personally, the only place I like to eat out is a buffet because I like all you can eat. I hate menus. I don't really like waiters or waitresses. I just want to go and get the food myself. That's all. But I guess it's just sort of, yeah. What's that?
I'm sorry, but what? I can't think of any buffet. I mean, I showed my wife. I took her one time to Golden Corral,
mm-hmm.
and both of us. That was before I was even a carnivore, and both of us would not ever go back again. What buffet has decent meat?
Well, we don't have one anymore. They used to have it at the Sweden House Smorgasbord, but that closed in the 80s. And then Duff's used to have meat because they had the roast beef they would cut. The Chinese Food Garden actually had some pretty good seafood. They would have a boiled shrimp. They would have what they call a pepper steak, which is like these little strips of steak. And they put plenty of it in there. I just left the peppers behind and ate the steak. And they also had this sort of like, I don't know, pork, some kind of roasted pork, which was pretty good. You know, the Chinese love pork. And you'd have chicken. I would just pick through and grab the meat and the seafood, and that's all that I eat at the buffet. I don't eat any of the other stuff. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to eat rice. That's duck food.
Well, I do got to tell you, I know from experience because my wife does it, and this is something that Asians, whether you're Korean, Chinese, Thai, they use, like, when you were talking about the pepper steak, they'll use like eye round.
Oh.
And what they will do is they'll put cornstarch on it to tenderize it. Just saying. Don't shoot the messenger.
That's probably why at the other buffet, they used to have one called Peking Tokyo Buffet. I went there with a friend. The pepper steak made me sick. That might be what it was. But at the Chinese food garden, they were too lazy. They cooked everything the easy way. They just threw it in a pot and let it cook.
Wow. Yeah, speaking of a pot, my wife got an Instapot. So if anybody has any ideas on, because it's Instapot, I mean, I might be interested in using it, but like my wife got an air fryer and I don't like it. I don't need it. I like grilling or cooking with my cast iron on a stove or grilling. That's it.
Right.
Or slow cooking chuck roast.
Yep. That works too. Let's see. Yep. Again, people overcomplicate it. I can't do it. I have to make it simple because a lot of times I'll be working while the food's cooking. And whether I'm cooking at home or on the job, got to make it easy.
Completely agree.
Mm-hmm.
I've used almost all my, not all my tallow. I got more downstairs, but I used quite a bit of it frying my eggs, and shit, I used probably too much, but the eggs taste so good.
They do, don't they?
I use let me see here. I use chunks probably about that thick, probably about about that tall, and probably about that wide of tallow. So probably about I don't know, a third of a cup, a little over a third of a cup of tallow with my eggs. You can see when I put 12, this is how much tallow I use. When I put 12 eggs in, the tallow is tallow.
Well, see, a lot of people would complain. I know a couple of YouTubers would complain they couldn't use cast iron because the food sticks. But I try to tell them I've never had food stick to it. You have to put plenty of fat, lard or tallow. And even Kerry had admitted on one of his live streams, if you don't want your food to stick, you got to be like Rick and make sure your food is swimming in tallow. And that's correct. There's nothing wrong with adding extra fat. It's going to be taken up into the eggs anyway, and it makes them taste better. But boy, it was frustrating as a kid where they're trying to tell us, oh no, you have to use a non-stick pan. You can't use the tallow. I'm like, why? Why is that? What chemical makes something non-stick? That used to baffle me because you would think that a smooth surface would be non-stick, but this thing is all kind of lumpy and bumpy, and it has this sort of slippery feel to it. I'm thinking, as a kid, there must be some chemical in there. Why not just put the lard or tallow? But I don't know. I guess they got people well brainwashed. Oh, fat is bad. Fat is bad. Anything that gets you away from fat is good. Let's see. There we go. Oh, Tim's here. Awesome. How's it going?
There we go.
Join in if you like. Oh, there we are. Your sound is back.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. And then Fond Apple. I'm just hitting the comments. We get a lot of good comments here. And he's wishing Jonathan a happy birthday. Well, that's great. I'm sure. Hopefully, Jonathan's having a good time. Let's see. Fake crab with cheese and celery. And pick out the celery. Huh. I don't even know what's in that. Probably fish scraps. I love cast iron. I only use, see, Tim uses cast iron, and he's a chef. He's a cook, so he knows what's good for cooking. Non-stick BS. Yeah, exactly. Since when does a real chef use non-stick? Oh, and there's B. Benno. Hi, Rick. How's it going? It's going good. Again, anyone that wants to join in, the link is in my stream. You can feel free to click and come in if you want to say hi. And don't be afraid. It's up to you. Fat is 9 calories per gram. There we go. 4 calories for protein and carbs. Fat is double strength. That's right. And you would think with all the fat that I eat, I should be as fat as a cow. But the fat you eat doesn't make you fat. There's Barbara. Hey, all, crocheting and listening. Glad to have you here. We got quite a turnout today. We had up to 84 at the high point.
Nice.
I think now we still have 74. This
You
live
know what's funny is a guy at work, because he's all the time, he says, yeah, I know. When I first started back there, he's like, yeah, I learned how to naturally lower my sugar, my A1C. And I said, really? How'd you do that? And he says, well, I take this supplement 3 times a day and it works wonders. And here, let me give it to you. I said, no, I think I got something more natural. And he said, what's that? I said, I changed my diet. He says, your diet? See, what do you eat? I said, I'm a carnivore. I eat nothing but animal protein, animal products.
Mm-hmm.
I cut out all the food noise. I don't eat vegetables. I don't eat fruits. What? and then he's talking about how he's had cavities. And I said, yeah, I've had a couple of teeth pulled due to cavities, and they've broken. That's due to carbohydrates and stuff sticking in your teeth and not taking care of your teeth. I said, now I eat meat, animal products, and I don't brush my teeth but once a week. That's it. As disgusting as it may sound, my breath doesn't stink. I don't have the body odor I used to. People don't. People stop and talk to me. I'll sit there and they'll talk to me for 20 minutes at work. Prior to this, I would smell so bad that they wouldn't even want to be around me. Yeah. The thing is, the thing that makes me sick at work, everybody's got to wear perfume, cologne. You can, I can't stand it.
Well, as you know, I don't use any of that stuff. Now, I don't know how many people met me at a meetup, but if anyone thinks that I smell bad, let me know, because no one ever told me that in my face. Maybe they're just afraid of me.
No, I can tell you right now that you probably don't. It changes your whole body chemistry. I don't use deodorant.
I don't either.
Antiperspirant. I haven't used it for years, but if I'm not using antiperspirant and I'm at work, I don't even, this is freaking amazing. I don't even have armpit sweat anymore.
Really?
It was like a sauna in there last night and the night before. I didn't have any armpit sweat. The only sweat I had was coming off my head. I get it on my head, but I get the underarms and I get the back and all that, but I don't get it on my hands or feet. My hands and feet don't sweat, and my legs don't either. It's all in this middle area, and mostly on the head. I guess that's where all the brain activity is. That's where you're doing most of the work. Yep. Two birds of a feather.
That's it. What is that noise I'm hearing? Hold on, I've been hearing a noise outside. My neighbor's getting Federal Express. I heard a diesel engine, but I wasn't sure what it was. So they're getting Federal Express. But yeah, it's a CB Carmack saying it's depressing your folks are not with us. Well, that's true. My dad lived to 82 and my mom lived to 90. And, but yeah, they could have told some stories. I would have brought them on here. I wish the carnivore community would have been around back in 2010 when my dad started getting sick. He might still be here, but he was convinced that plant-based was the way to go. all those phytonutrients. That was his thing. It's got to have
When
the
did you lose your dad?
What's that?
When did you lose your dad?
2012.
Okay. I thought you said 2010. I was like, wow.
Well, 2010 is when he started getting sick. You know, he'd been slowing down, but that's when he started getting out of breath. I told my dad, you got heart disease. But my dad said that's impossible. I eat, whole grain and tofu and seaweed and all this the fruits and vegetables. I juice every day. There's no way. I go for a walk. Like, Dad, you haven't been going for a walk lately because you got tired. He got the flu, and then after that, he got lazy. I said, I think you got heart disease. That's impossible. We finally got to the doctor, and the cardiologist said, yeah, you got heart disease. You have heart failure. You need a pacemaker. My dad wouldn't get he wouldn't get the pacemaker. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I didn't know. And then my dad got weak, and I said, look, you should eat like I do. That way you can get stronger, and maybe it'll kill you faster. You want to die, this is the way to go. Instead of just kind of hanging on and suffering and back and forth to the hospital and get infections and get swelling, and, what's the point? It's better to just get it over with.
Yep. Yeah. Speaking of, you're talking about, you said your father juiced. Mm-hmm. Before I started Carnivore, I took about $400 out of my Social Security and I bought a Vitamix.
I still got my dad's.
I was my wife and I were gonna get healthy. We're gonna start juicing, and I think I made her 1 or 2 fruit smoothies, and with some vegetable. And you know what I use that Vitamix for now? Grinding up my compost.
Did you ever see my vegan parody video? I was using my dad's old Vitamix and Champion juicer and basically making compost.
See, that's I keep telling people you're a brother from another mother.
Yeah. Meat, it's what's for
crazy.
dinner. That's right, Tim. Meat is for dinner. Tim's not carnivore, but see, he does a lot of exercise and he has fruits and vegetables, but he eats meat as well. So,
but he's animal based, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't have to be carnivore to be healthy.
Right.
But for some people, it's the only way. If you damage your body to the point, because he's in shape, but if you've gotten overweight, you've had all kinds of health issues, you may need that carnivore reset. It might be the only way. I eat carnivore because I like it. I'm not trying to get skinny. I'm too skinny already. I wouldn't mind gaining a little bit of weight, but I don't care. I'm strong enough to do what I need to do. If I was trying to impress somebody, it wouldn't work. But like yesterday, I was picking up trailer tires and loading them on my friend's truck. Just pick them up, throw them on there, carrying batteries back and forth. I saw a guy in my neighborhood. He carries those little kettlebell weights to do his farmer's carry and walks around the neighborhood. And I do the same thing in my yard with cast iron parts. So it's basically the same thing. The difference is I'm getting something done, and all he's doing is walking around the neighborhood sweating.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the other day at work, that gal I told you I was trying to convert to carnivore, one of her racks, we have our racks, they have these cords on there with pins that lock the gate on them to hold the parts in. And the guy who knows everything, and he's lowered his A1C by taking these supplements, we're there talking, and she can't get this gate open. And he goes over there and tries. He can't get it. And he says, you hold on a minute. I got a crowbar. Let me go get it. I said, whoa, just let me look at it. So I look at the pins. I said, okay. And then I just give it a little tug, and it's tight. And all of a sudden I just go sneak like that, a quick snap, and the gate lowered. Just like that. Yeah. This guy couldn't even get that gate open.
Really?
That's how weak he is. I told the gal, I said, this is what if you would have known me 3-4 years ago, I wouldn't be able to do that. I'd be like him. This is what carnivore does.
Right.
I'm 60 years old, running around like a 20-year-old.
See? And you've had heart disease. That's the
Yeah.
other thing. People have all these excuses. Well, I can't do that. I'm too old. This hurts, that hurts. That's because you're eating duck food. You got to put down the duck food, get in the good food, and then once you feel better, you can go out there and work out. That's the whole thing. And Tim says lots of duck food, sick vegans. That's right. That is very true. Let's see. Crawfish and tail. Yeah. Crawfish. Them crawfish can be pretty good too.
Ooh.
Crawdads, juicing like a champion bodybuilder. Yeah. I got the champion juicer. I get the biggest laugh because every day my dad would be blending up that stuff in the Vitamix, and that's it. Rick will ride a diesel engine back on a bike if he wants to. Well, I brought home lawnmowers and I brought home other bikes and ATC, all kinds of stuff. I'm crazy on the bike. I have a bike trailer too. And and then if it's close to the house, I use a hand cart. If it's within half a mile, I'm not going to bother getting the van. I just go back home, get the hand cart, walk over there. I picked up a file cabinet. I picked up a refrigerator. I picked up some kind of, I don't remember. I pick up all kinds of stuff and I bring it home. The neighbors know that I'm whacked out because I'm always bringing something home and doing something with it. But that's true. And I go through dumpsters. That's a good thing about being tall. You can reach in a dumpster and pull out the goodies. All right.
Definitely.
Let's see. Yep. Snatch up that skill quick. Yep. Yeah, like he was saying, real chefs don't use nonstick. They use stainless steel or they use cast iron. Cast iron's real popular. When you know how to cook, that's the way to go. And of course, a grill. Anybody can use a grill. You can grill your steak or burgers. A lot of people prefer it that way.
Yeah, that's the sad thing is I haven't even attempted this year to grill. I only got the grill out once so my wife could grill her fish, and that was it. I went out and I got 100 pounds of pellets. With me being on eggs only, I got to get back out there and I grill my eggs on the grill. I just put them on a grill like I used to. I miss that.
Dumpster chicken and parking lot chicken. Those are some of my favorites.
Ooh.
You got to be quick to catch parking lot chicken. If you're slow and you get out of breath, you'll never get a parking lot chicken. But if you ever see me in my video, I run them down. I can outlast the chickens. If they're out in the open lot, I keep running after them. The one lady thought I lost my mind because I didn't have the net with me. The chickens were running all over the place. And I grabbed the chicken and I had it upside down by its feet. I was like, she looked at me like the guy's crazy. So I was riding home on my bike with a chicken upside down.
So you weren't choking your chicken?
No.
Oh my gosh. So when you're holding it upside down, does it tend to poop all over?
No. And it sort of calms down. I guess the blood goes to its head. If you keep them upright, they're going to be flapping their wings. And if you hold them, you always want to hold them off to the side so when they poop, it goes away from you. I turn the ducks over so they don't poop. So when I catch a duck, I'll turn him upside down and I'll grab his feet. You can't hold a duck by its feet because you could damage them. So normally what I do, I'll grab them. You probably see me in the video, and I hold them up and I put their head up and I look at them. Usually they look at me with wide eyes and they're like, "Uh-oh." I think they know what's coming.
My favorite all time is when you're out riding your bike and you're like, ducky.
Yeah. It's just a habit of mine.
Speaking of which, I have a frozen duck at home. I got to get out when I go back to meat. I got so much meat, it's not even funny.
Well, when you get off the eggs and you go back to meat, you can tear it up.
Yeah, trust me, it will be grill season.
Mm-hmm. Get the grill fired up and start cooking. That's the main thing.
Don't tempt me, Rick. Don't tempt me.
Hey, CB Carmack's still keeping an eye out for your number 6 cast iron with a smooth bottom. I find cast
I
iron
got
all the time, yeah.
okay. I'm sorry. I got a number 3. I got a number 5. I got a number 8. So if I can find a 4, 6. I got shit. I can't remember. I got a 3. Yeah, I got a 3, a 5, and an 8. And my wife loves the 8. Yeah, that's one I cook with every day. It doesn't leave the stove. I just cook my eggs, scrape all the leftover in it, and it's done. So I cook again. Where'd Rick go? Rick, I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to everybody. I can't even do the chants. Click, click, click. What's he bringing? Is he going to catch a duck? A chicken?
Well,
Uh-oh.
sort of. I saw there was a chicken running around my yard. I tried to catch it, but it got away. It
Oh.
went under the fence.
Dang it.
I just saw it outside flying. I thought I'm going to grab that and stick it on camera, but I guess nope, it got away. It's coming from the neighbor's yard.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, you see me a lot of times if I'm riding my bike or I'm out there chasing something. I don't really get out of ref. My muscles will give out long before I get out of ref. So I must be heart must be good. Plus my blood pressure at rest is kind of low. Yeah, I like when you had the iguana, the mailman saw you. I remember that video.
Uh-uh.
I was riding my bike and I caught an iguana by the canal.
Uh-huh.
I love Daffy. Yeah, I like Daffy Duck. That's despicable. Daffy Duck.
So did the mailman freak out?
No, he's seen me before grabbing ducks and iguanas. Every time he sees me grab one, he says, "Oh, is that lunch or dinner?" I said, I don't know yet. I have to explain to him, usually with the duck, it's going to be several weeks before I cook them because I got to get them nice and fat. They're usually too lean and too dirt tasting when they come from the canal. But once I fatten them up on duck food, then they're delectable. Green smoothie. That sounds disgusting. Let's see. Rick gets cravings on every bike ride. Yeah, that's very true. Every time I go by the canal, I'm here. Awesome. Yeah, those ducks, they're definitely tempting. I have 2 number 8 cast iron skillets. Oh, wow. Huh.
Yep.
That was cheap. Yard chicken. Yep, that's what it was. The chickens sometimes come here, but usually the ducks, they hang out together. So the chickens will be digging and the ducks will be probing and they're looking for bugs or whatever else they can eat. My ducks are sitting outside right now. After this, I'll give them some duck food, like half an hour. I have to put the cat food elevated or they'll steal that. Ducks will eat anything.
Yep. I agree.
They go around the neighborhood. Sometimes they go in the garbage. I've seen the ducks, when the garbage can lid is open, they'll go in there and rip the garbage bag and get food out of the garbage can.
Wow.
Sometimes you get the maggots in the garbage can, and when the ducks they go wild.
Yep. I can just see that.
Cockroaches.
So how were you able to get those ducks just showed up? Mama duck and her ducklings just showed up one day, or?
Yeah, we got a canal at each end of the street. So they roam the neighborhood looking for food. Once they find a place where they get food, they keep coming back.
Nice.
Fact, I should throw a handful of food to them right now. I wish I had a portable camera, but I see them wagging their tails. Let me throw a little bit of duck food. That'll keep their interest. There's the duck food. Here it is. Quack, quack. Duck food. Get quacking. feathered piranhas. There we go. I threw a little bit of duck food. They're like feathered piranhas. They just can't resist. Let's see here. Oh
my gosh.
Maggots are great rice substitute.
Yeah. There you go.
It's like, oh, the rice is moving. I used to gross people out in school. I would get some chicken. I put it in a plastic bag, and then I'd throw it in the trash can. So when I go to eat, I say, oh, what's in the trash can? And I didn't tell them I had already put it in there. So I reach in there. I pull it out of the plastic bag. Oh, look, there's some chicken. And there's some rice in there, too. But I think the rice is moving, so we'll leave that there. They go, ugh, how disgusting.
You did some crazy stuff. We I don't think anybody in our school ever thought about like doing something with X-Lax or weed, giving it to the staff.
X-Lax in the principal's coffee. That's the funniest one. You know, principal, he's sitting there drinking his coffee, and then within about 10, 15 minutes, he disappears. And he goes straight to the restroom over there by the teacher's lounge.
Wow. No. And did they ever find out?
No, I never got in trouble for it, but I mean, they may have figured it out because eventually the principal stopped eating in the cafeteria.
Oh, jeez. That's the thing. Our teachers, well, we had a teacher's lounge, and they all ate in there. The principal, vice principal, all the teachers, and you could always smell the cigarettes.
Yep.
Always.
That's right. The teacher's lounge, you walk by, there was a cloud. Every time they opened the door, the cigarette smoke would pour out.
Yep.
Especially when somebody substituted their regular cigarettes for the enhanced variety.
Oh, geez. I just...
It's the new Marlboro Green.
Marlboro, yeah, Marlboro Green. The kids in our school would not let good weed go to waste. They would rather get high than watch the teacher get high and laugh at them. That would be something funny.
Well, you have to realize I had no use for the stuff, but I grew it just for fun. Oh, here comes the star of the show.
Hey, Kelly, and who else we got?
Julia.
The show.
Hey, Julia.
Hi. How you doing? Oh,
both
there's the.
Hey, Milton.
There you go. Hi,
Little buddy.
The velvet claw. He's so cute. What a
love
pretty
his cat.
Boy.
He is such a sweet cat until he bites me. He's cute.
Exactly.
Love him. Love him.
He's beautiful.
To imagine, he used to be just a feral cat that somebody found, and now he's like my number one pet. He's cute.
Exactly.
Yes.
Listen, I've had many of them move in because where I live kind of in the country, and there's colonies of feral cats, and every now and then, like, you start to feed them, and then they just kind of like you. And
all right, time to go.
All right.
Take care.
Good to have you here, Kurt.
Take care, Kurt.
Bye, Kurt. But they just
always great having him here.
Yeah, I was listening to him while I was talking. It was a great conversation. But they just move in. You know, after a while, they say, "You're mine."
Well, that's the way the ducks are here. You know,
Yes.
The ducks are feral, but then they become part of the family, and eventually they become part of my menu.
Exactly. I see they brought several months' supply with them this time.
Well, that's it. And then they start breeding. Pretty soon you got eggs everywhere.
Oh man,
It's like a dream come true.
It's wonderful. I know they're so cute when they eat. I notice like the little beaks go dee 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 dee.
Yeah, and they make little prip, prip, prip sounds.
Yeah,
They're so funny.
Trills. Oh my god, they're so cute. Yeah.
Ducklings
have
are
you
cute.
picked up one of the ducklings? Are they really soft?
Yeah, they are.
Oh.
You see, I have them in the video.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you actually were able to hold them because they're pretty fast, but you're faster.
Oh, I catch them all the time. I can outrun them. The thing is, the ducks they can't fly when they're young. So if they're in an open space, I can always tire them out because they try to go around, and I go in front of them and behind them. I'm a lot taller than they are, so I can move faster than they can.
Right. Oh,
A
wow.
duckling cannot outrun me, so they try to outmaneuver.
They try, they fail.
They always fail.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Excellent. I am out in the middle of a forest, clothed.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
Catching all the rays. Had to take a break. Cleaning out the Denali. That took a minute.
oh, I can imagine. Yeah, it accumulates after a while.
Oh, yeah. Not to mention the dog here. German Shepherds are German Shedders, for sure.
I do detailing, and there's like this really nice gadget that I found for hair because a friend of mine used to bring his dog with us. And I don't have a dog or anything, but it's like a blade and it's rubber, and it's made specifically for removing hair, and it makes it so much easier. I don't know if you have one, but it might be.
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, there you go.
To get in, you have to get into all the nooks and crannies because that's where the hair goes.
Of course. Yep. And his dog was white. Oh my God, that took forever to get that stuff off.
Ooh.
Yeah. But then it's so satisfying. My son got me into detailing, and he actually has a detailing company, so we are always comparing product and stuff. And he said,
Nice.
It looks so good when you're done. Like you have to take a picture. And I said, I know. It's like such an accomplishment, you know? Then you don't want to get in it. It's like, okay, this is for display purposes only. We don't touch it. Oh, look at that. Nice.
I didn't wash the exterior. That I do when I go to church. I'll have that washed at the car wash.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Nice.
It's so nice, a full panel. This is fabulous.
I know it. I know it.
It's
And I've
unusual on
got
this
my
channel.
real hair today, guys. It's the only day that it all grew in from Carnivore. It used to be
Excellent,
bald
yes.
here, bald in the back, and it was a lot whiter. And it got darker.
Great.
But the reason I wear wigs otherwise, because my hair is so fine and oily that it just looks like hell. And I just, if I wash it more than once a week, thank you. If I wash it more than once a week, it falls out. It just breaks. It's so delicate. So, but today it's Saturday, so I washed it. Here it is.
I wash my hair
I
every
don't
day.
recognize you with a shirt on. Is that Kurt?
No.
That's not Kurt?
Not now. He was here earlier.
He was here earlier. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say who's right above me. I can't distinguish the face. I'm looking in the
That's
sun.
Rick.
That's Rick. That's me.
Oh, okay. I have two different screens. I am on my cell phone device, not on the laptop
So
outside.
it doesn't give you all four, right? When you're on the cell phone.
It actually looks as though I have 6 on my cell phone, but again, I'm looking at the sun on my device.
Hi, Mitch.
Hey,
It's
everybody.
celebrity guest time.
Wow,
I've been so
Mitch is
busy
in the
this morning.
house.
You know, I just have been making and uploading a video, and I went to look on YouTube for the first time, and there you are, and you got a panel, and you got StreamYard.
Well, it's not
Yes.
my StreamYard. It's Jonathan's StreamYard.
Well, where's Jonathan?
Jonathan's having birthday today.
Oh, okay. Well, you could have your own StreamYard, you know, for free if you want to.
That is true. But the
Yeah.
problem is when I try to run it with OBS, it doesn't work. But I found a way. I just make the videos separate. I can do that.
Yeah,
But-
because look how great this is to have a panel. We don't have to sit and just listen to you drone on for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, you know?
That's correct.
I never
Just
get
kidding.
bored listening to Rick, though. He's always got
No, we
interesting things
love
to
we
say.
love Rick.
Yeah.
We love Rick. CB, how are you doing? Good to
I had
see you.
really good participation. I got my usual friends, and it's really good.
Super. I don't have a whole lot of time. I gotta post. I gotta upload and post that video that I just recorded. I'm going to try to get it out by 1 o'clock. But I thought I'd come on and say hi and let you know that I'm working out here. I'm watching in the
Yeah.
background.
Well, I figure if I don't see you commenting, you must be working on a video because that's what people do on YouTube. You know, you got to keep that content coming out to keep the interest going.
Oh man, I've had a busy morning. I've been out. I went to got my car washed, and then I went to the pool. I actually went to the
Nice.
pool here in the community. Wait a minute, I'll show you something. I hope you can see this because I don't want to upload it. But will this work?
Yep.
Ah,
I am
See you with
laying out.
sunglasses, enjoying the outdoors.
chilly.
Yeah, normally I don't wear sunglasses, but I didn't have a hat with me,
Right.
and it was kind of bright. I was looking right up into the sun.
Ouch.
But I'm going to start doing this more days than not. Take an hour, drive up there. There's a little gym there. Lay out in the sun, get some rays. It was very nice. Looks like Jerry is already doing the same exact thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
See, that's something
Except
I will
today,
never do.
I have clothes on though, Mitch.
Oh,
I'm
no
not.
need
I'm not
sunbathing
like
online,
Kurt.
right?
No, not like,
Right,
but
exactly.
I had pants on. I mean, I had shorts on, but I took my shirt off because
Hey, I've got
the whole
my-
idea is to try to expose as much skin to the sun as you can in an environment that is co-ed. Let's put it that way.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I
Jerry, you
admit
got
I avoid
gorgeous
the sun
hair.
as much as I can.
Yeah, I know
But I
you
get
do.
it all
Rick.
the time anyway.
Well, you do. You get plenty of sun inadvertently. I don't think
Exactly.
you ever run around with your shirt off out there, do you?
No, I don't. But you know, between working, riding bike, I'm always outside. I don't think I go
Oh,
a day
yeah.
without sunlight.
I get sun all the time where I'm at in New Mexico, so I'm always outside working in the yard. And Jerry, looks like you did too. You look
I'm
great.
trying to keep up with Gary. Got to keep up with Gary.
You got to keep up. Yeah, yeah. You got beautiful hair too. It's so beautiful.
The reason the sun in Florida is extremely intense, and I spend a lot of time working outside, so I have no desire to get more of it. But
No, and I think
it's
we're
it's
we're at
all
the
in the
same
matter. If you get
latitude.
too much, it's going to turn you into a raisin. You have to get just the right amount. I think
Right.
that's the key.
That's very true. But I think I
wish
think
I
also
could-
if you're at that same latitude, I think we are pretty much in New Mexico. Oh, well,
What's
no, Miami's further south, but we're pretty south.
yeah?
And
What's Kelly
it's
trying to
powerful.
I was
I'm
gonna
sorry.
say I'm kind of jealous of not having sun, but tomorrow it's all gonna change. we're
Yay.
gonna start having more dry weather that they said, and we're in a heat warning, heat watch.
But we just
Yeah.
fire warning by
A
us.
crisis.
Yeah.
Another crisis for them to complain about.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
I'm not gonna
complaining.
complain. I'd rather have the heat watch than a freeze.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
blame you.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, we've got a fire warning, but we're in a fire area, so that's why I've got like probably 50 yards of just gravel all around my house. You know, no trees, no plants, nothing
Wow.
except for xeriscape.
It says it's 94 in Denver. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's about almost 100 degrees here.
Oh, well, you're in Arizona. That's hot there.
New Mexico.
New Mexico. Okay.
Yeah,
Same
and it's-
difference, huh?
It's actually
Same thing.
well, it's not. It's northern New Mexico. It's high desert, and actually we get a change of seasons with snow and everything, and we get a lot of rain compared to the desert south of us. So even
Well,
in
that's
New
good.
Mexico, there's two different climates, and thankfully we always have water. At least in my well, it's always full. Since I've been here 13 years, it's that's a blessing.
Good.
Yeah, yeah, and things are green, so it's interesting. You go further south, like towards Las Cruces or even Albuquerque, which is about 110 miles south of me, whole different ecosystem.
Can
So
I
it's
ask?
got a lot of
Can I ask?
micro-
Can I ask you something in New Mexico?
Sure.
And please don't take it this personally. I don't recognize you by sight. Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Julia,
Julia.
Venetian cat.
Oh, now I know who you are. Okay, I've just never seen you, Julia. Hi. How
No,
you
no
doing?
worries. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
also, I wear my hair differently a lot of times. That's why. So I've got
Okay.
my
Well,
actual
good.
natural hair
Yeah.
today. So
Yeah, I've known
And
you for a
you
long
were
time.
just
Yeah.
on you were just on Thomas's channel also being interviewed because I heard you at work.
yes, yeah. That oh, and it's so good to see you face to face. I always wonder what people look like. So I'm a visual artist. So
Uh-oh.
Amy.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Red is your
beautiful
wait,
red
wait,
hair.
hey. Maybe
Oh.
don't let your hair jump over here. Don't let your hair jump over to me.
No. Well, you can have some of
Hear me?
mine. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you
Oh,
great.
good.
You look beautiful.
Sorry I'm late to the party. I just got off a coaching call. So, you know,
Society
clients
always
first.
arrives late, though. Yeah.
So,
Feet.
Mitch,
Yes.
I gotta go watch that Montourage video. When you
Oh,
yeah. When you said it was posted, I accidentally clicked on your 1-year anniversary of your stroke, which was also a very good video. So that's the one
Yes,
that I watched.
glad you're doing
Oh,
well.
the meme video.
Yeah, I gotta watch that.
You're in it. You're in it. You know, the one with
I know.
the red hair jumping onto my head. It's a great video. Didn't get many views though. It's more for our community. I don't
I
think.
scared him away.
Well, that you and Pete and Gary and me especially.
Maybe I'm weird, but I don't find Rick to be scary at all.
That's unusual.
That's funny.
I really don't. But then I'm weird. So
I think most people, when they first see me, they think I'm nuts and they try to avoid me.
Oh,
I think that's true about all of us. I think that's true about
Perhaps.
all of us.
you got a point there. Yeah.
Well, I
Glad
mean,
to
you see a
doing
guy
well,
talking
Mitch.
about eating parking lot chicken, iguanas, going through the dumpster.
Duck
crazy.
guillotines.
Duck guillotine, that's it.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, iguanas.
Iguanas.
I think you're the only person, single individual on the entirety of YouTube with its millions and billions of influencers and creators that actually have said the word iguana into a microphone.
And who else uses a rotary phone?
Now we're talking. There you go.
You know, there's probably a few people out there that, old people that have been living in the same house for 60 years that still have that one hanging on the wall in the kitchen. The
Oh
rotary
man,
phone.
I remember those.
I still have mine.
Definitely. Like I remember.
Got
when
one in the
push buttons-
kitchen, one in the garage. There's a phone in every room in this house.
You even got phone booths.
And I got a phone booth. I got payphones. I got 4 payphones in my house.
If you get
How
that
much money you
running,
make?
if you get that running, I'm giving you a call.
Well, you could call. I mean, I'll have to set up a camera out there and have a call in at the payphone
That'd be awesome. I'll do it.
when it's not so hot.
Yeah, exactly. Wait till
How much money does it take? Is it a nickel? A dime? What is
25
it?
cents.
Oh, you're up to
Oh,
a quarter.
wow.
Oh, man.
Wow, that's way back.
Okay.
Gosh.
I remember the nickel. I remember nickel payphones. That's how old I am.
I
do
remember
too.
when they were a dime. That's how
Yeah,
I
but
thought I
before
remember.
that, and I remember nickel Coke machines too.
Wow.
Yes. No, dime. I think
You're
was
talking
far
about
back.
the quarter. I'm about thinking about a song says, "Here's a quarter. Call someone who cares."
No, it was
Yeah.
a dime. Was it a quarter or a dime?
That's
Quarter.
funny.
Travis
It was
Tritt recorded it.
Travis Tritt. Okay, I remember that. Oh yeah.
Remember when a lot of us had pagers or beepers?
Yup.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
We always had to have a payphone handy.
Yes, exactly.
Gosh, I got my first pager because a boyfriend bought it for me, and I think he wanted to keep track of me because this was back when I was in college, and so he would. I also got my first cell phone in college because I went to Notre Dame, and there was this person impersonating a police officer pulling women over, driving by themselves. So I got my first cell phone.
Thanks
And
for
you
being
remember
here, Tim.
I got my first cell phone for safety reasons so that I could call 911 if I was in my car and something bad happened, right? And but the cell phones back then, I had a Motorola,
Right.
and I had the extra thick battery on it, and this thing was like
Brick.
like a flip. It was a brick. I had a flip phone
A brick.
with an
That's what
extra
they called
battery,
it. A brick.
and
A
I
brick,
think I paid like
yes.
I still
I think
have
I paid
mine.
like $30 a month for like 3 minutes or something like that. It was something
Oh, it was
ridiculous.
insane. It was like insane.
It's not something
Bye-bye.
you would talk to your friends or anything. It was just to call 911, if you had an
Right.
emergency. But
Well,
it
you're
was
all
ridiculous.
youngsters. You're all youngsters. I mean, I had a car phone before
Bag
cell phones
phone?
were invented. Actual car phone with a big thing in the trunk, antenna on the roof. It had a rotary dial head, and it had four channels. Had four channels, and you had to see which one of them wasn't being used. And I had that for years in the '70s. Then when cell phones came out, the first cell phone I got was the bag phone. Remember that, Rick?
Yep. I
It
have
was in
one.
a, it was in a bag, and it had a handset. And then I got the brick phone
I have those
from
too.
AT&T, and then they started getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and then it got to the point where on Saturday Night Live they were doing a bit on how small the cell phones got, and somebody came out with a cell phone that was like 1 inch open, and they grabbed it and they opened it up like this, and they put it up there.
Oh my gosh. That's
And
too
then
funny.
then the smartphones came out and they started getting bigger and bigger. And when they first came out, I got a Samsung, the first big Samsung smartphone, and everybody was making fun of me because it was so huge, so huge. And I still got that phone here. It was half the size of the smartphones we have today, but compared
That's
to
funny.
the little flip phones, the Motorola's and things, it was huge. What do you got? You got a tablet up against your ear, Mitch. So it's the full circle, full circle.
I know, and
They're not-
you're a gadget guy, so you must have a history of gadgets that goes way
Oh
back.
my God, you have no idea. And I had to have it. I was always the early adopter. Whenever I had to be the first in line. I was so fascinated by
I
the
love it.
technology.
You
Yeah, I
and
love-
Rick could open up a museum.
The difference between me and Rick is I haven't saved all that old stuff.
No, that's what I mean. You have you could write out all the history on it, and then Rick could actually have the physical.
Rick could show things. That would be if Rick was even here. Rick, where'd you go,
Yes.
Rick?
Oh, he probably went to feed the ducks or something, or maybe somebody came to the store.
I
He
can
probably
go back
went to go
here.
find his bag phone.
Yeah,
Oh,
hold
that's
on a
your
second.
point. You're trying to find your bag
I'll be right back myself. Be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I tried to find my bag phone, but I found my video game instead.
Oh, way cool. Wow.
Yeah, that
me
was
get
my
this.
first cell phone.
Oh my God, that's awesome. Yep.
That's
oh,
cool.
wow. Yep. Yeah. And then Mario. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was my first. The bag phone was my first cell phone. I was 19 years old, first full-time job because I was in college, finishing up college, and I decided to go part-time, and then I went full-time work, and that's what I had. 60 minutes a month. That's all I had. Otherwise,
Oh,
if you go
wow.
over, it cost a lot.
It was expensive, man. I remember.
Yeah, it was.
Can you see that, Rick? That's a. Oh, you made the wrong guy big. Make me big. That's the Samsung Galaxy Note, the first one.
Oh wow.
Let me show you this phone. I think it would probably work, but I'm sure I'd have to buy a new battery for it. But this hasn't been out of the box in years.
Wow.
In years.
That's if you
And
can
this is
find
the
it.
one. Here, this is the phone that they all said was so huge when it first came out. It was the first phone like this, Samsung, the first one of their Galaxy Note series. It's got the stylus in it and everything. But just to show you, I got so many people came up to me and said, made fun of me with that. This is the size of it compared to our cell
There you
phones
go.
today.
It's
Yeah.
smaller.
It's actually smaller
Yeah.
than our cell phones today.
That figures.
But
right.
God, I would walk around with this thing in my ear. People would go, look at him, he's talking on a computer. Nobody knew how far ahead of its time, because this came out about the same time as the first iPhone did. It was this was the first Android phone I ever had, right here.
wow.
And I'm sure it probably still works. I think I took the battery out of it because the battery had expanded. It started to blow up before it exploded
yeah,
and
I
ruined
hate
the
that.
phone.
And
I
nowadays
wanted
you
to-
can't replace the batteries. They make them so you have to throw them out and get another one.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
yeah, I never had that problem because I don't keep a phone more than a year or two at most.
Oh, I keep them as long as I can.
Because I gotta have the latest, even though it's no better than the
that's
last
your
one.
addiction. That's your addiction.
It's an addiction.
Mm-hmm.
Tech addiction is real. Okay.
Oh, there's
Oh,
no
yeah.
doubt about it.
My
No,
son's that way. Oh my gosh.
They call us
Yeah.
early adopters.
Yes, yes. Yep, my youngest son's that way, but fortunately he's an IT person, so he can fix a lot of stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
He actually
I
takes
get my
old
tech
computers.
secondhand.
That's what he
My
does
mom
now.
is-
He's been making money doing his job. Throws away beautiful laptops. He takes them all home, fixes them up, and flips them for like $200 or $300.
Oh, cool.
And no ads. He puts brand new Windows 11 on it. It's got no junk on it and everything. And they work better than anything you can buy new because they're the older technology. And sometimes he turns them into solid state, which is great. So I have all my
mom
friends
had-
buy from him.
Rick, you have invented a whole new subset of tech category. Dumpster
Really?
tech. Dumpster tech.
I love it.
My mother said she's 77 years old. She said she'll never get a smartphone. Well, when T-Mobile acquired US Cellular, she had to upgrade. So she decided to get a smartphone, and she is addicted to it now.
Oh, yeah.
man,
There's no
she
doubt about
caved.
it.
She caved. Oh, that's funny. God,
I might be the last person on earth without a cell phone.
man.
Well, you got
I
a cell phone, but it's not hooked to the cellular network.
Right.
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 Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've got
I
them
use
all
it.
over my house. I use them as little mobile computers. They're just hooked to the
Yeah.
Wi-Fi.
They do come in handy that way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I must have 6 or 8 of them laying around. They all work, too.
Gosh.
There you go.
Well, especially after what happened with it, when you had your stroke and everything, it's a good safety measure now.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, I'm wired now. I
Wired
mean,
for sound.
I'm wired. I got the button, iPhone,
Right on.
and I can't get up button. I got the watch, which is also a cell phone, and it's fall detection. I got the cell phone. I'm good 3 ways
You're good.
now. I am
Yeah.
not going to get myself into that situation
Oh,
again.
heck no. I'm so glad you're doing well, though. You look good.
Oh, thank
You
you,
just-
thank you.
You're welcome.
Feeling good, Billy Ray.
That's awesome. Yeah.
All
it's
you
amazing.
need now is that remote stove shutoff.
Yes.
Well,
there you go.
interestingly enough, that's why I'm more comfortable using an air fryer or some device that's just got a timer, and
It'll
you
shut
cook it
off.
for 10 minutes and it shuts off. And when
Right.
I use the actual stovetop now, I don't leave the stove.
Yeah.
I
that's
stay
a
there.
good-
I'm
that's a
just
good
paranoid. It's silly, but if I have to say go to the bathroom or something, can't wait. I'll
Sure.
shut the burner off, go to the bathroom, come back, turn the burner back on. I
I've done
just
that.
cannot put myself
You
in
have
that
to
position
when
again.
you live alone, you can't take chances like that.
Yeah,
you
it's
just can't.
crazy. It's
Because I live
crazy.
by myself too, so I get it. And I broke my
Even-
hip last year, and
Oh,
thankfully,
wow.
yeah, thankfully I didn't have anything going, but I had to actually. This is thanks to Carnivore. I was strong enough to actually drag myself over to where my phone was, and call for help. Yeah, I
Well,
was on the floor, and
I
just
got this
pulled myself.
button thing next to my on my night table at night, and I will
Ah.
not get up. I will not get up and go to the bathroom without grabbing this and taking it with me. That's how
That's
paranoid I've
smart.
gotten.
That's smart. Yeah, yeah.
I
that's
don't
it.
know. It couldn't hurt. I'm not embarrassed about it. Normally now I wear it inside my shirt like this. I
Yeah.
don't feel the need to wear it outside anymore.
No,
but I've
no.
generally got it. I've generally got it on, or
That's
next
smart.
to me.
Yeah. Especially if you're a follower.
Well, I don't guarantee that I never have another stroke. Because when you're prepared for something, it usually never happens.
That's actually a good insurance policy.
Yeah.
Why do you think I always carry tools in my vehicle?
Yeah. True.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah.
But then again, my newest vehicle is a 1998, so
Oh, you got a good.
That's almost 20 years old. Holy cow.
Those are the
yeah,
best ones,
almost
though.
30.
The late 80s and 90s, I think they made the best ones, and then they started to really suck after that. The
I
quality
think it
went
depends
downhill.
on the manufacturer. Like like General Motors, the last good truck they made was really '06. My truck is '09. It's pretty good, and I can actually work on it somewhat. I won't test
nice.
certain things, but like I was watching earlier, Kurt was mentioning now, if you get 2026 or 2027, now they're equipping it with kill switches, and then these manufacturers are trying to eliminate where they make more of your money by repairs by going back to the dealership, where you have to have software updates, you have to have this and that, and you have to have a membership for this app to charge. And I'm like, why? And then if
it's a scam. It's such a huge, and then you have to have subscription for your heated seats and shit.
Oh, I love that one. Mercedes did that. Yeah.
They give you the whole package, and then they shut it off after a year to hook you.
Well, they did that with. They've been doing that with satellite radio ever since the beginning. Sirius, satellite radio. They give you 6 months or free, and then they shut it off, and you got to subscribe.
YouTube doesn't have any.
Yeah.
I never understood the concept of having streaming music. What I do, I took all my music, I digitized it, I put it in files, and you play it at random.
Exactly.
What do you need a service for?
No, you don't.
Because not everybody has a server or a computer that's designed to just stream music to you. Personally, I've got it. I've got that Plex server. I can stream anything on that. But
did you say Plex?
Plex.
Yeah.
I use Plex too, and I use it for my. I record TV shows off of various things, and I can make playlists and everything. I love Plex.
I've got 1,000 movies on my Plex server, and both my kids can access it. They can sign in, and I have a lot of family videos on it, tons of family videos.
True.
And
I think last I checked, I have 80,000 songs because I used to work at a company, right? I work in IT. I used to work at a company, and the people would put music on their laptops. And then when they would quit the job, they would turn their laptops in. Well, before they wiped the laptops, they would scan the laptop. They would scan the laptops for media. And then they had this one server that they would throw all the media on. And I'm like, hey, if I give you guys a disc, will you copy that for me? So I got probably 80,000 songs worth of. I worked at an accounting firm that's nationwide, so I got 80,000 songs.
You probably got a month and a half of the listening.
Yeah, I've got about the same amount. I've got about 80 gigabytes of MP3s. That I've collected because all my friends back when had big collections of their own. So I have separate folder. So-and-so's music, so-and-so's music, so-and-so's music. I hardly ever listen to them, but they're there anyway.
Remember back in the early 2000s when Napster and LimeWire came out where you downloaded your music?
Yeah. Oh,
and I downloaded all kinds of programs like Photoshop and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we all did that, but no more.
Right? Oh, I know.
Can't do that more. Now it's 60, $70 a month subscription.
Not me. I've got the pirated CD, and my son cloned my computer, my Windows 7.
I can't do that because I can't do that because my daughter has a company, and we do work with that, and it's for commercial customers, and everything's got to be on the up and up.
That's understandable.
I can't. I used to pirate stuff, but I can't anymore either because I work in IT and I work for financial companies and a lot of stuff. And if something like that happened, I would lose my livelihood.
I totally
understand. I will say this though, accountants like a lot of rap. I don't know what it is about it. You would think accountants would be boring,
rap?
But I can tell you that's primary. A lot of the music that I got on my server was rap music. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Oh, wow.
You wouldn't think stuffy little accountants would listen to that kind of stuff, but they do.
You'd like my oldest son's music. Then he's a musician, and he writes and sings all his own rap stuff. He does rhythms and trap beats and all kinds of things. You'd love his stuff. It's good. It's really good.
People think that my musical choice is very unusual.
I wouldn't say that.
Rick, I gotta go. I gotta get back to work and get this uploaded. I broke. This is just as an aside. I'm the guy who said, "Man, I really need a day off from YouTube tomorrow. I ain't going to do shit. I'm not going to make videos. I'm not going to be online. And what do? I make a video, upload it, stop in and say, Rick, so I guess I
Not
really
happening,
want to be. I guess I really want to be doing this stuff 7 days a week.
You
See you
enjoy
day
it,
off.
do it.
Yeah,
YouTube
see you all
addiction's
tomorrow
real.
morning with Kilts. It's either going to be me or Kilts, but we'll both be there. So till then, you'll have a great day. You know, take the rest of the day off and make
Day
sure
off
to
and
eat
eat
some
meat.
meat, okay?
I'm going to
Bye-bye.
do that today.
I'm definitely going to do that. I'm going to have some of Rick's heart attack chicken.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, look at that. See, we're getting the big time guests over
That's
here.
right.
We have
We
our,
are. That's right.
we're doing really good. So
Yeah.
Live at 8 with Rick keeps getting better. Who knows? When I move to another place, it might be even better. We'll have some outdoor time, more duck vision.
I can't
But,
wait to see what you do with your new place. It's going to be so awesome.
Oh, it is. It's going to be
Man.
different. Let's put it this way. You won't find black, white, and gray in my place.
Oh, you don't find that in mine. Look at my background. That's actually
Exactly.
my house. Yeah.
I hate
that.
black, white, and gray.
Ugh.
You like
You know,
it?
I would-
Even back in the day when walls in your house was like the off-white, you had color. You had colored carpet. You had curtains. You know, you had that. And it's like, now it's like white.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
don't like that either. Do it all white. Mm-mm. Yeah.
I don't even
But-
like the outside of my house being white.
No, it's
I don't
a matter
like-
of taste. You know, it's.
I
some
don't like
people
paint
that.
on the outside. I don't want a house that has to be painted on the outside. It's got to be rocks, bricks, or something, but not paint. We don't want that.
They get whatever they put in my manufactured home. It's this stuff that it's been the same paint for 13 years, and it's like a resin material that looks like wood, but it's like it's some kind of a resin clapboard.
It's probably
And I'll
hardy
tell you
board.
what is that?
Hardy board.
Maybe, but it stands up to
it's-
all kinds of hail and sun. I mean, the sun just beats the hell out of this place, and it's
Yeah, I have vinyl. I have vinyl siding on the outside of my home. I wish I had the polymer siding like my mom had put on hers, or mom and dad put on their house, because it doesn't warp. It doesn't, it's a lifetime warranty, but of course it was expensive. It cost almost 20 grand just to have it done.
I think that's what
it's
mine
maintenance
came
free.
with. It's amazing stuff. I think that's what mine came with because it's not warping or doing anything. It just stays.
Mine's not bad, but like at work we have vinyl siding, and of course when you have an asphalt parking lot that's beating down sun in the summertime, it does warp.
Oh
But
yeah.
like mine, the only thing I have downfall is I have to wash mine. But
Yes.
you can there is a cleaner that you don't even have to get a pressure
Milton,
washer
no.
out. I have this little thing, and it just you
Milton,
turn it
oh,
on
what a
and it
mess.
just melts it away, and it's done.
Really? That's pretty. What
Yeah,
is
it's
what, that's pretty cool stuff. Then it's like a chemical that just eats at it.
Yeah, it pretty much has got mold inhibitors, and it's pretty much got bleach in it. That's what it
Oh,
is. And
nice.
it's called house armor. And shoot, I spray it on. I do it at work, and I spray it on. It's like poof, gone. It
Nice.
disappears.
And you live where? What state do you live in?
I live in Missouri.
Oh, so you get the humidity there.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
That'll
okay.
start tomorrow. We get
Oh wow. See,
we're
I'm in the
underneath
desert, so our thing is basically the sun that eats away, like for example, the clear coat in your car. It fades your paint, and it's some powerful stuff. So, but if you get a UV resistant paint, it seems to last. I mean, it actually is good. It's a good test. So, but that's the main thing we deal. And hail, like you get hail damage. I mean, we get hail like the size of golf balls sometimes, and it just chips away at your clapboard. So go around and touch it up.
Where I live is I'm right in the beginning of what they call the Rust Belt, where they use salt and
Yep.
sand and salt and stuff. So we don't have as much winters, but you have to constantly you want to make sure when you have a nice day, wash your vehicle, get the undercarriage.
Yes, especially the undercarriage. Do you put any sort of spray or oil or rust inhibitor on the bottom of your car to prevent it from getting eaten through?
Like my dad, when he bought a new truck or new vehicle, he always had it undercoated. But over time, that undercoating does fade.
Yeah.
But like my truck, my truck's 17 years old. I'm sure there is rust on the body, and the normal places where you would see rust like on my cab, it's not rusted. The rocker panel is not rusted.
Nice.
And usually by there, it should be rusted. Now on my fender, I started seeing a little pop, and I have the fender cover, a flare that looks like a factory flare. I don't like those big flares, but I have a factory flare where I painted it myself, and I got the clear coat, and I did all that myself. I got what they call because it was like plastic, and I can't remember what you got it. It's like a promoter is what you got to spray on it. Otherwise the paint won't stick.
Oh, to get it to adhere. Yeah. It roughens it up.
Other than that, it does great. I'm sure there's rust under on the bed, but other than that, there is no rust.
That's awesome.
And the other thing I have to, because on the General Motors trucks, even they call the first generation Silverados, they put tubes, and you have to constantly, I can't get them all, but like the one underneath the fender well, I spray under to get all that salt, mud, and all that out. Otherwise it does rust. But the one thing I hate about today's frames, especially on trucks, is they boxed them. They boxed them in, and there's
that sucks.
I live in the country. I live on a gravel road, and it collects dust, and over time that dust builds up. And what happens? Moisture gets in. You can't be able to get it out. It starts rusting. So far, my truck, on the outside, it is solid. I always check that frame every year, with a hammer to make sure there's nothing, because my truck frame is notorious to rust. But if I was living any further north, that truck would have been 10, 12 years of truck. The truck would still be running great, but the frame would be shot.
Yeah, it'd be toast with the perfect engine. That's what used to happen to my parents' Fords. We used to live in Massachusetts, and black ice and salt and everything, and the engine was still perfect. The car would be a rattle trap. You see the nuts and bolts rolling down the street after it, and you could tell it was my mother's car. So it was awful.
That's what I love about the older vehicles. I had a 94 F-150. I had a 99 F-250 Super Duty with a 7.3 Power Stroke. My dad had one, his last brand new truck he bought in 99, same engine. And, the only part that was boxed in on those trucks was up by the engine for the extra stability. The rest of it, open C frame, so
you could get to stuff.
And because my idea truck, if I ever build another truck, I like to get a 78, the 70s, they call it the dent side, 70 series, super cab or regular cab. But I would like to put a little newer technology, because you can put a newer engine in it. You don't have all those computers and stuff. The only computers you have is your computer for the engine. And I like to put what they call the Godzilla 7.3 Godzilla, because it's a natural aspirated motor. And that's what I would love to take the new technology, but you still have the classic feel. You don't have all this big old screen in your dash, or that, but then you still have the newer technology of the engine, and they built that engine really good.
Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about the stupid kill switch.
Oh God. Well, you know what? I've been watching videos that people disconnect those suckers, and I'm like, they underestimate human ingenuity, because the more that they try to stop people and control people, the more you're going to get some smart guy or girl that's going to hack that shit. And it's like, too bad, Yeah. I mean,
you can turn that thing off. That's one thing I'm worried about. They want to put this kill switch, and it is by the government that's trying to do that.
Yeah, it is. Of course it is.
And this is the thing I'm worried. That switch is like a light switch. It will break. It will go bad.
Yeah.
It will happen. It will shut it off. Shut your whole car off 70 miles an hour going down the interstate, and wham!
That's what kills me. I know. Like, thank you for bringing that up, because the thing that really irks my world is the fact that, let's say that you got some psycho that's chasing you, okay, and that car is made to pick up on your, maybe you're overheated or your eyes are dilated or something, and it's going to say you're drunk, and it's going to shut your ass down. And guess what'll happen? Whoever's chasing you is going to be able to get you, because you can't get away. Or if you get an emergency situation and you've got to rush to the hospital. There was a guy, actually, I can't remember his channel, but he was talking about he got a horrible, horrible cut on his arm. And if he had that technology, and that was the point of the video, it would have shut him down. He would have died and bled out. You know, you don't think he was elevated and had his heart going fast and everything like that? I mean, that's such crap. And they do it under the guise of, oh, we're protecting you. It's like, protect this. You know, I get so mad at that stuff. It really, it enrages me because it's such a lie. And they're trying to sell it, you know, and then the you know, just, you know, the sheep will just suck it up and, oh, we have to be protected. The government cares. It's like, are you kidding me right now? You know, since when did the government
they don't care. It's all about control.
They don't. No, it is. It's absolutely control and money. There you go. You know, it's just, so what I foresee happening is that, let's say they start doing away with parts for the older cars. There's going to be people like Rick that collect them, or people that are actually smart enough to make parts. And they're going to keep the old cars going somehow, because people are going to be fed up with the crap. And then guess what? They're going to have to eventually make them the right way, not without these giant infotainment screens that are essentially rolling computers. You know?
Oh my God.
California is already working on California is already starting to work on trying to, you know, regulate tires, where you have to go back with tires.
Yes.
You can't do the off-road tires. You can't get this tire. And the thing is like as these vehicles, I don't understand. I remember growing up, 15-inch tires on a half-ton truck, 16-inch tires, 16-inch wheels on a 3/4 1-ton.
Right.
What was the big deal? We need to go with 17, 18, 19, 20, 21-inch, 22-inch tires. That's and
money.
Thing like my truck, I have 18-inch tires. My spare is the 17-inch. I don't understand. Why didn't you do the 17-inch? I can get 17-inch tires 10-ply cheaper than I can these 18.
Absolutely.
And even the 17-inch 10-ply tires I can get cheaper than the standard ply. And I remember used to, like, technically I really don't need 10-ply tires for my truck, but
no.
I don't like the 4-ply standard living on a gravel. And
you have to have more ply than that. And except where I live, if you don't have at least, you know, more than that, you get holes. I mean, it's just a fact of life, because you've got sharp gravel all over the place.
Like, you know, six ply.
I'm going to hop off. I'm just going to say goodbye real quick, okay? Congratulations on hosting your first panel, Rick. It's awesome. I hope you get to do this again. It's a lot of fun. Thank you. And everybody have a good day.
You stay well.
Glad to have you here. Have a great day, Amy.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
Bye.
But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying with that. It's such a bunch of garbage. I mean, oh, man. And then the fact that you know, that now they're lobbying, I think, for the right to repair. That's like a big thing they're doing. And they're trying to make it so that even if you're a mechanic, you have to get the proprietary thing for the brakes, the proprietary thing for the rotors. I mean, it's like, are you kidding me? What mechanic that's got a small shop is going to spend thousands of dollars fixing, you know, buy one of those stupid things, and it forces people back into the stealership, you know? I mean, it's just such a scam. So I'm going to keep my old car going as long as I can. I mean, I've got
my truck's got 224,000 miles on it. The body is good. Is it, you know, yes, there are a lot of parts. I already had to replace the fuel pump. It was at the end of its life. I'm sure it won't be long. The starter's easy. I can jack the truck up, crawl underneath, and I'll change the starter. While I have the starter, there's one thing that notoriously starts leaking of age is because it seals. There's a crankshaft position sensor right behind it. I'm going to change that out while I'm there. Easy to do.
That's right.
And then next thing, alternator. The alternator is really easy. It's right on top, easy to get to. And that's what I like about it.
Unlike those German cars, which make it so difficult to get to the parts, to access them, that for a plastic freaking like a water pump or something, you got to pay for 6 or 7 hours of labor because they pack it in so tight and so deep you can't even get to it. You know, even a good shop. It's insane.
Now my mom's got a 2015 Edge, and I was hoping, I'm glad it was just a battery, because with these new vehicles, batteries should last 5 or 6 years. They don't even last 3 years anymore.
Oh, not anymore. No, they don't.
And I'm very glad it's not the alternator, because I'm like, looking, I see where the alternator is. I'm like, okay. So I look at the video, and I'm like, okay, it's not bad. And I finally found one that matches her 2015. And I'm like, you have to take the whole front cut, the whole grill, the headlight assembly, all that out. I'm like, what the heck is Ford doing here?
For an alternator?
Alternator, and it's like on my truck, or like even an older Ford truck, it was right on top. Why did we put it down where it's crammed, where you can't get
it's ridiculous. I remember the old slant sixes. Those are so easy to work on. Even I could do it.
Still got one.
Do you?
Man,
Yep.
Those are nice, all open right there. Man,
you
those
talk
are
about
nice.
Those inline sixes, the Chrysler
Yes.
Slant Six. That was a good one because I know they put it in the Dodge truck.
They lasted
Chevrolet
forever.
had I believe a 292 or something inline six that was a beast, and then Ford had the legendary 4.9 300 inline six that it may not have a lot of horsepower, but that sucker you
that
can pull
thing,
a barn down and your neighbor's barn down, and the whole New York City can
You
go
couldn't
down
destroy that
time.
thing. I know.
I got that in my dad's old van that I'll be stripping soon.
Oh man, I love your approach of having the forest, so the jungle solution to keep the freaking city out of your property.
That's right. Keep
That's
the code
awesome.
enforcement off of my back.
Yeah, exactly.
I do all
And you've got
kinds of
nice
stuff
shade,
here.
and that's you have to. Oh, I know. I hate that. I remember when I moved, I got away from association hell, is what I used to call it. You know, which you're paying all kinds of money for, and they don't do dot squat to improve your property or anything. They just take your money pretty much. Anyway, I moved to where I live in New Mexico, and I was checking all the neighborhoods out. This was my husband was still alive. Association, nope, cross it off, cross it off, cross it off. And we got to this neighborhood, and we saw that the guy next door had a junkie house with all kinds of cars. And I was like, perfect. I'm taking that lot. That's it. Haven't had any trouble. I can shoot my gun. I can do target practice out here. He had my husband used to build planes, model planes, and he could rev those motors. Nobody bothered us. It was great. And I can show.
That's why.
Yep.
That's why I love living in the county I live in, Missouri. It's a Class 3 county. The only thing I had to have a permit for was the sewer. That was it. But that was a state thing. It was a DNR thing. And you could done, like for me, it was under 10 acres that was deeded to. So I had to have a septic tank and a lagoon or a leach field, which I'm like, which you would have to do this, and this.
That's
so
a
I'm
lot
like,
of money.
lagoon. And they, all I had to have was a fence around it. Cattle panels worked great. Now and nothing, I don't have to have a permit for this, a permit for that, nothing like that. I already had a driveway. And the only other thing they recommend have is a driveway permit. But that's all it is, and then you just pay them $50. You buy a culvert. They put the culvert in for you for free and supply the gravel.
Wow.
Now I
that's
go
the thing
one
I had to pay for. I had a septic when I moved in, but for some reason the guy was trying to tell me, the lies people come up with. Oh, you'll be fine. You never have to, drain it out or anything. It's like, are you kidding me? I've had a septic all my life. It's like, no, that's not true. Anyway, the only thing I had to do was just get it connected to the manufactured home I bought, and then just put some risers on it. We were good to go, and it's been working great since. But it's nice to have that. And also, as far as permits, we had to put a front porch and a back porch on mine, and had to get permits for that. But then I got another extension on my back porch. My neighbor never said a word, never had to get a permit. Everybody was cool about it. It's like, we don't see anything being built. It's your backyard. We haven't noticed. So, save myself several $100s doing that.
Now I can go 10 miles to the southeast where I live, and it's called Boone County, Missouri. And biggest city is Columbia, which is the home of the University of Missouri Tigers. And so that's a Class 1 county because of Boone, because of City of Columbia. And Boone County is that you have to have permit for this, permit for that. Yeah, and when you build a barn, I remember I built a barn. They asked me, are you going to, which depends on the size. Mine wasn't big. Yeah. It was a small goat barn. And I built it. They asked me, are you going to put electricity in it? Nope. I wasn't going to let them know. I wasn't going to let them know because you would have to, every outlet had to be a GFI.
Every
you couldn't
one?
have every one.
Oh
GFI.
My God. That's
you
insane.
couldn't do it like you do in a kitchen where you can have one GFI, but the next outlet is ground faulted off of that. No, you have to have a GFI at every outlet. That's $20 a pop.
Yeah, easy. Oh my god!
And then you would have to run your electrical separate, so you got to have an electrician to hook it up at the panel, hook it up at the meter. Well, it's just a barn. I'll just have some outlets and light. I just ran a 10, a 10-3 across. That's all I needed.
Nice.
Just for some outlets and lights. That's all I'm running.
Yeah, exactly. I know they're so retarded. Well, that's why, like Archie Bunker used to call California, where they make all these rules, the land of the fruits and nuts. I think he had the right idea. Oh my God! It's gotten so, for lack of a better term, Nazistic, like Nazi. There, it's like everything, and thankfully, New Mexico people just won't have it, so they haven't been able to tame us too much, which is really kind of nice, Because people like as an example, when they I don't know if you remember, like 3 years ago, they had these horrible fires. Actually, it was 2021 and 20. I can't even remember now, but they burned up like hundreds of thousands of acres.
I remember hearing about that.
Well, it was like 16 miles from my house. I mean, it was really frightening, and people actually had to move, and they had to, evacuate and anything. And anyway, what actually was going on was they were trying to take over, like burn people's land, and then take over the land. The government would buy it cheap, and then just make it so that people couldn't do agriculture anymore. And so what they were actually doing, the firefighters were not only putting it out, but they were also lighting it.
Wow.
It's really, so in Mora is about maybe, I'm going to say about 20, 30 miles north of me. Okay. And those guys caught them doing this shit. Well, they answered to a bunch of guns. It's like, nope, you're not burning my yard down. So they got out of there really quick, so Mora didn't get burned down. But there was a rancher that is maybe 10 miles from me where I get meat from, and they burned half his field. It wasn't just the fires randomly doing it. They set them, so you had the good firefighters who were actually putting stuff out, but there were people actually setting stuff too. It was awful, but yeah, they caught them. It's like, no, I don't think so.
New Mexico is one of those unique states. I remember going through from a mission trip. You come out of El Paso, Texas, and then you hit New Mexico, and you're in desert. You're in the desert and hot desert. And then I remember it was I can't remember. It started with an A. US 54, US 70 went through there, but I remember US 70 goes right up. Yeah, that's it.
Alamogordo. Yeah.
Alamogordo. And I remember you come right out of there. You can go north on 54, US 54 towards Santa Rosa or Old Route 66, or go up through the Apache Mountains. I remember that going up through the Apache Mountains. I mean, you go from desert to mountains.
It's something.
And then all of a sudden you come out of those mountains and you go into like look like the Great Plains, not even a tree in sight. And then all of a sudden it's like, this looks like almost like Missouri and Kansas out here. There by
it is. It's like
what is that? Roswell.
Right. And then you go where I live, and you go even further, a little bit further north, and you've got like thick trees and pines and all kinds. You've got different ecosystems. It's really interesting. So the north really gets a change of seasons, and we get more moisture. We get snow, and we still have the big sky, but you got a lot of trees. And you go through the mountains, you've got these beautiful ponderosa pines and stuff. And you can get pretty much, excuse my coughing, the emphysema acts up sometimes. But you can get all kinds of different ecosystems here within one state. It's really so interesting. And it's interesting, the neighborhoods are also kind of like that, because you can have like regular people, just working class, regular folks right next to a bunch of meth heads.
And then Missouri is one of those. Missouri is kind of you. Well, Missouri's kind of like that. In my area, we have more farmland. We have more to say choice of duck food growing food that they grow up here,
The
corn
duck
and
food,
soy.
yep.
That's the biggest thing. There's some duck wheat food they grow, but like where I live, there's not one field close to me. You know, it's all woods and grass, you know,
Oh, wow.
that kind of in hills. Cause like if someone comes and say, hey, we would like to rent out, we want to rent and lease your land out. Cause I don't understand, why are we plowing hills because you're depleted? I'm like, nope, it stays grassland. I will let the land grow up in thicket, woods and brush before I ever allow a plow to it.
Exactly.
It's bad enough that I've been trying to get grass to grow, which some of my raised beds are coming out, and I'm going to take the dirt and I'm going to next fall and I'm going to get my grass to grow. Imagine if they just destroy my grass and all.
Oh my God! It would destroy your ecosystem.
Yeah, and I'm like, not touching it. I will have my neighbors will hay it until I get animals. Once I get my animals, then I get to that point where then I'm going to do the what they call, it's Joe Salatin. It does it. You rotate your animals. Yes, that's it right there.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I think that's the way to go. Definitely.
The problem where I live is because, and they don't want to, they want to blame, they don't want to blame the glyphosate, the poisoning, and all that stuff when they spray the plant, spray the herbicides, spray the fertilizers. We have the problem with deer. You have to have deer in my county. You have to have your deer tested. So when you harvest your deer during deer season, you have to drop it off because we have what they call wasting deer disease. Not every county in Missouri has that, but everywhere where you have cropland, where they plow and stuff, that's where they have the issue. But not only that, my rural water comes from a lake in northeast Missouri. All the tributaries run through all those farmlands where they plow, glyphosate, all that junk flows in it and into this lake.
You're starving to death if they're wasting away like that?
No, they get sick from all the poison, and they call it wasting deer disease. And we never had that before. But you go towards the southern Missouri into the Ozarks, like northern Arkansas, southern Missouri. You cross the river where our state capital is, and it goes from farmland to, you're growing rocks. It grows rocks because you go from that to rocky, where you can't farm. The only time you farm is in your bottomlands. But
gotcha.
And they don't have that issue because most of that is ranches. You can't plow because it's rocky.
Yeah,
rocky soil, and it's more farmland and
grazing land and stuff like
grazing land and woods. That's their primaries down there, and it's beautiful, clear rivers and stuff up there. That's the difference. And then you get up here, we have some pretty areas, but it's more of farmland. But you get further north into Iowa, it's even worse. I think I went to Montello meetup, and it was miles and miles and miles of corn, and I'm like, and they're on hills, and it's this wasn't made for this. This was made for
that monocropping kills the environment so bad, and that's what makes me laugh about. I mean, I tell people, eat however you want to eat, vegan, vegetarian, whatever. I don't put anybody down for that. But on the other hand, they're saying, well, we don't want to eat animals or harm animals. You do monocropping like that, you're destroying hundreds of thousands of animals and different species and stuff like that just by doing that. And then the harvest itself grinds them up a lot of times. It's so sad,
That's why, even though I won't eat the honey unless I use it for municipal purposes, one of my goals in the future for this is I want to do beekeeping. I want to learn how to beekeep, because here's the problem. We have our area with the croplands, because they say, we're losing our bee population because of this and that. This is why we're losing our bee populations. You're crop dusting, you're spraying. When the corn is pollinating, your bees, and even we're losing our pollinating bumblebees, even though they're in the ground, they're pollinators.
And
I have wild bees in my yard. Bees here are pests. They're everywhere.
Are they bees or hornets?
They're bees.
They're
I got
actually
them living
bees?
in the fire hydrant. I mean, my yard. You know, I got them in the back for 20 years. They've been living in the gumbo limbo tree. I have to battle them when they try to move in my house. I have to spray them because they're very prolific. But what it is, there's no agriculture here. That nobody uses glyphosate. People here, they just cut their grass. They don't use any herbicide. So when you don't spray the chemicals, the bees, they thrive.
They see your house and they're like, natural environment, let's go there and live.
Yeah, and they get in everything. I've had them get into my machine. I've had them get in the house. The bees, they're everywhere here.
Oh, yeah.
But where the agriculture, where you have the large crops, there are none. They have the fields over there where they still grow tomatoes and stuff. The bees die over there. I knew somebody who was a beekeeper.
Because
His
of the
hives,
GMOs.
well, the hives, they get the mites. The bees get weakened, and then they get wiped out, and there's a fungus that gets them. And then I said, I got wild bees in my yard for 20 years, and they're still there. I said, they're still there. You go back there, the hive is still there in the tree. It's just, I think, because when you have a natural environment, you have bacteria and fungi and all that, they kind of keep each other in check. When you start screwing around with that with pesticides, then you get these massive, like, plagues of insects and disease.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. It just totally throws it all off. It's horrible.
And you know, when you play with soil chemistry and you start fertilizing and you start plowing and you start weeding and all that, you break the fungal network. Then the water doesn't go in. Then the water runs off. Then when it's dry, it blows away. You look at my front yard, you'll see massive banana plants.
I know.
I have the biggest banana plants of anybody. You know how much fertilizer I use? Zero. It's all compost. And
that's the best way to go.
Banana trees need a lot of nitrates. A lot of nitrates. They used to use potassium nitrate, which is saltpeter, as a fertilizer.
Oh, wow.
But I don't do that. I use wood ashes and I use the soil. The soil bacteria, they bring in the nitrogen, but you have to feed them. You have to keep putting plant material in there.
You mix like wood ash into the soil to do that?
Yeah, wood ashes. When I first started my banana patch, they wouldn't grow. The soil here is really bad.
Really,
it's just, they grow like maybe 4 or 5 feet tall and then they die. But what I did, I put Epsom salt, which is magnesium sulfate, all over the ground to prepare it. And then I put lots of wood ashes and I put iron, a lot of minerals into the soil. And that's all you need. Then the trick is to keep it from running off. The nitrates, they're made naturally with the proper. Now, if you have, let's say you have a pasture. If your pasture is dry, it's not going to work. They're going to overgraze. The pasture isn't. But if you have a lot of rain like we do here in Florida, and you put the cattle out there, your soil improves because grass will only grow so much until it's cut. It's that's why we mow lawns with a lawnmower. If we just plant it, it'll grow up to a certain height. It'll look ratty. So you have to keep cutting it. And that's what the animals do. They graze. So as long as you got enough water in your soil, your animals are grazing. They're pooping it out. So now that poop it generates bacteria. The bacteria that produce methane also produce nitrates. By having animals eating your plants, you're actually building the soil. As long as you have enough water. If you don't have enough water, it doesn't work. But if you got plenty of water, all that grazing, you're building soil. It's rapidly building. You're going to end up with something that's much better. Like they said, you have Greg Judy and Joel Salatin that are out there talking about the regenerative ranching. There's also tricks. If you have, like Kelly was saying, you have hilly ground, you can actually make strategic trenches. That's what's called a key line swale. So when it rains, instead of the water running off, it goes into a low spot, and then it sits there and then drains down.
They call them arroyos here. That's what they've done for many centuries. Yeah.
That's it. And if you do that and you keep the grazing going, then you have to make sure that you have cover all the time. The soil has to have grasses or shrubs or whatever on it. When the rain comes down, it's going to go down into the soil. And then the bacteria, they use the water and the organic matter of the soil to produce the nitrates. So it's like but if you just put no animals there, then it'll grow. It'll eventually turn into a forest.
It breaks the cycle, actually.
Right.
Yeah. I wish you lived near me. I've got about a 3-foot pile of wood ash that I, every now and then I'll spread it out because the alkalization is really good for the vegetation out here.
Right.
But
Well,
yeah,
because of the calcium and the potassium that's tied up in the ashes goes back in the soil, and then all the
right.
compost creates acid, and the ashes, they balance it out to get that pH between 6 and 7.5, which is what most of the plants like. Grasses tend to like a higher pH,
That's why the
whereas
grass is always greener over the septic tank.
whereas pine trees and conifers, they like a more acid pH.
Right. Yeah, New Hampshire has a lot of acid soil, and we used to have tons of berries, which I know you hate.
Right.
But but the wild ones were a whole different flavor than the ones they grow. But at any rate, it was just full in the spring. Like you could just pick and get piles and piles of berries, and they love that acid soil. And
Yeah.
but the pine trees were dangerous because if they were too close to your house, high wind, they don't have deep roots. And I've seen more than once, pine trees blowing over and trashing people's homes.
Right.
So I keep my trees away. I keep, especially because, we have fire danger here. So I've got like rocks and gravel all around my house where you could literally drive around. And then up the hill, I live in in the bottom part of a hill. Up on top of the hill, I've got all my grass and plants and trees and everything. I just let it grow wild, and it also cuts the, when it rains, because we get torrential downpours a lot of times, and it's clay soil. So it's not absorbing as much as it should. And the grass and the trees sort of slow down the flooding. Because that's the problem we had after all those fires we had were floods and mud. It was bad.
They create channels. If you don't get a lot of water, they'll absorb it pretty quickly.
They do.
If you have plants, yeah. And then even the leaves sometimes hold a few drops of water.
Yep, exactly. Except we don't have a lot of deciduous trees here. It's mostly conifers and stuff. But no, we have a few. But like they're not local. They're Chinese elm, which are invasive. But yeah, they do work to do that. Cottonwood, stuff like that. So.
The problem I have here is when they brought an invasive tree called the Bradford pear to Missouri as a decorative tree. It in the spring it blooms. Well, it tends to spread, and it is everywhere now. And so I have to constantly. Luckily, I can brush hog most of them, but there's areas that I've seen growing that I'm going to won't be able to do this year, but next year, once I get this hip replaced and I get recovered. Next year, I am going to be doing a lot of things here on this property that I got to get before it gets too tall. And
exactly.
I
didn't realize you were dealing with hip issues. That sucks. Wow.
Well, I probably didn't even know that I damaged it. It was probably something minor, and it happened probably the start of it maybe 10 years ago. I slipped on ice. And I fell on ice. And when you get up, you don't think nothing. And I didn't only once, but twice I fell in the same exact spot at work on ice. And you get up and you're like, you feel fine. But I noticed it over time. I thought it was just normal of aging, but I noticed that it was getting harder for me to reach down, touch my toes on my right side, bend down on my right side.
It's pulling all your muscles all the wrong way and everything.
Yeah. And then, I was thinking, and then when I was, keto, when I started this health journey and I started with keto, everything was fine. But I also didn't know that I thought, when I was doing keto, eating all these plants, almonds and stuff, I didn't know that was harming me with all the lectins and all the oxalates and stuff. I thought that's what it was. Because when I went carnivore, it changed. Well, I noticed everything changed but this one thing, and I noticed that no matter what, like the inflammation, there is no inflammation in that hip.
No,
but
it's literally damaged. Yeah.
But I could my mobility, my flexibility is not there no matter what. I can squat, I can do anything. But here's the miraculous thing. I should be walking with a cane, or I should be not hardly walking. That's what's carnivore's helping me get through. And then when I did this lion diet for 30 days, and I didn't do a clean lion diet, I did a dirty lion diet. I had some seasoning because I had some seasoning with it, and I had my 2 cups of coffee. But what I really took away was a lot of the dairy. I noticed it, and
Yeah.
because
That
I
makes
want to
a
get
big
leaner. I
difference.
want to finish this weight loss journey. Plus, if I gain any more weight, because I did gain some weight over the winter time, I gained about 20 pounds, and I had a weight loss stall.
Freaking Dairy will do it.
They would cancel this surgery, and I gotta have it. I'm like, I gotta have this mobility back, and so that's what prompted me to do it. And just doing it just dirty. If I did it strict, I don't know what it'd be. What would it be? But I had a little bit of barbecue sauce, not the regular barbecue sauce, but the cleanest, no added sugar barbecue sauce. Because sometimes to me, just eating ground beef with salt can get quite boring. Steak, chuck roast, no problem. I love it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I could eat it without that. But ground beef over time, it gets a little old, and so I'll change it up. And then, of course, I had to do the pacemaker pizza challenge, and that was but it helped me be more disciplined. But I lost 8 pounds. This is my last day on it. I lost 8 pounds.
That's fantastic.
I lost 2.5 inches around my waist, and the start it has shifted. So I got to start. I got more. I noticed in that I had to take the lift out of my right foot because I was with a lift, and I noticed that I was walking without the lift. Like my left, I was putting a lot of weight on my left foot, or if I shifted, I would have a stiff ankle. But a lot of that stuff has just went away. So yeah,
that's wonderful.
So I'm going back, but being this, having that better discipline, like I'm still going to have dairy, but not like I had it before.
You'll be amazed how fast you heal, because like I literally, my hip broke completely. It was a freak accident because my bones are really strong. I don't have brittle bones or anything like that, but that's another story in itself. But I know most people my age, I'm 66, and most people, this is according to Laura Russell too, most people my age that get a broken hip, and I've also got full-blown emphysema, die after a hip surgery. And it's not the hip surgery that kills you. It's the fact that you have to lay still with your leg elevated in order for it to heal. And I was moving around as much as I could. And with the carnivore diet, they kicked me out of the hospital in 3 days, and no rehab or anything like that. And then once it healed up, I went to like 8 weeks of physical therapy, which helped quite a bit to strengthen all the muscles. But I mean, I'm doing everything I was doing before. I just walk with a little bit of a limp now, but it's amazing how fast. And I mean, my kids were really scared. They thought, oh my God, this is the end, and because of what happens to people. But not me, because of the carnivore diet, I healed really fast. And the only thing that sucked is that the hospital food, they had, they call them hamburgers, but they were more like hockey pucks, and trying to choke those down, like, so I lived on bacon, because even the eggs, they have these hospital regulations, at least in New Mexico, where they can't give you the regular eggs as a patient. They give you this powdered stuff. And I'm extremely sensitive to dairy. So I get a lot of really bad pain. So I couldn't have that stuff because it had powdered milk in it. So I lived on bacon. I said, just give me like a quadruple order of this stuff. They come in with a big pile of it, and that's what I lived on until I left.
That's one thing about it. This helped me. It helped me get jump started, but it helped me be more disciplined. So like if I want ice cream, I'm not gonna go buy ice cream. That stuff is disgusting to me. I'm not gonna make the full Kilt ice cream recipe. I'm gonna cut it in half. I'm not going to use my machine. I'm going to do 3 egg yolks with a pint of the best heavy whipping cream I can get out there, and a little bit of Mexican vanilla. And I'm going to shake it up, and I'm going to put it in the freezer. And that's, it's be a treat, because this time of year, I like the frozen treat. But the other one is like every now and then I'll make a heart attack burger. I'll make some bread every now and then, but most of the time it's going to be strict carnivore, where I'll have some eggs. I'll have my ground, my meat. I may have some salmon. I may have some pork with it, but I'm always going to have my, ruminant animals, because I feel that it runs best. But it helped me better. And so that's where my next 30 days. The other thing I'm going to work on is, I did this before when I'm early days in carnivore, and I did a video where I took caffeine away for 30 days, but was it the coffee I really missed, or was it the hot drink that I missed? Because I was like, boy, I don't miss the coffee, but I sure miss having something hot. So
I can
going to
answer
the store
that.
later.
For me, it was the cream, because I'd have a big ton of cream and a little bit of coffee in it. So I had to quit.
So someone gave me an idea for a recipe, and so I used it, but it had a lot of dairy in it. So this time I'm gonna go get the good bone broth. I can get it at Walmart, a clean bone broth.
They do. They have good stuff. Yeah.
And I'm gonna have that. I'm gonna use my Mountain Dew salt, heat some water, and I'm gonna make a flavorful hot drink.
That
and
sounds
then
great.
I'm also going to try something, and I'm not going to do it there. I know a lot of people does it, but I'll do it for about a week. It is apple cider vinegar, a little bit of that, and warm water and lemon juice. I'm going to do some of that too, because it somewhat helps. But my thing is I want to try to see what coffee, because people gets off coffee, they found a tremendous difference in it. And so, and I'm not saying get off the coffee. This is what I'm trying. This is my next 30-day thing. The next thing I also want to try, I'm thinking about adding into it, is one day I'm going to pick a day, either a Sunday or a Monday, and I'm going to have a no eat day. It's a fast day where I don't eat. Just do one day. And because I did do a longer term fast, but I want to build that up, because when I do have this surgery, I'm not going to, as I'm recovering, I'm going to do some fasting, and I'm also going to, make sure I get my protein to heal, because, and
definitely,
because in October, I haven't done it end of August. October, I'm going to Kentucky, because that's the first thing I asked them when I'm scheduling this surgery. How soon can I start driving? Because I'm going to Kentucky, and I am going because it's my right hip. If it was my left hip, it wouldn't be a big deal, but it's my right hip, and that's my driving hip. So I gotta have it.
It took me about, I think, 6 weeks, and I drive a clutch, and I broke my left hip. But I found that just doing an automatic after about maybe 3-4 weeks, no problem. It healed.
They said as long as you're not on the any pain medicine, you should be good by end of September.
The only thing I took was ibuprofens and Tylenols, and I rotated them, and then I just kept cutting them down till I don't need any, and it worked really well. I didn't even have to take. They gave me oxycodones, but I'm an addict. I don't need that stuff in my body.
Yeah, I'll have it just in case I need it, because the last time I had an oxycodone, they prescribed it at 20 years ago when I almost lost my right leg, and they took the dead tissue out, the gangrene tissue out, and they had to heal from the inside out. I got sick. I threw them away. I did not want to have nothing to do with it. It was Darvocet.
Exactly.
And it really didn't do any good when they did it, because when they did that pulse vacuum, they gave it to me 30 minutes. It wasn't 2 hours later, I was a zombie. And then I'm like,
oh my God, I know. Especially if you're used to not doing any meds or drugs or anything like that. So that's really something.
I'm just gonna do my normal. I'll take ibuprofen if I need to, and change it up with Tylenol.
Yeah,
I'll have it just in case I need it. But other than that, I'm gonna try not to take it. I'm gonna let the diet and let the fasting, let all that do that.
Well, I'll tell you this. The other thing you might want to think about too is getting a full length stocking that goes all the way up to your leg. It'll help with the swelling, because any surgery that you have, you're going to get edema. That's just which means the swelling in your leg. So what I did was I just put first thing in the morning, I'd sit down, make sure I sit down and not stand when I'm putting stuff on, and just kind of roll it up the leg. And you can find videos on how to actually put them on. It really helps, and they have the thigh high kind, and that keeps the swelling.
If I do, I'll probably order them, because what you find in at the store or stores that's FSA, HSA eligible do not fit right.
No, they don't. And you can order them on Amazon. I've got the same problem, except I'm tiny, so they always go up to my rib cage, so because I'm 5'2", so I have the opposite problem of being small. But Amazon, you can pretty much find everything with that, and you don't need to get the extra firm compression. What's that?
I said Jerry's like at peace. I think she wants.
Oh yeah. There you go. Her too. Yeah, she's small too, huh?
Could I chime in for 1 minute? Thank you so much, Jonathan, for allowing Rick to use your StreamYard. This was a great day. Fantastic people on the panel. Thank you so much. I have to hop off because Donna Ray is coming on my channel at 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 noon Central. So thanks, Rick. Thanks, Jonathan. Happy birthday to
Anytime.
you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jonathan. Happy birthday to you and many more.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
There we go.
All right.
Well, I let everybody talk. And Kelly never gets to talk, so we're letting him talk today. Everybody always
Yeah,
ignores
I
him.
know. All kinds of interesting stuff to say.
Usually when he's on the panel, everybody blabbity, blabbity, blabbity. He never gets to talk. So
I know.
you notice that I've kept quiet. I've had people say, well, where's Rick? I'm here. I'm just letting him talk.
Right on. Good for you. That's a good host.
That's right. And the show's not about me, even though it's called Live at 8 with Rick.
With Rick.
It's not just Rick live at 8. It's live at 8 with Rick.
Reason I like your show so much is you really let everybody interact. It's wonderful. You've got a real good talent for doing that.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, I mean, again, it's that was my goal. I started on YouTube because I wanted to meet people. That was the whole thing. So I had to create an environment where people would want to come in and they would want to share different things. So that way, I can get to know them. Otherwise, it's just celebrity culture. I can't stand the celebrity culture. Some of these live streams, I'm not going to say who they are, but you go in there,
We know.
you have 1,000. Huh?
I said we know who they are.
Yeah, you got more than 1,000 people there. All the
Yep.
comments are scrolling by, and the only ones they pay attention to are the super chats, and maybe only half of them. So this is free of super chats. And we got this. We got this.
Your beautiful velvet kitty. Oh my God, give me a kiss. I love that cat.
I love my
Aw.
baby kitten. Look at that.
Oh, he's so beautiful. I had 2 cats that were all black like that, a male and a female. They've long since passed, but I used to call them my velvet kitties. They were twins. He's gorgeous. Oh my gosh, he reminds
He's a
me
really
of my
nice
aunt.
cat.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he
Yeah.
was a feral cat. It's just something my
I
neighbor
know.
found in the street.
Listen, the cat distribution system finds people, and they'll distribute the cat whether they're feral, whether they're tame, whether they're orphaned. And I get them. I've got it written right here, cat lady. I think it should be my new name, the Carnivore Cat Lady. And that's what I do. I foster kittens. All the orphaned and sick ones. The shelter calls me up. I've raised them from 1 day old to a little bit older, but I do pretty well with them. And I think the reason why is because I get up in the middle of the night naturally anyway. So it's not a big deal for me to get up and feed them and go back to sleep. I might get up a couple times in the night, so it's not a problem. And that's
It's like
what
I try to explain to people that cats don't practice fasting.
No,
Cats
they
can't
don't.
go- No. So when people say, "Oh, carnivores are fasting," that's not true. There's a lot of these sort of blanket statements that people make. Well, you should eat 1 meal a day. I don't believe in that. I eat 3 meals a day. I go against a lot of the popular people. They talk
I
about
think
how
it's got to be what works for your body. Because some people that have been obese all their lives need to fast, and they do
Yes.
really well with extremely high fat. Somebody like you and me, I mean, I've never been obese. I've been heavier, but I've never been obese. I'm always moving around and stuff. And I've tried 2 meals a day, and I'm starving by the end of the day. I've got to eat something. So I'll eat a
Right.
light meal, but I've got to
Right.
eat 3 times a day too. So I get it.
I mean,
You
and
know?
it's also our bodies are a little bit different. Rick has a higher metabolism, and
Right.
his body may require eating 3 meals a day.
That's
And
right.
like Rick said, he probably tried that once, and if you eat everything at once, you are miserable. You want to veg out, and when you're busy, you tend to do. For me, I a lot of times I will eat 1 to 2 meals a day. A lot of times, most of the time, it is 2 meals a day, and like right now, I'm not hungry, but my stomach's starting to feel like it's about time to have something. And so, the last few days on the Lion diet, I ate around 1, 2 o'clock, and I was fine. Except for Thursday night, I was at my daughter's softball game, and it was around 9 o'clock, and I was like, okay, I'm getting hungry. So she stopped. She wanted something to eat. We rolled through McDonald's. I got me some burger patties, and she
Right
got
on.
what she wanted. And
Nice.
so I waited. I got home and I had that. So, but the other, like yesterday, I had 2 pounds of ground beef, and I was great. I was fine. But there be times that I'm like, oh, I'm hungry because I was busy. I had a busy day and I'm hungry. So I eat. Or I might decide I'm going to change it up. I might have 3 meals a day. I might eat breakfast and then go about my day, and then I'm hungry. I may not be hungry till evening. I may be hungry at noon. I may be hungry in the evening. It depends how active I am, especially when I'm really working heavy, lifting
Yes.
and stuff like that out here,
Exactly.
piling brush and stuff like that.
Definitely. Yeah. Same with me. If I'm weed whacking outside all morning and stuff like that, I'm ravenous by noon. So I get, and I think as you do carnivore, you get more and more in touch with your body and realizing what you need. And, your normal appetite comes back. Like it's not the food noise appetite or the, like, I need to eat something to stuff feelings appetite like I used to do. And it's a whole different thing. And you learn to kind of flow with the rhythm of your body. And there's been days where I don't eat because I'm not hungry. It happens, rarely, but it's not like a deliberate fast. But I think for a lot of people, it can be a reset, especially if you've had major health problems, especially if your natural appetite centers don't work anymore and you need to kind of regulate yourself. I think that fasting can be wonderful. And I've seen it for a lot of benefit. I'm not that person, and Rick isn't either. But I've seen it work for a lot of people.
And did I see any change for me? Probably not.
Really?
The only thing I saw the change is this. My stored fat was being gone. Other than that, maybe some inflammation. But like I did the lion diet for the 30 days, which they say that it's the most pro-inflammatory food out there, which that is to me is a debunk, because if it was, I should be miserable. I should
be in agony. You'd be in agony.
I shouldn't be doing what I did for 30 days. I mean, we dealt with the maintenance monster at work where I had to pull a tub from a water leak where they had to cut the tub to get to the leak in the middle of the night.
Oh my gosh.
I had to put ceiling in. I put a whole bathroom sheetrock ceiling in. And normally I would have to have the extra hand. Even granted, it's not a 4x8 sheet, but it was a 4x5 sheet. And to get it up there, once I got it up there, I had no problem. And before, I didn't have no upper body strength. Now I'm starting to have that upper body strength.
No,
and the thing is like, people, and this is the issue that it gets me, angry in this community, because you have people say, well, you need to do it this way, that way. You need to go to the gym and all. No, you don't. The only thing you need is do what works for you and get your movement. It doesn't matter if you go for a walk, you go for a bike ride, you're working, your job is active and stuff like that, or if you want to go to the gym. I hate going to the gym. I hate going on elliptical. I hate on a treadmill, all that stuff.
Oh my God, me too. Yep.
If I want to do any kind of, I do a little bit of squats. I do this. I do stretches. I do a push-up. I don't go and do like 50 push-ups on my kitchen counter. I do 10 and I walk away. Then I may do 10 later. I may do 3 or 4 squats, and I may do this. But it's not like I have to do it exactly like what they said. No, you do what works best for you, and you do what makes you feel comfortable when it comes to movement.
Amen. Amen. Somebody was asking about Oreo, the disabled kitten. Didn't one of your neighbors adopt him, Rick?
A friend of mine adopted her, but she's a little bit far from here. I haven't contacted her. I haven't had the time. I got to see what's going on. But
that? Oh yeah, time. Yeah, that. Yeah.
But yeah, she's at a friend's house. I'm not sure how she's doing. She hasn't called me, so I guess no news is good news.
Right. Oh, that's good. But she got a home. It was a she? Turned out to be female?
Yeah, it was a she.
Oh.
That's a female.
Oh.
So I have 2 left. I have a calico, which is a female, and I got a Menace Garfield, which is a male.
Garfield. Oh man!
And then, of course, the Black Menace in the house. I need to get Miss Kitty fixed, but until I finish moving my friend, which I don't know if it's going to be Monday or what day, but I'm just kind of stuck in this loop. And I can't do
Yeah,
anything.
understand.
I got to get my van and my old charger out of there. I'm going to bring it here for stripping. So hopefully I'll do that today, tomorrow, or Monday.
Kind of puts a chink in your routine when you have to dedicate a lot of
going to
time
bed at 1 a.m. instead of 10:30. It took a little
Oh,
getting
yeah.
used to. But
Yeah.
I'll get over it. I always do.
Yeah, that's because you're carnivore.
Yeah, I guess.
Thing I noticed in this, this last 30 days, especially this week, I go to bed. I went to bed, even at 10:30, 9, usually by 9, I want to be in bed, 10 the latest. And next thing I know, and, I turn the TV on in my room, but next thing I know, I'm turning it back off, not even know what time I turn it off. And next thing I know, the alarm is going off. And it's like,
oh my gosh, wow. Well, I know for me, I can tell you that it's allowed me doing carnivore to travel like in ways I couldn't. For example, I can drive all the way to Texas to see my son from New Mexico, and it's a good 11-hour haul, and I can do it all in one stint without being exhausted. And recently, I just got back from New Hampshire and Maine, and from New Mexico there, and that's including 2-hour trip to Albuquerque to the airport, 2 connections, and 1 connection rather, 2 flights, and then a 2-hour bus ride. So it's about 14 hours, and I was okay. I was okay. I can sleep anywhere. That's that's a blessing. I can just go like this and just fall, catch a power nap for 15 minutes. And
that's the way I was last night.
Really?
My recliner broke. And I'm flying.
Oh.
I thought about fixing it, but there's no way to fix it the way it's set. So I'm like, oh, well, it's old. It didn't cost me nothing. It was free out of an apartment. Maybe there's another one. If it's a clean apartment, I won't get one that's nasty. But I still have it. I just use it. I said, dude, this is your chair, because I have him go get in the chair where I put the harness on and stuff to take him outside. Right. I'll probably get rid of it here shortly. Take it apart, split it apart, then throw it in the car and throw it in the dumpster at work. But I have the furniture is 20 years old. It's Italian leather. I got it 20 years ago. It was $3,000. Got it half price at Furniture Row.
Wow. Wow.
And most of this leather, a lot of this leather don't hold up. That you can see it flake, but this stuff is good, and you just do some conditioning on it and it's good. So I just put the chair with the ottoman, and the next thing I know, I'm like this. I get it shifted comfortable. Next thing I know, I fell asleep watching JMR rebuilds on YouTube. Next thing I know, it was Morsky Repair, and it was 8:00 at night. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, you're like, where am I? Oh yeah, and you get totally disoriented. It's really funny. Yeah. Well, I've done that once in the plane, and it's like everybody's getting off the plane. It's like, didn't I just get on? It's like, what happened?
The only time I get oriented is when I go on call, which I go on call Monday for work for the next 7 days in the 4th of July weekend. It's like, wow, it just seems like I just got off call, and I'm going back on call.
Yep, exactly. Rick, you must be hungry. It's past your lunchtime.
That is true. I'll have to be cooking that up pretty soon. Got some heart attack chicken.
Right on. I was thinking of you when I was going through the airport, looking at all the snack food and everything, going, that's duck food. Duck food over there. That's duck food. I just kept I could hear you in my head, duck food.
Evidently, I've had an effect on some people. I've had other people talk about duck food. I know Kelly talks about duck food.
I tell my friends that, and they die laughing. But then when I tell them the story about how you used to throw the crumbs out to the ducks because you couldn't stand it as a kid, oh my God, they laughed. I got a lot of laughs at that.
You can see to this day I feed the ducks.
Yes. Well, they like it. Fattens them up and serves a purpose.
I know one thing. You don't realize you can be just even your own home can be a good influencer. My daughter is thinking about getting off of, definitely. She says, I didn't know that she didn't want soda. She said, I'll finish it up, but she is actually thinking about getting off of the sugar. She's thinking about, she's starting to change. She wants to try the heart attack burger challenge. So might do that. She says we ought to video it, so we might be doing that.
That's
so
awesome.
I may be going, because I had the junior version and I didn't finish it all. The dog finished it. And I could eat 2 pounds of ground beef, the cheese, the bacon, but I think it's the bun that really makes it.
Hilarious. God, my son started doing carnivore about 2 months ago, and he was a real bad addict, you know, and he stopped doing all that over a year ago. But then he, you know, we would talk, we video chat. He's in New Hampshire, and I'm out here in New Mexico. And I said, listen, I'm going to tell you this one time. I don't want to hear about your mental problems and your depression until you get off the crummy crap, you know? And I said, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm never going to nag you about it, but that's what's doing it. Well, I never said a word about carnivore or anything like that. 2 months ago, he goes, Ma, I decided to try it. He said, I never knew what it was like to feel good. He said, I never knew how it was to have mental clarity like I do. And he's lost 55 pounds. He's 5'6", and he went all the way to 232. And I think he's down to about 180 now. I mean, it's just, you know, he puts on weight like me. It was the sugar addiction and everything, the carb addiction that did it. But man, I'm telling you, he said it's like night and day. But it's wonderful when you see your kids actually, it's like a ripple effect, you know. If you do it as a parent and just lay low about it, eventually they're going to see how good you're doing. They're going to want some of that, you know. It's like, man, she looks great, or Ma's doing really well. And the big thing I noticed is my son and I used to not argue, but we'd be at each other sometimes, and like he'd trigger me and I'd trigger him. I stayed with him for 5 days and not even close to an argument with anything. We talked about a lot of heavy stuff. It was wonderful. And it's that calm, I think, mentally that the carnivore diet gives
my
you.
mom is 77 years old, and of course she is a borderline diabetic. And of course she's going low carb. She said the only time I eat is the bread. She said last weekend, I'm getting off the bread. And I say that's good because she's talking about carnivore, but she said I can't just eat meat. And I said, do clean keto, do fermented vegetables. I said,
that's right.
Do sauerkraut, have some fermented vegetables.
Exactly.
Cook your broccoli. If you want some broccoli or cauliflower, cook it.
Meet people
just
where
stay.
they're
I
at.
said,
that's wonderful.
And
that's
I told her, I said, what I would stay away is from the grains, all the shakes, because she has some protein, like the Atkins shakes. I said I'd get away from that stuff because this stuff is gross. The stuff is just junk. It's got garbage junk, and whoever bought the Atkins name to make this stuff,
totally
they ruined his name. What he'd stand for. He was for a ketogenic,
clean,
moderated protein diet. And
that guy
carb
would be rolling in his grave right now if he saw some of those products out there. Oh my God, they're horrible. And they're loaded with sucralose. And the sucralose gives you, at least for me, I think I may have autoimmune issues, but the sucralose gives you the runs. It's really bad stuff. I mean, and this is coming from somebody that got addicted to stevia again. Yeah, and I'm talking the pure stuff. I'm day 3 off that stuff now again. But it's so bad. They put it in everything. So whatever they claim is keto or diet or anything, the best stuff is anything that you make yourself. And then you know what's going in it. And if you can't pronounce it, it's probably a soft kill bioweapon.
Oh yeah. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy her a Courtney Luna cookbook
cool.
for her. Nice. I'll order it and give it to her if she wants bread and stuff like that, because it's really easy to make. But she's doing a lot more heart attack stuff, like natural stuff. She don't eat because she don't eat seed oils and nothing like that anymore.
Good for her.
But she's 77 years old, and she says, I feel the best I have ever been. And sadly she's watching her. She's got her youngest, so she's the second to the youngest. So she's watching her sister. She's type 2 diabetic. She has restless leg syndrome, all this stuff. And it's like, it's like you can reverse your type 2 diabetes, but she don't want to. She's already having cognitive memory loss. Her 2 older sisters, one of them I think is in early signs of dementia.
Yeah, they call that
she's
type
got-
3 now. They're calling it, I think
Yeah.
Dr. Chafee calls that type 3 diabetes, the dementia.
Yeah,
It's like
and
a progression.
she, the early on stages Alzheimer's dementia, where her short term
Yes.
memory is going, but she
Oh,
has
yeah.
great long term memory. And I
Right,
think the same thing is her her oldest sister that's still alive is the same way. She's
Oh,
losing
that
her
sucks.
mind. My
Yeah.
uncle, which he was like big, but he had a very sound mind. The only thing I think his, what if sadly is he's enjoying his life in the nursing home. He's just laying around. He just enjoys his life, but they're feeding him that duck food.
The
And I remember
food
growing
is
up, he was
terrible.
big.
Oh.
He was a big man. And,
Yeah.
he farmed, he was in his 40s. He was big. He was like a
He was
size
strong,
54
though. He
bib
was like-
overall.
Like Rick was talking about, there are people that are big like that. They're healthy, because they
He was
work
healthy.
hard, they've
Never
got
been
good
to the
muscles.
doctor.
Right.
He'd never been to the doctor. They grew their stuff on the farm. Like the only thing
Exactly.
they had was the breads. I think things started changing when my grandmother died because she used to make biscuits 3 times a day. They,
Right.
they raised the chickens. They raised their own meat. They grew a garden.
Wheat, they
Rendered
used in
their
the
own
flour.
lard.
The flour that they used and the lard, right? The flour that they used was different too. Is a lot more pure. The stuff they have now literally goes directly to your bloodstream, and your body doesn't even get a chance to properly break it down, which is why you get obesity now. They don't have, and I know I have one friend that she's very healthy. She eats a lot of fish, and she's able to eat vegetables and maybe very little pasta and stuff like that. But she buys her own flour. If she makes anything, if she breads anything, she buys organic flour that's definitely made from the old type of wheat. And she looks amazing. She's 54. She works on a farm. She's strong. She's slim. And it's because of how she eats, and she makes everything herself. The stuff that you buy in the store is completely contaminated, And I don't care if they call it organic. It's horrible. And that's probably why, your aunts are getting the dementia, because the stuff they feed you in the nursing home is horrific. And by law, they have to. They can't feed you quality food. It's designed to make you sick.
Same thing into school. I remember going to school. Same school my daughter went to.
Oh my God.
Same school. Yeah, we had the duck food, but the duck food was
Not
more
like
nutritious. And then now you go in, I always ate breakfast here at home, but a lot of times it was junk duck food.
Oh my God, it's so bad now. It's
but then I
unbelievable.
walk in, they used to have eggs and bacon and sausage, but I go in now and they're feeding them donuts and cereal. There's not eggs or bacon or sausage anymore.
No, you never saw donuts like that in school when I was going. I mean, they still had crap, but it wasn't like now. We used to call it like Monday's hamburger, Tuesday's Salisbury steak, and then they turned it into like a corned beef hash the next day. And, it was the same meat. They just sort of like rotated it. But at least they used to actually make it there. They actually had lunch ladies that cooked it. And then it went from that to the big Cisco truck coming, and basically all they did was heat it up. And now it's just all this shit they just put in microwaves.
If I could go back the time to the late 80s, early 90s, where I was starting to grow up the teenager, because I know what it's like to be made fun of. I was always called a fat boy. I was like one of the biggest in my class and stuff, and I think if I can go back to time, I would say to my old self, don't eat that junk.
Yeah.
Eat meat. That stuff is disgusting.
I know, but we don't know what we don't know. I mean, and
I didn't know. And of course, my mom was on that health kit, lose weight, this diet, that diet, the slim.
Oh yeah, and then the low fat and all that kind of stuff.
Low fat, egg diet, egg and grapefruit, all that.
Yeah, I don't know. She tried to do her best. I mean, same with me. I grew up Italian, and I'm talking European Italian, where I had a Mediterranean diet. But what I didn't know at the time is I very likely have autoimmune issues. So they would give me pasta. They made all their own bread. My father used to make pasta from scratch. They grew vegetables and stuff. But yet I remember even as a 6-year-old kid having plantar fasciitis, shoulder pain, just all the joint pain and stuff, even as a little kid. And then the main thing with me was the horrendous depression. And it was all from the carbs and starch. And then I was addicted to sugar. Even as a little kid, I used to break into the brown sugar and just eat it straight. It was bad. And I mean, as I got older, I'd steal money to go buy candy because it wasn't allowed in their house. And
Like
it's
one of
still,
the-
I mean, you know, it's just unbelievable. And then even with that, you know, as we weren't fat growing up like that because everything was made from scratch. Rick Hester, did you need to say something? You got your finger. Oh, you got your wild man over there. Milton the Menace. Look at that. He is a wild boy. Look at him go. But, you know, it's really sad because everything's become all processed. People don't even know how to cook. I work in a health store for a while. And people didn't even know how to cook. And I used to like write down how to boil water to make their own, you know, just to cook stuff. They literally didn't know how to boil water to cook veggies or anything like that, or how to fry meat. I mean, it was just like, wow. And now it's all like DoorDash and Uber Eats and all this kind of stuff. And so people, I like to watch Financial Audit a lot. I don't know if you ever seen that with Caleb Hammer. He's hilarious. He's like the Jerry Springer of the finances. He's really funny, but he gets these people on, and there's a pattern. They're mostly morbidly obese. They're in huge debt, and they're always ordering Uber Eats, DoorDash. Then they play those games like Gems or something like that. There's like a pattern to it. It's like a whole mindset. You know, they buy the garbage food. They don't know how to take care of themselves. And he's even got, like, for people that come on his show, he gives them cookbooks, which it isn't carnivore, but I think he's got the right idea. You know, that make stuff at home, make whole foods. Don't eat the junk that's in the, you know, on the convenience stuff. You know, he tries to help people change their behavior. And he's got a real good point. It's all about that.
You know, that kind of reminded me of an apartment that she left early. It was one of our residents. She moved in last year, 2025, middle summer, which is our turn season, but she left early. She just had like a 3 or 6 month lease. And we walked in there because they's like, yeah, you got to do some trash. I'm like, it can't be that bad. I walked in and it's like, oh,
Scary.
It was scary. And she lived here for 3 months. And I'm like, how did this person can afford this? Rent has gone up. I mean, it has gone up. They go on price by demand. And it's like, even here in Missouri, even though our cost of living is down lower than other states, our rent is like this 1-bedroom apartment that had all this she was renting last year cost more than my mortgage payment a month.
Oh my God. Wow.
Even if I'm on a variable, which I'm going to work on getting on a fixed, you know, refinance for the remaining, like a 15-year fix and get this thing paid off in 15 years instead of, you know, 20. But if I had to pay the highest interest rate on my variable, which is a 10%, it would still be cheaper with escrow than a 1-bedroom apartment where I work at. And there was Uber Eats, there was DoorDash, all this. It was more of this takeout. I'm like, how can she afford this?
They can't, but it's the convenience and it's that whole lazy mindset. And I honestly think the more of that junk you eat, the more that your brain gets paralyzed and you're not thinking right to begin with. And I mean, you've heard about people that eat like that and they get the horrible food fog. And I've seen that with my son and what a difference it made when he cleaned up his diet and how clear he is now and his music's better. I mean, just amazing. Rick, do you need to go? You seem like you're getting restless.
Milton is stalking me. I don't know.
Oh, he is. He really is.
He knows my schedule. He's thinking, how come you're not paying attention to me and you're sitting at that computer?
Right. I am the cat after all. You know, what's wrong with you?
He knows. This cat is pretty smart. I worry about him. He can open doors. He's a smart cat.
Yeah, with that little hand. Oh my God. Yep.
I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, they once they figure it out, they get that little hand just right. And they pull.
This was great. It was a great time.
It's been awesome.
This is what I love about these panels. I love about this. I'm thinking about doing it. You know, if anybody's available for my live, I may just share the link tomorrow. I love the, you know, we just talk different things. And, you know, even if it's related to the sad diet, why we don't do it. It was fun. It was really awesome.
By the way, Target Prime Rib Thomas has a roundtable discussion that he's doing at 4 Eastern time.
That's
So I
why
just
I'm
wanted to
gonna.
put that.
That's why I'm gonna hop off of here because I ain't even got dressed yet. My video that I'm editing coming out tomorrow is just about done where I can upload. I got to get dressed. I need to get to town to get this, post, that foam mix because I just got my mailbox post, new one put in, trimmed the trees last Friday, but
Nice.
my neighbor dug a hole last February because she accidentally ran over. She felt bad. She backed over my mom's mailbox, which it was on a steel post, but one already hit it, and I hadn't got a chance to put a new post on. But her and her nephew dug a hole, put this post on. So at the same time, I went ahead and got her mailbox settled. And she called me yesterday, and someone hit it
Again?
And so I'm like, great. So I have to go. I got to go get that stuff. It's easier than Quickcrete, and I can just mix that up. About 3 to 5 minutes, it's done. I cut the excess foam, throw it away, put the mailbox on the post, and I'm done. So I got to. And so I want to get back by 3 o'clock because I would love to be part of the
My last mailbox post destroyed a car.
What was that?
That's what I thought about it. My grandpa, that's the way they had it. They had a mailbox post, and they had it where it's steel, but it was on a spring. And if someone purposely hit it, it went bang.
I have one. It's a 4-inch steel pipe filled with concrete, and it has a plate welded to it, and that's what the mailbox sat on. But it had the arm. It was spring loaded, so if you hit the mailbox, it would do this. It come back. And I made the mailbox out of 1/4-inch steel plate. I heated it with a torch and bent it. And then to see how strong it was, I drove the Bobcat over it, and it was fine.
he did testing. Tested out.
That is awesome. I love that. I wish I had known that when I lived in New Hampshire. I used to always take a baseball bat to mine.
Oh, I took a baseball bat to it, but it dented the bat.
I love it. Oh my God. That's
you know what? I got to dig that mailbox out. I took it out when I moved here, but when I moved to my new place, I'll revive it. You'll like this thing.
Man, that'd be awesome. Definitely. They won't mess with that. That's for sure.
Well, Milton settled down.
All right. It's good to be here. I'll see y'all later.
Definitely. Much love. See you soon.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
You too.
You too.
Right. Okay. Oh, there we go. So it's a little bit later than usual, but we're having our live stream. Our live stream will be coming to an end. I want to appreciate everybody that has come in. Let me catch a few more of these comments. I didn't go into detail, although I did display them. So we have, let's see, there was a question earlier about my kitten, and I haven't gotten any updates on it, but I will. Let's see. You should build bricks around the mailbox. Okay, let's see. Yep, build structure around the mailbox. They'll break that, though. And another trick is to put a tree, and then when the tree grows big, put the mailbox next to it. The purring is full power. Well, you know how kitty cats are. So I think we had a pretty good stream, and I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. Now, again, 4 o'clock, I believe we have Thomas. Jerry is on right now, I think, starting at 1. So she's been on half an hour. I may or may not be here for Thomas, because if my friend calls me, we'll probably be back out at his lot trying to get the Bobcat, trying to get the van wheels or the Charger wheels to move so we can haul that over here on the car trailer. But that's our plan. And hopefully I have some clothes washing in the washing machine. Hopefully they will be done. And I've got my lard heating up. I'm going to have some heart attack chicken. If I get a chance, I may even go to the store. So any bike rides today? I don't know if I have the time, but if I do make a bike trip, I will bring my mobile device with me, which I think needs to be charged. No, it's okay. And that way, because this is what I use to take the video. And let's see. Thanks, Rick. Enjoyed. Well, thank you, Sandy. And I know we had a couple of comments that I wasn't talking enough, but that's okay. I've talked so many hours. This is not an every week thing. It's just something a little different. We have 37 people right now, so we're going to go ahead and end this. How many ducks in the yard now? There are 10, one mama, and 9 ducklings. And I'm sure there'll be more once they start to mate. You know how ducks like to reproduce. And Coach Angela Mullins, I guess you've been here since the beginning. Have a great day, Rick. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. And to the 35 of you that are still watching, I really appreciate this. Had an excellent day. And hopefully, pretty soon I'll be making more videos. I get my work done with my friend, and hopefully things will start to get back to normal. And maybe I can get some time to work on my truck. That would be awesome, because I really do need to get this thing out of here. Get a large mailbox, stand it up, send it in a regular mailbox, pour cement in the space to fill it. Oh, there you go. Well, my homemade mailbox made out of a steel plate, bent with a torch, you'll get a laugh out of that. Because what I did, I made a plate door, and I took the regular mailbox door and I put it over it. And then what I did, I took a regular, like one of these little mailboxes. Oh, I got one here. Yeah, here we go. Mailbox. Avalanche. Uh-oh. Having an avalanche. Okay. Let's see. These are the kinds we usually put on the rental units when they move out. This one is a black aluminum, so it can't rust. So what I did, I built a mailbox that fits underneath this. And then, so when you open it up, it's actually steel. So you could beat this thing. This thing will dent with your hand, basically. But once you've put it on top of the steel mailbox, the other thing that I did, I took roofing cement and I put it in there. Not roofing cement, silicone. That's silicone material, and I glued it together. So you can hit this thing with a baseball bat. You may get a little scratch in it, but it's not going to break it. So, anyway, thank you for being here. Let me go ahead and catch the rest of the comments, and we will see you next week. I don't know if I'll be on any lives, but if I am, I will let you know. And if not, well, I'll catch you when I catch you. Yep, too many people treat mailboxes like free targets. But when you have that 4-inch pipe filled with concrete, if you hit it with your car, now it's set back from the road. I had it back from the road about 6 feet. Still 7 feet, whatever the requirement was. I had it right by the property line, so they couldn't complain that the pole was too hard. And then the arm that the mailbox hung on was spring loaded, so when you hit it, it would just go like this, and then come back. Meanwhile, the car that hit it, not only did it break the windshield, but it also took off. It cut through the pillar. This thing was really powerful. The guy was drunk anyway, so no insurance. All right. Again, let me log off. Thank you for being here, all 25 of you, and I'll catch you on the next one.
I live with a condition called CRPS, which is the most painful condition known to man, and also suffer with autism and chronic fatigue syndrome. I've been having a hard time recently, and I'm reaching out for help. If anyone is able to support me, it'd be much appreciated. And it is for a Give, Send, Go link, which I'll link below this video. Thanks very much, and enjoy the rest of this clip.